Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Check 1. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Check 1, 2. Yeah.
including a poor business environment, infrastructural challenges, poor access to finance and markets, multiple taxation, etc., which limits their growth. Sadly, these challenges have been aggravated by post-COVID-19 pandemic headwinds and macroeconomic instability, emphasizing the urgent need enabling business environment to drive business growth and deliver economic impact in socioeconomic terms, such as wealth and job creation. To contribute to the development of an enabling business environment in Nigeria, Fate Foundation, Nigeria's leading non-profit, providing enterprise knowledge and enterprise support, expanded its focus in 2015 to include research, thought leadership, and advocacy entrepreneurship in Nigeria.
We launched the Research and Policy Unit of Fate Foundation in 2015 to give us a view on really what was happening in the ecosystem regarding not just entrepreneurship, but with respect to micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria. Our initial start-off point was to be able to have data points that provided guidance into our enterprise training, mentoring, and business support programs. But it then significantly evolved into an opportunity for us not just to understand what was happening in the space to then influence our work, but to also share the information from the data we were getting, have a touch point for research and thought leadership, have opportunities to be able to dialogue with other people in our space who were supporting entrepreneurs similar to what we were doing, and then come together to jointly advocate around issues, policy areas, and program areas that we felt would be able to create sustainable entrepreneurship ecosystem.
When we started our research and policy work around entrepreneurship in 2015, our goal was to better understand the key entrepreneurship issues through research and contribute to policy review, design and/or implementation through dialogue and advocacy. We adopted the three-pronged approach of research, policy dialogue, and policy advocacy to enable us develop data that could drive conversations around policy recommendations and influence entrepreneurship policy change. Since 2015, we have developed an array of reports such as the Review of the Nigerian MSME Policy Environment 2015, Mapping Study of the Nigerian Entrepreneurship Ecosystem 2016, Nigerian Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Key Players 2017, Nigerian MSME Financial Literacy Survey 2018, From Startups to Scale-Ups, a review of business scale-up activities in Nigeria 2019, Improving Financial Literacy Among Nigerian MSMEs 2019, The Impact of COVID-19 on Nigerian MSMEs 2020, Combating the Impact of COVID-19 on the Lives and Livelihood of Nigerian Women and Other Protected Groupings, Securing Lives 2020, The State of Entrepreneurship 2021 Report 2021, The State of Entrepreneurship 2022 Report 2022, White Paper on Supporting Female-Led Businesses to Grow Sustainably in Nigeria 2022. We have also hosted annual policy dialogue programs addressing key entrepreneurship thematic areas using data from our research, positioning SMEs for growth, how to ensure Nigerian SMEs thrive despite economic headwinds 2015, nurturing public and private sector collaboration for entrepreneurship development and growth in Nigeria 2016, scaling entrepreneurship, how state-led efforts can unlock the youth potential 2017, building sustainable businesses, the case for deepening financial literacy 2018, From Startups to Scale-Ups 2019, The Pandemic and Nigerian MSMEs, Impact, Priorities and Strategies 2020, Building an Inclusive, Cohesive and Sustainable Ecosystem 2021.
Entrepreneurship has proven to be the most important driving force for socio-economic growth and development. The importance of an enabling environment to entrepreneurial ecosystems cannot be overemphasized. Now more than ever, the urgency for the adoption of sustainable entrepreneurship promotion measures takes a new significance sectors to understand our unique dynamics and strategize to effective policy and program strategies.
And hereby launched the first State Institute State of Entrepreneurship in Nigeria report 2021, and add to the promise that Mrs. Adeyemi and Mr. Talabi made that it shall be annual. I hope the community finds it useful, and any improvement that we can make to this report should be made known to the State Institute, and we shall implement those improvements. Thank you very much.
On the advocacy end, we have and continue to convene ecosystem players through our policy workshops and platforms like the MSME Community of Practice at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, and through engagement with the government to drive policy reforms around access to finance and markets, taxation, etc.
Given the strategic role our Research and Policy Unit has played in defining thought leadership and aggregating stakeholders across the ecosystem together, the board of the Fate Foundation made the decision to transform our Research and Policy Unit into what is now called the Fate Institute. The Fate Institute is one of the 3 subdivisions of Fate Foundation now that leads innovative thinking and also aggregates platform to bring together people like us to share, to discuss, to propose and to advocate issues on policy and entrepreneurship in Nigeria.
What started out in 2015 as the Research and Policy Unit at Fate Foundation has since evolved to become the Fate Institute, which is the division at Fate Foundation leading innovative thinking and creating platforms that enable idea exchange and problem-solving strategies around entrepreneurship in Nigeria. Positioned at the forefront of driving entrepreneurship policy reforms, the Institute continues to explore avenues to develop relevant and consistent data, as well as engage with relevant ecosystem players to influence entrepreneurship policies. One of such avenues is the annual publication of the State of Entrepreneurship report, which provides an assessment of the entrepreneurial landscape in Nigeria using 5 indicators. 1, business performance, 2, skills acquisition, 3, perception of opportunities, 4, technology and innovation, and 5, enabling environment. The Institute also tracks data within the entrepreneurship ecosystem using its enterprise data map platform. Over the years, the Fate Institute has worked with ecosystem stakeholders to improve policies around taxation, access to markets, the startup ecosystem, and more. To continue to drive thought leadership, data, and analysis around entrepreneurship in Nigeria, the Institute launched the Senior Research Fellows Program, which comprises of policy experts, economists, and the academia coming together to work to address gaps within the Nigerian entrepreneurship ecosystem.
At the Fate Institute, we believe that a sustainable approach to improving the entrepreneurship ecosystem is through effective policy design and implementation. Our goal is to consistently support that process to deliver impact in the area of entrepreneurship policy implementation by developing data and insights and engaging in relevant conversations and advocacy. At the board level, we are very proud at the ongoing work at the Institute, and we remain strongly committed to driving systemic change within Nigeria's entrepreneurship ecosystem.
The Fate Institute Fellows Program is a 2-year fellowship program designed to bring together policy experts, economists, and the academia to support entrepreneurship policy reform processes that will address key gaps limiting the potential of the Nigerian entrepreneurship ecosystem. We launched our pioneer cohort in 2022, and after a rigorous shortlisting and selection process that started off with 132 applicants, we selected 6 fellows.
My time at the Fate Institute Fellows Program was truly impactful. I had the opportunity to influence public policy and even contribute to the development of public policy, within the entrepreneurial space in Nigeria.
Over the course of the program, I've had the opportunity to have made a lot of valuable contribution across several platforms. I particularly liked during the course of my fellowship, the monthly series and engagement we're having we had the opportunity to have learned firsthand from different industry experts.
The quality of the network, the quality of training, the quality of workshops that we've attended, as well as some of the events are quite enriching. After that, we're taking over to look at subject of access to finance, and myself and my team did well with that, participating in another workshop.
My participation in the First Institute Fellowship Program is an exciting moment for me, and I continue to relish the opportunity that I've gotten from this program, starting from conducting individual policy paper based on evidence-based research, and also participating in collaborative studies with other fellows in the program.
Call for applications for the second cohort is now open. Eligibility criteria include a passion to work directly on policy issues that impact the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Nigeria, academic rigor to engage in developing data, policy briefs, thought leadership, and reports, ability to engage in policy discourses and advocacy, ability to actively engage with the public sector on the implementation of policy recommendations highlighted in your policy briefs, a strong academic background, which includes an ongoing or completed PhD or master's degree in economics, business, entrepreneurship, and/or related fields, relevant experience on policy processes, entrepreneurship ecosystem structure and segment, macro and microeconomic indices. Benefits include a platform to amplify your entrepreneurship work or interests and influence policy, an opportunity to work directly with ecosystem players on the implementation of policy recommendations included in your briefs, visibility through participation in the Fate Institute policy workshops and policy discussions across media platforms and channels, opportunity to engage with Fate Foundation's vibrant startups, youth enterprises, scale-up entrepreneurs for research and cross-learning purposes, peer learning among fellows, access to the Fate Institute's research publications, and more. If this sounds like something you'll be interested in, then visit www.fatefoundation.org/fellowship to view more information and to start your application process.
With almost 14 million nano, micro, small and medium enterprises, Nigeria's entrepreneurial dynamism is not in question. Nigerian MSMEs contribute almost 50% to Nigeria's GDP and employ over 80% of the labor force. Despite their enormous potential, Nigerian MSMEs face persistent challenges within the ecosystem, including a poor business environment, infrastructural challenges, poor access to finance and markets, multiple taxation, etc., which limits their growth. Sadly, these challenges have been aggravated by post-COVID-19 pandemic headwinds and macroeconomic instability, emphasizing the urgent need for an enabling business environment to drive business growth and deliver economic impact in socio-economic terms,
exactly
such as
by
wealth
8.
and job
So
creation.
please do bear with us.
Enterprise knowledge and enterprise support expanded its focus in 2015 to include research, thought leadership, and advocacy entrepreneurship in Nigeria.
We launched the Research and Policy Unit of Fate Foundation in 2015 to give us a view on really what was happening in the ecosystem regarding not just entrepreneurship, but with to micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria. Our initial start-off point was to be able to have data points that provided guidance into our enterprise training, mentoring, and business support programs. But it then significantly evolved into an opportunity for us not just to understand what was happening in the space to then influence our work, but to also share the information from the data we were getting, have a touch point for research and thought leadership, have opportunities to be able to dialogue with other people in our space who were supporting entrepreneurs similar to what we were doing, and then come together to jointly advocate around issues, policy areas, and program areas that we felt would be able to create sustainable entrepreneurship ecosystem.
When we started our research and policy work around entrepreneurship in 2015, our goal was to better understand the key entrepreneurship issues through research and contribute to policy review, design and/or implementation through dialogue and advocacy. We adopted the three-pronged approach of research, policy dialogue, and policy advocacy to enable us develop data that could drive conversations around policy recommendations and influence entrepreneurship policy change. Since 2015, we have developed an array of reports such as the Review of the Nigerian MSME Policy Environment 2015, Mapping Study of the Nigerian Entrepreneurship Ecosystem 2016, Nigerian Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Key Players 2017, Nigerian MSME Financial Literacy Survey 2018, From Startups to Scale-Ups, a review of business scale-up activities in Nigeria 2019, Improving Financial Literacy Among Nigerian MSMEs 2019, The Impact of COVID-19 on Nigerian MSMEs 2020, Combating the Impact of COVID-19 on the Lives and Livelihood of Nigerian Women and Other Protected Groupings Securing Lives 2020, The State of Entrepreneurship 2021 Report 2021, The State of Entrepreneurship 2022 Report 2022, White Paper on Supporting Female-Led Businesses to Grow Sustainably in Nigeria 2022. We have also hosted annual policy dialogue programs addressing key entrepreneurship thematic areas using data from our research, positioning SMEs for growth, how to ensure Nigerian SMEs thrive despite economic headwinds 2015, nurturing public and private sector collaboration for entrepreneurship development and growth in Nigeria 2016, scaling entrepreneurship, how state-led efforts can unlock the youth potential 2017, building sustainable businesses, the case for deepening financial literacy 2018, From Startups to Scale-Ups 2019, The Pandemic and Nigerian MSMEs, Impact, Priorities and Strategies 2020, Building an Inclusive, Cohesive and Sustainable Ecosystem 2021.
Entrepreneurship has proven to be the most important driving force for socio-economic growth and development. The importance of an enabling environment to entrepreneurial ecosystems cannot be overemphasized. Now more than ever, the urgency for the adoption of sustainable entrepreneurship promotion measures takes a new significance, given the burgeoning youthful population of the country and the rising unemployment and underemployment levels that we have in our environment today. Our intent at our policy dialogue is to highlight the challenges, risks, and opportunities in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, which allow stakeholders across private, public, and development sectors to understand our unique dynamics and strategize to effective policy and program strategies.
And hereby launch the first State Institute State of Entrepreneurship in Nigeria Report 2021, and add to the promise that Mrs. Adeyemi and Mr. Talabi made that it shall be annual. I hope the community finds it useful, and there are many improvements that we can make to this report to be made known to the State Institute, and we shall implement those improvements. Thank you very much.
On the advocacy end, we have and continue to convene ecosystem players through our policy workshops and platforms like the MSME Community of Practice at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, and through engagement with the government to drive policy reforms around access to finance and markets, taxation, etc.
Given the strategic role our Research and Policy Unit has played in defining thought leadership and aggregating stakeholders across the ecosystem together, the board of the Faith Foundation made the decision to transform our Research and Policy Unit into what is now called the Faith Institute. The Faith Institute is one of the 3 subdivisions of Faith Foundation now that leads innovative thinking and also aggregates platform to bring together people like us to share, to discuss, to propose and to advocate issues on policy and entrepreneurship in Nigeria.
What started out in 2015 as the Research and Policy Unit at Faith Foundation has since evolved to become the Faith Institute, which is the division at Faith Foundation leading innovative thinking and creating platforms that enable idea exchange and problem-solving strategies around entrepreneurship in Nigeria. Positioned at the forefront of driving entrepreneurship policy reforms, the Institute continues to explore avenues to develop relevant and consistent data, as well as engage with relevant ecosystem players to influence entrepreneurship policies. One of such avenues is the annual publication of the State of Entrepreneurship report, which provides an assessment of the entrepreneurial landscape in Nigeria using 5 indicators. 1, business performance, 2, skills acquisition, 3, perception of opportunities, 4, technology and innovation, and 5, enabling environment. The Institute also tracks data within the entrepreneurship ecosystem using its enterprise data map platform. Over the years, the Faith Institute has worked with ecosystem stakeholders to improve policies around taxation, access to markets, the startup ecosystem, and more. To continue to drive thought leadership, data, and analysis around entrepreneurship in Nigeria, the Institute launched the Senior Research Fellows Program, which comprises of policy experts, economists, and the academia coming together to work to address gaps within the Nigerian entrepreneurship ecosystem.
At the Faith Institute, we believe that a sustainable approach to improving the entrepreneurship ecosystem is through effective policy design and implementation. Our goal is to consistently support that process to deliver impact in the area of entrepreneurship policy implementation by developing data and insights and engaging in relevant conversations and advocacy. At the board level, we are very proud at the ongoing work at the Institute, and we remain strongly committed to driving systemic change within Nigeria's entrepreneurship ecosystem.
With almost 14 million nano, micro, small and medium enterprises, Nigeria's entrepreneurial dynamism is not in question. Nigerian MSMEs contribute almost 50% to Nigeria's GDP and employ over 80% of the labor force. Despite their enormous potential, Nigerian MSMEs face persistent challenges within the ecosystem, including a poor business environment, infrastructural challenges, poor access to finance and markets, multiple taxation, etc., which limits their growth. Sadly, these challenges have been aggravated by post-COVID-19 pandemic headwinds and macroeconomic instability, emphasizing the urgent need for an enabling business environment to drive business growth and deliver economic impact in socioeconomic terms, such as wealth and job creation. To contribute to the development of an enabling business environment in Nigeria, Faith Foundation, Nigeria's leading non-profit, providing enterprise knowledge and enterprise support, expanded its focus in 2015 to include research, thought leadership, and advocacy entrepreneurship in Nigeria.
We launched the Research and Policy Unit of Faith Foundation in 2015 to give us a view on really what was happening in the ecosystem regarding not just entrepreneurship, but with respect to micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria. Our initial start-off point was to be able to have data points that provided guidance into our enterprise training, mentoring, and business support programs. but it then significantly evolved into an opportunity for us not just to understand what was happening in the space to then influence our work, but to also share the information from the data we were getting, have a touch point for research and thought leadership, have opportunities to be able to dialogue with other people in our space who were supporting entrepreneurs similar to what we were doing, and then come together to jointly advocate around issues, policy areas, and program areas that we felt would be able to create sustainable entrepreneurship ecosystem.
When we started our research and policy work around entrepreneurship in 2015, our goal was to better understand the key entrepreneurship issues through research and contribute to policy review, design and/or implementation through dialogue and advocacy. We adopted the three-pronged approach of research, policy dialogue, and policy advocacy to enable us develop data that could drive conversations around policy recommendations and influence entrepreneurship policy change. Since 2015, we have developed an array of reports such as the Review of the Nigerian MSME Policy Environment 2015, Mapping Study of the Nigerian Entrepreneurship Ecosystem 2016, Nigerian Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Key Players 2017, Nigerian MSME Financial Literacy Survey 2018, From Startups to Scale-Ups, a review of business scale-up activities in Nigeria 2019, Improving Financial Literacy Among Nigerian MSMEs 2019, The Impact of COVID-19 on Nigerian MSMEs 2020, Combating the Impact of COVID-19 on the Lives and Livelihood of Nigerian Women and Other Protected Groupings Securing Lives 2020, The State of Entrepreneurship 2021 Report 2021, The State of Entrepreneurship 2022 Report 2022, White Paper on Supporting Female-Led Businesses to Grow Sustainably in Nigeria 2022. We have also hosted annual policy dialogue programs addressing key entrepreneurship thematic areas using data from our research, positioning SMEs for growth, how to ensure Nigerian SMEs thrive despite economic headwinds 2015, nurturing public and private sector collaboration for entrepreneurship development and growth in Nigeria 2016, scaling entrepreneurship, how state-led efforts can unlock the youth potential 2017, building sustainable businesses, the case for deepening financial literacy 2018, From Startups to Scale-Ups 2019, The Pandemic and Nigerian MSMEs, Impact, Priorities and Strategies 2020, Building an Inclusive, Cohesive and Sustainable Ecosystem 2021.
Entrepreneurship has proven to be the most important driving force for socio-economic growth and development. The importance of an enabling environment to entrepreneurial ecosystems cannot be overemphasized. Now more than ever, the urgency for the adoption of sustainable entrepreneurship promotion measures takes a new significance, given the burgeoning youthful population of the country and the rising unemployment and underemployment levels that we have in our environment today. Our intent at our policy dialogue is to highlight the challenges, risks, and opportunities in the entrepreneurial ecosystem, which allow stakeholders across private, public, and development sectors to understand our unique dynamics and strategize to effective policy and program strategies.
And hereby launch the first State Institute State of Entrepreneurship in Nigeria Report 2021, and add to the promise that Mrs. Adeyemi and Mr. Talabi made that it shall be annual. I hope the community finds it useful, and many improvements that we can make to this report should be made known to the State Institute, and we shall implement those improvements. Thank you very much.
On the advocacy end, we have and continue to convene ecosystem players through our policy workshops and platforms like the MSME Community of Practice at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, and through engagement with the government to drive policy reforms around access to finance and markets, taxation, etc.
Given the strategic role our Research and Policy Unit has played in defining thought leadership and aggregating stakeholders across the ecosystem together, the board of the Faith Foundation made the decision to transform our Research and Policy Unit into what is now called the Faith Institute. The Faith Institute is one of the 3 subdivisions of Faith Foundation now that leads innovative thinking and also aggregates platforms to bring together people like us to share, to discuss, to propose and to advocate issues on policy and entrepreneurship in Nigeria.
What started out in 2015 as the Research and Policy Unit at Faith Foundation has since evolved to become the Faith Institute, which is the division at Faith Foundation leading innovative thinking and creating platforms that enable idea exchange and problem-solving strategies around entrepreneurship in Nigeria. Positioned at the forefront of driving entrepreneurship policy reforms, the Institute continues to explore avenues to develop relevant and consistent data, as well as engage with relevant ecosystem players to influence entrepreneurship policies. One of such avenues is the annual publication of the State of Entrepreneurship report, which provides an assessment of the entrepreneurial landscape in Nigeria using 5 indicators. 1, business performance, 2, skills acquisition, 3, perception of opportunities, 4, technology and innovation, and 5, enabling environment. The Institute also tracks data within the entrepreneurship ecosystem using its enterprise data map platform. Over the years, the Faith Institute has worked with ecosystem stakeholders to improve policies around taxation, access to markets, the startup ecosystem, and more. To continue to drive thought leadership, data, and analysis around entrepreneurship in Nigeria, the Institute launched the Senior Research Fellows Program, which comprises of policy experts, economists, and the academia coming together to work to address gaps.
The video. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the breakfast session of the Knight Faith Institute Annual Policy Dialogue Series on entrepreneurship. On behalf of the Board of Directors and Management of Faith Foundation, I'd like to welcome everyone to this session, for the people in the room and the virtual audience. Thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate you're taking time out to be here. It's an early morning call. It's a day that is packed, and we really do appreciate you for making time here today. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of our implementing partners, Somo Africa from Kenya, and TechnoServe from South Africa. We especially appreciate Google.org for supporting and sponsoring this session of the program. Thank you so much. I'd like to also give a brief context about this program. This program started in March this year across 3 locations: Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. And by the way, my name is Eniola Ahmed. I'm the Senior Programs Manager and Head for the Women-Led Enterprise at Faith Foundation. And I oversee this project across the 3 regions. And I'd like to share a brief context about it. This program is in 2 parts. There's a research and advocacy component that's why we're here today. And then there's an entrepreneurship training component that is overseen by the Women-Led Enterprise at Faith Foundation. And also more context, the Google SSA program. This is like I said, is a continent-wide initiative, and it's aimed at improving the digital and financial capabilities of female nano and micro business entrepreneurs. And we didn't just come up with all of this. We we really tailored and designed this intervention from a research-driven perspective, looking at things from the gender lens and all that we do, because there's a very big handshake with the Faith Institute. So whatever it is we do is really need driven. So very shortly, we will kickstart the program with a welcome address, followed by a video showcasing the impact of the program from one of the states in Nigeria, Lagos to be precise. And we will have the Faith Institute shortly after. We'll be setting the stage for the session proper by providing us with key insights from the research report titled Enabling Nano and Micro Women-Led Businesses Thrive in Africa. This is a case study of the SSA Women's Program, and by that I mean this Google program. Our distinguished keynote speaker for today is Honorable Moturayo Adijat Adeleye. Thank you so much, Ma. She is the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development, Ogun State. Thank you so much for honoring us and for being here promptly as well. After that, we will have we will witness the program research report launch, and shortly after we'll have an interactive panel session. And during that panel session, we will explore strategies to empower women-led businesses in Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. We'll be examining the challenges that they're faced with. We'll look at identifying cross-country recommendations and emphasizing key policy priorities. As you're all well aware that women-led businesses play a pivotal role in economic growth, social development, and gender equality globally. Within this context of today, we'll be looking at it from the context of the Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa perspective, as these nations represent significant economic powerhouses, and they do have immense potential for sustainable growth. So therefore, we are encouraging everyone to stay engaged. It promises to be a very interesting and highly informative section. Lastly, we will have a summary of the key policy recommendation and a formal closeout of the session. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Executive Director of Faith Foundation, Adenike Adeyemi, for the opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eniola. I think we should give Eniola a round of applause. And I'll say why. We started this program, which was a pilot program. I think this time last year, we probably were still ideating on the program, and she had not even joined the team, or she had just joined the team. And we've been able to do a program that has supported thousands of nano and micro women who lead small businesses across 3 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. We've worked with excellent partners, Somo Africa and TechnoServe South Africa, who are co-members with us from the Youth Business International. And it's really been an inspiring and a learning program for me in so many ways. And I'm really grateful to the Faith School team led by our Dean, Mr. Bambo Adebowale, Eniola leading the Women-Led program, and Oluwafumi Ogunbowale also sitting gently here. So my welcome is very brief. I'm here to say thank you to everyone for coming and coming early. We know that to come early to the island sometimes at 8 o'clock can be a task, but we thank all of you who have come in early and bright on time. I'm sure that within the next 30 minutes, we will definitely fill this room and also have an overflow. The Faith Institute annual policy dialogue series on entrepreneurship was a program we started in 2015 because of the need to engage with other institutions, individuals, and stakeholders like ourselves on policy matters. We realized that there were things that we could support. There were so many things we could support our entrepreneurs with. I mean, at that time, we were already 15 years as a foundation. And Faith Foundation, by the way, was set up by Mr. Fola Adiola, chairman of the foundation also, and founder of GT Bank. Please, we can give a round of applause. And he will be joining us soon. And that time we're 15 years, and we're done a lot of work in providing training, support, business advisory services, mentoring to entrepreneurs, really all over. But there was always that challenge of when it came to issues around policy engagement. So the entrepreneurs were challenged with registering their businesses because we wanted them to formalize their businesses, or they needed to register their products, and they were talking about NAFDAC, SON issues. Or, as we will discuss later on today, the issue around taxation. You know, there was only so much we could do. You can, in the classes when we teach them that we want them to have formal businesses who are ethical and who also do their work in making sure that they pay back their taxes. But we then realized that, you know, a lot of these regulatory challenges were things that were sometimes beyond our control. So I remember there was a period of about 6 months where almost every other day, you're looking for a contact within a government regulatory agency, and it just became too much. So we started asking around with other organizations who did similar things like we did, and everybody was saying they had this experience. And so we then said, let's even step back outside of the work that we do directly supporting entrepreneurs with education, services, and support, and even understand the policy space, the policy environment, the dynamics that people running small businesses were facing in Nigeria. We even said we would run a survey. But when we started to run that survey, we said we couldn't just run that survey within the Faith Foundation community, that we would run the survey across even to other entrepreneurs who are outside of Faith Foundation. And that's how this journey started. It was a journey of understanding the space, understanding and gaining from insights that will then add value to the work that we're doing so that we could better define our programming for training, mentoring, and support services to meet the needs of the audience, but also give us an opportunity to better engage even with policy stakeholders. And I'm very proud to say this is now in its 9th series. Yes, we'll take that, thank you. It's now in its 9th series, and we've covered quite a broad spectrum of issues. The very unique thing about this, our 9th year, though, is that we've decided to make it actually a policy dialogue series. Because we'll say, okay, policy dialogue series, but it was only one dialogue that happened during the day. And so, with the leading of our director for our Faith Institute, Amaka Nwokolo, and also a very engaged and supportive 2023 Policy Dialogue Committee. We have some of our members here, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, soon to be Dr. Wilson, I remember, and Mrs. Teju Abisoye, who challenged us. We decided to expand this into a full-day program because normally we would come here 11 to 2 thereabouts. And we said, okay, when we do our 2023 State of Entrepreneurship in Nigeria report, we actually dimension it from gender, young people. And we sometimes always rush the conversations because at the time we're about to finish, the conversations are just starting. And we said, okay, we needed to take the demographics because they're the priority demographics. Women make up almost 44% of micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria. But guess where the women play the most? They play in the nano and micro space. By the time you start to look at small and medium enterprises, women are only 22% of small and medium enterprise business. So we said, okay, we needed to have a segment focused on women-led businesses in the morning. And then in the evening, after the main policy dialogue, we're then going to focus on young people because young people, youth-run businesses, are the ones that create the most businesses and create the most jobs. And obviously, they are also our productive population. I say we are our productive, I'm still a young person. So we needed to also then separate it. So this is our first series in our policy dialogue series, and we're happy to have all of you here. I would like to specially acknowledge our special guest once again. When we were looking for somebody to be our keynote speaker, I asked around, and then even within our committee too, we asked around, and one of the names that kept coming up was our keynote speaker for today. She is Honorable Motunrayo Adijat Adeleye. She's the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs in Ogun State. And she came prepared, and so we're looking for a keynote speech. She actually came in yesterday, just so that she won't be late for this program from Ogun State. So thank you very much, Ma, for honoring our invitation. I would also like to acknowledge our panelists and our speakers, Ms. Mojola Oluwa Adiremi Akpakinde, who should be coming in shortly, Dr. Chukwemeka Onyemadu, who will be joining us online, Ms. Maureen from Kenya, Ms. Minky Mokapela from South Africa, and Dr. Aishat Mohammed, who is one of our entrepreneurs from the Kwara program, who will be moderating the conversation too. So thank you very much for joining us. I also would like to say thank you to Mrs. Rosin Onolaja, who sits on the board committee that oversees the work at the Faith Institute. Thank you very much. And last but definitely not least, I would like to especially appreciate Mrs. Hajara Ajela for joining us this morning. Thank you. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you very much. And I will hand over back to Eniola. A few housekeeping rules as Eniola comes up. Please, we have a lot of people taking pictures, recording videos. We have a hashtag. It's FaithPDS, and I'm sure it will come up on the screen soon, or PDS 2023. The restrooms are to your left, so if you need to use the restroom, if you make your way to the left, you'll get ushers in black who would also direct you here. For our persons with disabilities, we are asking them to sit here because we have an interpreter who is doing an amazing job there. And then we will have refreshments after the 2-hour conversation that we're having today. Please let's keep our phones on silent and so that we're not distracting. It promises to be a very engaging and insightful policy conversation. And it will not just end the policy conversation, it will end with us outlining the recommendations from here, which we'll use to engage with quite a number of women groups, some of which are here present. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the NECA Network of Entrepreneurial Women. I know we have some of the ladies in-house, and we have quite a lot of women entrepreneurial groups also here. Thank you very much and have a good session. Thank you.
Can we appreciate her one more time? I call her my Oga at the top. In the last 1 year plus, I've really grown both on the personal and professional way by just looking at her. So thank you so much, ma'am, for being a good role model. Very shortly, we'll have the video played from one of the, this program in Nigeria was implemented across 5 states, Lagos, Ogun, Edo, Kwara, and Abia State. And we'll be showcasing one of the impact video from Lagos very shortly. But before then, I'd like to say that if you like what you see and you're expectant, please take a picture and post on your on your social media handles with the hashtag FaithPDS, hashtag PDS 2023, to let people know that there's something cooking right here this morning. Thank you very much, and we would have the impact video right now.
But I did it anyhow. And I got to realize that that was not how to go about it. When I started this one, I was very much interested in doing it the right way. So when I saw the link, I applied.
I've been in business for a number of years. It was just surprising for me that there's some things that I hadn't started doing with my business. And when I saw that my financial management needed some work, especially the budgeting part, that got me really excited, and I knew that, okay, this was the right course.
I have gone through the virtual modules, that is the phase 1, and then this is the phase 2, which is physical, and it is an in-depth dive of what I went through in the virtual class.
The highlight for the phase 1 was the business plan. I've done business plans before in previous programs, but this was quite easy. Interactions we had, the cases we had to discuss on, it really helped juggle our brains, and we all came up with points that were really good.
I saw the 3 ladies having same challenges like I have, so it showed that some people are going through these challenges and this is how they came out of it.
The Google Business Resilience Program has really, really helped my business. So our financial knowledge has been enlightened. We can now prepare a 12-month proper budget for our business, proper recording as well, and then the channels of marketing and their different benefits.
The first time in 3 years, I've been able to write a very convincing business plan and put together a good pitch deck, all thanks to the BRP program.
I would like to say a big thank you to the Faith Foundation and the Google.org group for putting this together. It has been a fantastic time learning different aspects of running a business.
One of the interesting things about this program is we recorded almost exactly the same impact across the state. And what was even more interesting is the fact that it was the same across the continent as well. I remember in June where we had the community of practice, Fumibia and I were opportune to travel to Kenya and South Africa, and we were discussing with the partners. The impact was also the same. So I'm really looking forward to the next lineup, which is about setting the context for today's conversation by providing the insight from our research report. But before I do, I'd like to share a little bit of information about the person I'm about to call. She is presently my buddy. At Faith Foundation, we have this program where team members have to bond, and we are intentional about fostering friendship and communication with team members. Before, we never used to say anything, but then I was away and they picked and I said, Amaka is your body. I'm like, ah. And it was at the last minute before I could really just pick up the phone and like, what am I going to say in the next management meeting? That's what did we talk about? And I decided to call her, and just like that, we hit it off. It was like, we've been seeing one another for months and never really had to. But after that, we went on to do quite a lot together, and it was fantastic. We were there for one another. So ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome my buddy, the director of Faith Institute, Amaka Nwokolo.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's my body. A round of applause for my body, please. Good morning, ladies and ladies. Well, the few gentlemen in the room. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation, for being here early, on time, despite the traffic and even the threat of strike. People made it here. So please, a round of applause for yourselves for being here this morning. A round of applause, please, now. Okay, so very quickly, I actually have just 15 minutes to share very key data, insights, and highlights from the reports that we developed. Eniola, my buddy, had explained that this project is a 2-part project. And so what we did with the support of Google.org was to organize, in a way, look at the challenge from a holistic perspective, right? So there's a knowledge gap issue around capacity building specifically for women-led businesses. And so we tackled that using our existing curriculum and facilities and faculty at the Faith School of Entrepreneurship, led by the able women-led enterprise team. But then the other side of it is now looking at the enabling environment, right? When we think of the issues that exist within the Nigerian entrepreneurship ecosystem, everybody has it tough. In fact, if we look at what has happened in the last 1 year, with all the issues that we have been through. Let's start from COVID. Then we had pandemic-induced recessions. Then we have macroeconomic instability. Then we had the Naira scarcity. Then we had the Naira redesign, followed by the Naira scarcity. Then we had a new government coming. Then we had fuel subsidy removal. Then we had foreign exchange just galloping up and down. You know, today is almost 1,000. Tomorrow it drops. Next tomorrow it jumps up again. All of this impacts businesses, however we want to look at it, right? But guess what? As much as everyone is feeling the pinch, women-led businesses feel it differently. And so it's important that we're having conversations like this. Apart from creating platforms to equip women-led businesses with the knowledge that they need to run sustainable businesses, we also need to intentionally talk about measures, systems, structure, interventions that are put in place for women-led businesses. And so on the back of that, we developed a research report, you know, to sort of better understand what is happening within the space. In a way, we sort of have an idea, right? Especially because as a woman interacting with other women entrepreneurs, you can talk to each other, which is why I love this room, you know, because it feels like it's we. We can talk about the issues and really get down to the nitty-gritty, right? But as much as we're doing that, it's also important that whatever it is we're talking about is backed by data, right? So it's not just emotional. It's not an emotional response or assumptions. And so having worked with these entrepreneurs across the 3 countries, we decided to just develop a survey to understand and get their feedback and responses to better understand what is happening within the space, right? And so, like Eniola had mentioned, we had over 4,000 nano, micro, women-led businesses in the program across these 3 countries. Over 4,000 women, right? And so based on that, we decided to at least, even if we could just get, you know, 10% or, you know, of that number to participate. So that's what we targeted. So I would quickly run through some of the findings that we had, and if we could just have the presentation up so that everyone can follow, that would be great. I will start with what our methodology was. What did we decide to do? We decided to work with the businesses that were already within our purview to get their feedback. And so from the over 4,000 nano and micro women-led businesses that we worked with, we had 442 women participate in this survey. How did we get their responses? It was through a survey instrument that we designed. We also used case studies. So you would get the reports very shortly. One of the things we did was to engage the businesses one-on-one and develop a case study on each of those businesses. We also interviewed them, right? And then we had some desktop research. What were the questions we're trying to answer? One is, what are the challenges, specific challenges that women-led businesses face? 2, what are those enabling factors, right? If we look at Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, what is working that we need to continue? Then 3 was, what has been the effectiveness or the impact of those support mechanisms? And then what are best practices worldwide, right? As much as, yes, in Africa, we're still looking to push women. And we have some interesting data because almost half of the population in Africa are women, right? What is happening in other climes that we could perhaps learn from and adapt here in the climb where we are? And then finally, what are some key recommendations that we can take to heart for that? But before we do, what is this scenario looking like in Africa generally, right? So I have some numbers that I will share. One is that 58% of Africa's self-employed population are women. Now, 13% of Africa's GDP is contributed by women entrepreneurs. Sometimes when we're having policy conversations, the question arises to say, oh, women-led businesses, is it just cliche that we're doing? No, we have numbers to prove that in terms of economic contribution, women-led businesses actually make those contributions. We have an estimated $600 billion value of women-led businesses in terms of their GDP contribution, it is valued at an estimated $600 billion in Africa, right? In terms of the number of entrepreneurs worldwide, we have 27% of the world's female entrepreneurs. You find them here in Africa. Interesting statistics and data. Now let's look at sub-Saharan Africa. About 26% of them, at least 26% of them, are in the process of starting or managing a business. This just tells me that we have some of the most hardworking, industrious, driven, resilient women in Africa, right? But you see, one of the major issues that really affects women-led businesses is funding. And I'll talk a bit more about that. And I have data here to also prove that. This data says the estimated financial gap for female entrepreneurs in Africa, I wonder if you can guess, it's $42 billion for female-led businesses. When we compare that with what is happening for their male counterparts, the difference or the disparity is alarming, right? So there's work to be done. If we now look at the countries, the 3 countries in focus, for Kenya, for example, you have 1.5 registered businesses and 1.5 million registered businesses and 5 million informal businesses, right? Now, 30% of registered businesses in Kenya, as we speak today, about 30% of them are women-owned. Now, 54.9% of those businesses, 54.9% of businesses that eventually close down, we're looking at Kenya now, are women-led. What this data also says is that micro businesses, about 1.1 or 1.2 million of micro businesses are also women-led. Now, Adenike had mentioned something when she was up here, on stage, when she touched on the fact that when we look at the business landscape, you find a lot of women-led businesses playing at the micro level. As we begin to go to the small and the medium scale, the number drops, and it drops drastically. The question is why, right? For South Africa, we have 3 million nano, micro, and small businesses in South Africa. 47% of those are women-led, right? Now, 21% of formal businesses in South Africa are also women-led. Let's bring it home to Nigeria. We have almost 40 million nano, micro, and medium enterprises in Nigeria. About 40% of them are women-led. In fact, our State of Entrepreneurship report this year, which we're going to be talking about in the next session, which I encourage you to stay to attend, we see that the number jumped up this year to about 43%. Last year, it dipped to 39%. Again, understandably so. But this year, it jumps up to 43%. If you are curious, please wait behind. Let's find out what were the factors that enabled female-led businesses, to jump up, despite all the issues I've talked about in the ecosystem, right? And then for female-led owned businesses, when again, still on the issue of funding, only 45% are able to use credit facilities to support their businesses. I mean, that might look like a lot, because it looks like it's almost 50%. But then when you begin to drill down, you find out that the issues exist. For example, they may not be able to get above a certain threshold. And the truth is, if businesses are going to grow and scale, you need that injection of capital. So we need to move from 1 million naira, for example, 2 million naira, for example, right, to growth scale funding, which for a lot of female-led businesses, they don't have. So I really need to run now because I'm almost out of time. And so I will quickly just run through the challenges. What were the challenges we encountered? One, regulatory issues. And so across board, we found that a lot of people struggled with registering their businesses and so instead chose to operate within the informal sector. That's dangerous because if your business is going to grow and scale, you need to formalize, right? And so if we have more people choosing to stay in the informal sector, for example, because of cost of even registering, that's a problem that we need to look at, right? And so for business registration, you find that you have more people who struggled with that number at nano and micro level. Product certification, service certification was also a regulatory concern that we identified. Again, this is also important, especially when we are talking about access to markets. And access to markets is identified as one of the major issues. We have access to funding, access to markets. If you're going to access markets, simple example, let's use our Honorable Adeleye's state, for example. We're in Ogun State. You create or you breed bees, right? And you create this nice, unadulterated honey. Beautiful honey that is better than all the honey that we're bringing from the abroad, right? But you can't get your honey into a place like Spa or into a place like ShopRite if you are not certified. And so if there are bottlenecks around certification, how is an average female-led business supposed to survive and cope? Right? So these are some of the issues. Then we have this recurring problem, taxation, multiple taxation. And I'm very glad that we're discussing that extensively in the next session. So again, I welcome you to stay. I need to run now. I'm getting this eye signal. Now for financing challenges, this is clear. This is a given. I don't think that this is going to I don't think it would disappear completely off the radar. We would see progress, but I don't think it would disappear completely off the radar. However, it is alarming because a lot of the respondents, rated the process of accessing funding as challenging, almost 70%. And across the 3 countries, so it's not just in Nigeria now, rated that, gave feedback to say that it's just difficult to access funding. Then we have growth and operations challenges, right? I sort of mentioned getting capital to scale. This came out strongly, again, in the data that we have. Just being able to inject money to expand your operations. A lot of women, struggle with that as well. Then we have technology issues, which is interesting because when we look at the data, a lot of women are very quick to adapt technology in their businesses, especially when I look at data from the work we've done in Nigeria. So that shows that a lot of women are very quick to adapt to technology. But the question would be, what is the scale of that? What should be the optimum number as against where we are now? And so there are challenges around. Some of the key points that came out were cost of acquiring technology tools. And this becomes clear, especially when you know that a lot of women operate at the nano and micro level. And so a lot of times it's really subsistence, I get the word right, subsistence entrepreneurship or need-based entrepreneurship. And so every money that they have, they're trying to ensure that the business survives. So to go and buy a laptop or buy a smartphone or buy internet, and all of that, it's just difficult, right? Then we have cost of data, we have cost of software, and then we even have difficulty in understanding what it is. For some people, they don't even understand how a simple use of social media, Instagram, WhatsApp, can completely revolutionize your business, So there's also that. Then we have this final point that I will make, social cultural issues. You have culture, you have and so in addition to the issues, for example, engaging with the person who is supposed to approve your loan, for example, and he's looking at you and he's saying, Madam, who will pay this money back? Are you married? Because he wants to be sure that there's a husband somewhere that in case, because he doesn't really trust that you'll be able to pay it back. So just let me know if you have a husband so we can hold your husband. And these are real, it sounds funny, but this is real. These are real issues that women face. Why? Because there's just that cultural bias, that exists. Sometimes consciously, sometimes unconsciously. The other point is women owning properties. It has improved a lot these days, but we still have women struggle to do that. And then when you try to access funding, they tell you to bring, your land, your grandfather's credentials, all of these things. Then you don't have that because you can't own. You can only own through a husband. So if you're not married, well, God's will intervene in your case. That's really it, So I'll quickly run to enablers. What are some of the enablers that we find? When we have financial enablers, we have technology. We also have business growth and operations. For financial enablers, what we found is that the knowledge of financial literacy really helped. a lot of nano and micro businesses, right? So about 67% of them responded to say they're quite knowledgeable about financial literacy. And this is important because when we talk about access to finance, it goes hand in hand with financial literacy. If financial literacy is low, with all the issues that are stacked against us already, my sister, I don't know where, you are going to start from. So financial literacy is critical, actually, in terms of accessing funding. And then for enablers, we also found that technology. So as much as some people are still struggling with technology, we found that other people have also jumped on the technology bandwagon and are using it to their advantage, and it's helping to ramp up sales. So for example, the impact of technology, we had the highest number of people saying, oh, it increased opportunities for me to sell within my country. It increased opportunities for me to sell outside of my country, right? Which we also see, if we just even bring it home and look at Instagram. I think right now, everybody has a side hustle. Everybody. So yeah, if you're not selling scarves, if you're not selling food, you're selling something, or perfumes, or jewelry. Everybody is selling something on Instagram. Everybody is selling something on WhatsApp. Everybody is selling something, right? But why do we have that? Imagine that we did not have technology and you had to go and look for shop and pay shop rent before you start. Then you also have to do some form of publicity because you have to make noise so that people will come to the shop. I don't think we would see the jump that we are seeing. But right now, you can just open up an Instagram store, get somebody who will be delivering for you while in business, right? So we see that some women are jumping on that bandwagon and really leveraging it to their advantage. I would quickly jump to business support because I'm really out of time now. One of the things we also saw was that the availability of business support was an issue. We saw that only about 36% of the women reported receiving support across the 3 countries. So I think the question for me would be, what exactly is happening? Because there just seems to be a plethora of training programs, online, YouTube, everything is happening, but there's still a gap when it comes to business support. That tells me that maybe in terms of intentionality, we need to design business support programs specifically for women to address some of those issues that women go through, as against having general programs for everybody, right? Now, what are some recommendations? But before I run to recommendations, in terms of globally, what are the things we have seen has worked at the global level? One is comprehensive and tailored support. And I say tailored because I sort of talked about business support now and how people are, reporting that there's a gap. And so the gap is most likely around tailoring the support. And this is a recommendation, or this is a factor that has helped female-led businesses thrive on the global scale. We also have mentorship and network building. We have policy advocacy and government support. And then we have digital empowerment, and then scaling and growth facilitation. For us, what are the key recommendations we want to go away with? Policy. We need to begin to talk about that intentionally. Those policies need to come into place, whether it's to address funding, whether it's to address access to markets or access to your resources. We need to think intentionally around this. And this is not just for the government, it's for everyone in the room. If you play one role or the other in the ecosystem, you have a role to play to achieve this. Then we have stakeholder strategies. I sort of talked on networking and collaboration. So it's driving all of that as well as sustainable growth promotion, having intentional programs, structures, systems, and interventions that can specifically help women-led businesses to grow and thrive across Africa. I'm going to stop for now, but when you get the report, please take it, pick it up, read through. There's a lot of information, data that I think you would find useful. Thank you very much. Please permit me to hand over to my buddy.
Please do it again for my body. Some interesting data there. And some of the things that jumped out at me really was the global perspective, which was one of the things that we really did with the Google program. And then just looking at what works and how to now use that to create a program. Because when you're implementing a female empowerment program, there's a two-part dimension to it, which is the access to resources that has to do with your capacity building, your networking, the resources, the links, the everything, access to market and all. And then there's a part with the agency that has to do with confidence building, have to do with giving you the opportunity to really come out of your shell, to now use the information that you've garnered from the access to now complement. It's a fantastic blend that we really found a way to do really on this Google project. We went through a number of sessions on the Nigerian ham, doing a fear setting session. As against you doing a goal setting session, we took you to set your fears such that at the end of the day, you're out of your self-paralysis and you're coming out to do the best. We found it a tremendous impact on the program. And then again, also a boss lady session. Somebody has gone through, seen it all and done that, been to hell and back and standing just to come forward and impact lives. So when we create these safe spaces and where women, we found that there's a lot that women are going through. And when we created this safe spaces for them to open up, immediately we saw instant transformation. And I remember one of the greatest transformation was in Kwara, where we saw a cultural and religious constraint, but with those sessions, it was an instant 360. For example, I'll give you the case of someone who after the session was like, hey, Mrs. Ahmed, I just threw it all. I have videos all around, and I never used to post anything because I was just held back by the religious thoughts and all of that. But before I came to class this morning, I posted 4 of my videos. And guess what? Before she came to class, she got 4 orders online. That was how impactful the program has been. And I remember when we went to Kenya and South Africa and we shared that, they also gave us nuggets about the Google program called I'm Remarkable, where you are we teach you how to self-promote yourself. In fact, we did it with the Abia cohort, which was the last one. It was tremendous as well. So we found out that it was doing female empowerment program, you have to be intentional about the things that you put there. So next up is our keynote speech. Before I call her on stage, I would like to read about Honorable Moturayo Adijat Adeleye is a commissioner for women and social development in Ogun State. And as commissioner, she drives the implementation of grassroots programs for women empowerment and entrepreneurship. Prior to this, Honorable Adeleye, who is also an ICT expert, served as a 2-time representative of E4 2 States constituency, making her one of the youngest lawmakers in the 7th legislature in Ogun State. I told you, clap for that. She also serves as a special advisor on women affairs to the former Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun. Honorable Adeleye will deliver the keynote address. Join me, everyone, to welcome her to the stage.
When I received this invitation, I began to ask myself questions. How? How did it happen? Faith Institute? No. Then I cast my mind back. Is it because I'm from Ogun State that has had the opportunity of throwing up some great women, starting with Yalode Bisoye Tejosho? I don't know how many people here remember that song or know that song. For the best form, ladies and gentlemen, Teju Foam is the best. That was founded by a woman from Ogun State. And until recently, before she passed, a woman who started as a nano entrepreneur and crystallized it by becoming the first female president of NASIMA, Iyalode Alabalosin. Well, I wasn't convinced enough that that is the reason why I've been invited. And I continue to dig deeper. Then I discovered that the chairman of the board for Faith Foundation is no other person but our own, our pride in Ogun State, Mr. Adiola. Eventually, I discovered the people who invited me or who suggested my name. I will get there. Permit me to recognize these few people, and perchance I run foul of the protocol. Let me say sorry ahead. The founder and chairman, Faith Foundation, Mr. Fola Adiola, just like I said, a big masquerade in the business world, but from Ogun State. Permit me to equally recognize the executive director of Faith Foundation, Mrs. Adenike Adeyemi. The director, Faith Institute, Ms. Amaka Nwokola, who has been doing so wonderfully well. Actually, all of them have been doing wonderfully well. Let me say all board directors or all board members of Faith Foundation. But permit me to specially recognize two people here this morning. Dr. Femi Egbeshola and Dr. Shola Egbeshola. Saying that it gives me great pleasure to be here will be undermining what we are saying. But it is both an honor and a profound responsibility to stand before you today as the keynote speaker for the Faith Foundation Dialogue session. Faith Foundation, a beacon in addressing unemployment and poverty in Nigeria, has consistently achieved remarkable milestones in fostering entrepreneurship. As we delve into the crucial topics of nano and micro women-led businesses, the spirit of Pan-African collaboration thrives, aiming to empower Nigerian entrepreneurs, especially women, to initiate, expand, and scale their businesses. In the diverse setting of Africa, countless women entrepreneurs in nano and micro enterprises stand as unsung heroines. And I think before we move too far, there is need for us to understand what is nano entrepreneurs or entrepreneurship. It is that solopreneur, that one-man business that eventually grew into becoming micro. When I started with my tailor, she was the only one that will cut. She will sew. She will first design before cutting. But now I can say she has grown into micro or small scale business because she now has about 7 others working with her. Their success is pivotal for sustainable development, economic empowerment, and gender equality across our continent. We cannot do without them. They hold a very powerful position in making sure that our economy thrives. Despite facing challenges, from limited access to financial resources to balancing family and business responsibilities, these resilient entrepreneurs turn obstacles into opportunities for innovation and transformation. Most of the time, our women are great women that we have to go to the market to sell. Some of them sell from their home. At the same time, they still provide for the family, supporting that man, playing their God-given role as a helpmate. Because when God created the world, he made the woman to be a helpmate to the man. We do all this, and we still bring something to the table, and we are still taking care of the family. This is so much responsibility on the women folk. Please give yourself a round of applause. This resilient entrepreneurship turns obstacles into opportunities for innovation and transformation. Financial inclusion for women in business is not just a slogan. It is a fundamental right. Creating a supportive ecosystem with affordable credit, financial literacy, and access to formal banking systems is crucial. Some of our women, yes, they have access to a bit of funding, but they don't even know how to go about their pricing. There was a day I called a lady to come and do makeup for me. She came, and I asked her, how much are you going to collect? And she said 3,000. And I was like, which planet do you live? Yes, she used my products, but 3,000. You have come to give me a home service. You would have rode on bike coming down. Then at the end of the day, how much are you going to be left with? The difficulties women face in accessing credit, including bank loans, are profound, leading some to resort to non-conventional alternatives, like what we call Gbomulelanta. I am sure a lot of us would have heard the sad stories of what women go through just to access little fund to do business. This underscores the urgent need for a comprehensive approach to address these barriers and ensure women have equal access to financial resources. Someone said it on this podium. When a woman goes to the bank for loan, you are asked to go and bring your husband. But when the husband is going there to ask for loan, he is not asked to bring his wife. It simply means there is no equal access to funding. Empowering nano and micro women-led businesses goes beyond financial support. Capacity building through training, mentorship, and knowledge sharing is foundational. It is not just enough for you to have that funding. There are a lot of things that goes around with it. And without that, at the end of the day, you see some people starting business, and in no time, the business is gone. That's because they do not have the other informations that they're supposed to have along with it. Gender-responsive policies and regulatory frameworks are imperative to level the playing field and break down systemic barriers. Collaboration between the public and private sectors is key to creating a nurturing ecosystem for women-led businesses. Networks such as Women in Management Business and Public Service, Women in Successful Careers, NECA's Network of Entrepreneurial Women, and the Association of Nigerian Women Business Network, and so on, provide valuable platforms for women to connect, learn, and grow. Their efforts in advocacy on gender-related issues deserve commendation, contributing significantly to breaking down barriers and fostering positive change. We appreciate them for all they are doing, while we are still counting on more support from them. In the context of this discussion, it is imperative to highlight the value of a scheme named the Nigeria for Women Project. There was a pilot scheme from the federal level. It was an initiative of the federal government, supported by the World Bank, and being implemented in 6 states at the moment. The 6 states were pilot states in the federation: Abia, Akwa Ibom, Kebbi, Niger, Taraba, and Ogun State. In Ogun State, this ongoing project establishes an investment platform aimed at enhancing the livelihoods of women, contributing to inclusive growth and addressing gender inequality. For us to be able to enable our women in businesses, just like it has been said, we have to be intentional and deliberate, because this is something that has been going on for so long. So a particular interest has to be paid The ripple effect extends to 64,000 beneficiaries in Ijebu North, Ikenne, Yewa North, and other local government areas. In Ogun State at the moment, we had 4 pilot local governments under the Nigeria for Women project. And under those 4 local governments, or in those 4 local governments, we've had 64,000 beneficiaries, amplifying its positive impact on a larger scale. So far, over 3 billion naira has been disbursed as individual grants to a total of 54,567 women as financial support for their businesses. The grants, note that this is mainly for nano entrepreneurs, including that man that sells snacks, that lady that is selling perfume online, the woman at the corner of your street who is doing a sole business. For emphasis, the federal government project at its inception provided and exposed all beneficiaries to capacity building. I think we cannot overemphasize that. Capacity building is very key. Inclusive of modern financial education. The world is no longer where it used to be. It has moved on. We have AI, we have technology, so there is need to expose them to all this. Business skills, as well as gender and life skills. We believe it is much better to work on their mindset before setting up finances for them. If not, you know how some of our women can be. One Ashwebi, the capital is gone. Their mindset later affects customers' relations, the way they relate with customers. It goes a long way in attracting more customers. Pricing, just like I've said, and work ethics for survival and successes. When I patronize you, I try to look at what your customer relation is. And that is part of what will either make me come back or I don't come back. I do tell people, not until you begin to print complimentary cards. When you are good in what you do, your work will publicize itself. Considering the laudable impact of the Nigeria for Women project in Ogun State, our visionary governor, Prince Dapo Abiodun, MFRCON, in his resolve to further empower women and uplift women-led businesses, we designed a state-owned scheme called the Ogun State Women Economic Empowerment Scheme, locally called Okowo Dapo. Let me explain a bit on this. Okowo Dapo is like an advanced ajo. How many people here knows what we call ajo? Contribution. You know, the normal contribution is maybe 5, 10, 20 women will come together and we are contributing the same thing. Then at the end of the month, one person will go with the money. But in this case, the government equally imputes, contributes certain amounts of money. Each group forms what we call Women Affinity Group. We call it WAGs, Women Affinity Groups. 20 people can come together and form a WAG. 25 people can come together and form a WAG. Now, this is another thing they do in order to make sure that no one person embezzles the money. There is a box, and the box has a key. One person will go with the key. Another person will go with the box. And the box is not plank. It is iron box. So it is not something that is so easy for you to break. Now, they contribute money. And based on what they are contributing and the number in that WAG, the state government gives them their own counterpart. It's like counterpart funding. So they begin to give to each other based on how much you have been able to contribute personally into the purse. So it's a revolving loan at no interest. This locally designed and driven program, valued at over 1 billion naira, extends support to women involved in legitimate small and medium-scale enterprises. It's not just given to you. There are people, there are project coordinators across the 20 local governments in Ogun State that will actually come to your domain to confirm that truly you have a business that you want to apply the money to. Let me say this, that the governor actually started the program at the inception of his administration. But just like we know how people's attitude to any money coming from government, that's my own national cake, my share. But considering the success of the Nigeria for Women project, we had to redesign and copy that concept. And to the glory of God, it's working in Ogun State now. With access to a revolving grant ranging from 320,000 to 400,000 naira, at the moment, you know, when you are starting, you still be like, I don't know what will happen. Maybe they will still go with this money. Only from the Prince Dapo Abiodun-led administration. This initiative is driven through a model termed WAG, just like I've mentioned. The program's core strength lies in the building of social capital, participation in savings and credit among the beneficiaries. Consequently, it eliminates barriers for female traders and serves as a catalyst for unlocking their untapped potential. The significance of Okowo Dapo becomes evident in its strategic approach. By addressing financial hurdles, it paves the way for micro, nano, small, and medium-scale enterprises to thrive, fostering economic resilience at the grassroots level. The initiative's impact transcends political biases. This is not about, I'm a member of so-so party. No. The governor is the governor of the whole state. And that funding is meant for every woman in Ogun State. Administrative impediments, ensuring that women entrepreneurs can navigate their business endeavors without unnecessary obstacles, contributing to the overall economic growth of Ogun State. With a remarkable outreach spanning over 47,000 verifiable beneficiaries. If you are not sure, if you want to confirm, just come to the Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development. We will give you the details. And we will take you to the villages for you to confirm. Across the 20 local government areas, Okowo Dapo is not just a financial assistance program. It is a transformative force in the lives of countless individuals. By empowering women in business, the initiative addresses unique challenges faced by women and youth, particularly in the context of economic hardships that often burden the most vulnerable. Looking ahead, the year 2024 proposed budget outlines more ambitious plans because we are scaling up. Just like I said, 320 to 400. Now we are scaling up. We're taking it to the next level because we know for some that money is not enough for them to do what they want to do. But now that we have seen the sincerity and the commitment of our people, we are definitely scaling up in the year 2024. The Ogun State government's constant openness to partnerships with the federal government, corporate bodies, non-governmental organizations, and public-spirited individuals underscores a collaborative effort to amplify the benefits of women empowerment projects. In all, the power of women entrepreneurs like Folorunsho Alakija, Sarah Fela Durotoye, and Stella Okoli, amongst others, transcends economic growth, creating a ripple effect that uplifts communities and drives positive change. When women succeed in business, we reinvest in education, healthcare, and social development, benefiting society as a whole. This moment is not just a speech, it is a call to action to collectively empower and celebrate the women driving change in our entrepreneurship landscape. In conclusion, let us become catalysts of transformation, champions of gender equality, and keen advocates for economic empowerment. In doing so, we will lay the foundation for a more inclusive and prosperous future, benefiting not only women, but also enriching our communities and our nation as a whole. Let us continue to unite our efforts to transform this vision into a tangible reality. Dearest listeners, I thank you most gratefully, and as I take my exit from this honored podium, I want to leave you with these profound words of Charles Malik, that the smartest way to change society is to mobilize the women of the world. Thank you.
Please, let's do it again. Ma will be having an interview with you over there. Yeah, we'll shortly have an interview with you. Please, one more time, let's put our hands together. Thank you so much. How many of you felt like relocating to Ogun State? Thank you so much for the work that you do, Ma. Okay, so on the agenda, we will be jumping a line item, and we'll be coming back to that. So at this moment, we would like to have, that interactive panel session I promised everyone. We would like to have that now before we take the report launch. And in doing that, I am going to call my own very woman. She's from one of our programs in Kwara State, and it gives me so much pleasure and joy to be calling on Dr. Aishat Mohammed. But before she comes on stage, I'd like to read about. Dr. Mohammed is the founder of Global De Amama, environmental and sustainability concern via the creation of eco-friendly cleaning agents. Often described as an astute academic, Dr. Mohammed is able to fuse the academic world with practical through a business, which allows her to deploy academic findings and knowledge to impact our community. Dr. Mohammed actively volunteers with the local and regional organizations and passionately advocates for the education of the girl child. I'll come back to that very soon. Later, I'll give you a tip on that. She's also passionate about community service and mentoring young people and business leaders. She is an SSA Google Project Nigeria alum, and she will be moderating the panel conversation. Join me in welcoming Dr. Aishat Mohammed for the panel session.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here this morning. Seeing the beautiful faces and the handsome faces here. Yes, it's a great pleasure to be here. And I would love to welcome the panelists for this breakfast session. And I would love to read their bio as well, as Mrs. Ahmed has read mine. So the first person I would love to read the bio is Dr. Chukwuma Onyebuchi Onyemadu. Yeah, I believe he'll be joining us online. So Dr. Onyemadu is a program specialist for women's economic empowerment at the United Nations Women, and where he leads the implementation of programs that enable women economic empowerment across Africa. He'll be bringing a global perspective to this conversation. And Ms. Mojola Oluwaderemi Makinde, who oversees Google's brand and reputation initiatives in sub-Saharan Africa, driving social and economic impact while delivering on Google's commitment to education, youth empowerment, job creation, and gender equality, amongst others. technology and its capacity to unleash human potential and advance the common good are subjects that captivate her. All right. She serves as a mentor in a number of committees and programs. She'll be sharing on Google.org's work in enabling women-led businesses through technology and AI across Africa. Also, we have our beautiful women, Ms. Maureen Mora. Maureen has over 8 years of experience. Could you please kindly come up stage here? Thank you, Maureen. Over 8 years of experience. She is a manager of Somo Africa. She has 8 years of experience working with undeserved communities to promote a culture of learning, earning, and problem solving via the use of technology and entrepreneurship. You can come up here. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, as I was saying, Maureen has over 8 years of experience working with undeserved communities to promote a culture of learning, earning, and problem solving via the use of technology and entrepreneurship. Over 8 years, she has worked to integrate and streamline many organizational activities to address unemployment and income inequality in informal settlements. Maureen currently works for Somo Africa as a partnership manager, where she fosters relationships with the goal of providing access to knowledge, financing, digital training, record-keeping tools, and market access channels for micro and small businesses. Our work enables entrepreneurs launch and scale social impact businesses, thereby bringing jobs and long-term stability to their communities. Maureen will be sharing on behalf of Somo Africa as one of the partners for the Google SSA project. Thank you, Maureen, for being here this morning. Also, I would love to call on Ms. Minky Makapela. Ms. Minky Makapela is the CEO of Raising Uhuru Apothecary. Minky is the founder of Raising Uhuru Apothecary, a children's skin brand based in South Africa, which she started as a result of raising her daughter, Uhuru. In addition to running her business, Minky is also an experienced retail professional with a demonstrated history of working in the retail industry. She is skilled in trend analysis, trend forecasting, sales analysis, store planning, stock allocation, fashion buying, and fashion illustration. Minky has a bachelor's degree focused in fashion and apparel design from University of Johannesburg. Minky will share her experience as a woman entrepreneur running a business in South Africa. Thank you. All right, let's dive into the session. Right, I would love to start with ma'am, you, yes. Ms. Mujola Lua Deremi Makinde, good to have you here. Yes, over the last couple of years, post-COVID, all right. Particularly post-COVID, an uptick in technology adoption was observed. The women-led businesses specifically have been reported to be at the forefront in the adoption of these technology. So there is actually, however, a gap. There's a gap when it comes to digital literacy for the women-led businesses. How do you think, or how has Google.org been able to contribute to bridging this gap in women-led businesses in Africa?
Thanks for that question. Okay, this works. Thanks for that question. I always find these mics quite interesting because you have to kneel, you have to do like this. Yeah, so when I'm doing like this, everyone understands. Yeah, hello everyone. Lovely to be in the room, and I'm so happy to see this come to pass because I remember how this started. But I'll go straight to your question around the fact that there's a rise in technology adoption, but somehow women are being left behind. And what do we do as Google for this? First of all, as Google, we believe that technology is an enabler. And at the bedrock of that, we want to make sure that no one is left behind. There's a saying that says that if you do not intentionally include, you will unintentionally exclude. And that is fact, right? It's not like you're doing anything wrong. You're just going with the person that is taking it, the person that is adopting it, the person that is just doing it, right? But you're not thinking about the person that does not even have the ability to do it. So I like to talk about equity, not equality. Because equity requires that for some people, we need to put a stool for them to be able to, see the match or something like that. If I go to a match with I can't make examples with my children now, they're now taller than me. However, if I go to a match with my niece, for instance, right, I have to create some kind of equity for her to be able to, watch a match or watch a concert or something like that. So either carry out my back, carry on my hand, or something like that. And that's what we find, when we talk about inclusion and including women in technology adoption. And how do we do that? We do that by doing programs like this, or supporting programs like this, right? Looking for organizations that are already doing an amazing job of, supporting either, in this case, women entrepreneurs. But we also support organizations that support women in general. So you'll see, I don't even want to date way back, but in 2021, we had a Women and Girls Impact Challenge, where we basically, gave grants to organizations supporting women across many areas. Entrepreneurship was one of them, but education was one of them as well. Healthcare was one of those areas as well. So we also give grants, a lot of grants as google.org, which is our philanthropy arm, to organizations that support entrepreneurship. Faith Foundation, and this initiative, and the initiative around training and capacity development for women entrepreneurs is one of them as well. We've also worked with other organizations like the Tony Elumelu Foundation, etc. But why do we do this? As I said, for us, it's about equity. It's about intentionally including women in the technology boom, right? In addition to that, we also run a lot of programs that we do directly, which we manage, directly. One of such is the Hustle Academy, where we basically train women as well, do a lot of capacity building. And around the time when we were even announcing this grant, when we originally announced it, at that time we had not determined the organization that we're going to work for. We're also thinking about, in addition to capacity building, finding organizations that do capacity building, in addition to, organizations that give funding to women, what else do women need? One of the things that we found was that in addition to all of that, women also need visibility. Someone talked about, I think it was the moderator, that talked about the woman that posted 4 posts all at once and got 4 orders all at once, right? One of the things that we find is that women just don't promote themselves, right? They're just not out there. No one knows that they exist. I remember in 2022, we had a campaign called Look Me Up, which was really around putting the spotlight on women, using the power of our own brand to put the spotlight on women entrepreneurs doing amazing things and saying, look these women up, search them. We also don't just do this via programming, we do it also via products, right? So for instance, now, if you go on a Google search and you search women-led restaurants near me, we have a tag on the women-led ones, people that have tagged their businesses as women-led. It's a purple heart, right? So for instance, someone will say, what does that mean? It's just cute and whatever. But imagine if, a global donor organization is looking for women businesses to support. And they look, where would they go? They'll probably, in addition to their many research and recommendations, they probably will be looking for women. And we want to use the power of our products to hero those women. So we've talked a lot today around, capacity building, funding, all these things are critical and important. But in addition to that as well, we need to put the spotlight with the power of our work, with the power of platforms like this, with the power of global brands on women so that people actually see and know them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much, Mrs. Jolalua. There's another question I would like to ask. With the recent growth of AI, artificial intelligence, how can women-led businesses position themselves for growth?
I think. Hi. Hello? Okay, good. So I said I was going to keep doing this. So you guys get used to it. Okay. With the growth of AI, I think it's just at the bedrock of it. I know everybody likes to talk about AI, but at the bedrock of it is technology, right? And I'll say three things. One is productivity. So our keynote speaker talked about the multiple hats that women wear, right? In general, we're talking generally now, the multiple hats, even if it's not even a married woman, the multiple hats that you wear as just being a woman, somebody's daughter, is a lot. So therefore, the technology at the core, as I said, is an enabler. And AI is one of those technologies that help you to become more productive. So making things simpler, easier. So instead of you thinking about, you know what, I want to schedule a meeting, from scheduling my meeting, I want to plan my calendar, you can use an assistant to do that, a virtual assistant to do that. You know, even with things like Google Assistant, you can use an assistant to actually get some of those things done. Set a reminder, remember to create a calendar so that I remember that my child has, open day on this day, but I need to order the products on that day. Then I need to go visit have that family meeting with grandpa on the other day. All of that you can use using AI tools, right? In addition to that as well, I think that AI at the core makes things simpler and easier. We talk about nano businesses and women. When you talk about women business, I remember I was sitting on one panel and I was interviewing women for a grant, actually. I was interviewing businesses for a grant, but I happened to be talking to women. And I saw some kinds of presentation for like really, really small businesses. And I was like, if this woman had just put it into generative AI, right, and say, just spit out, this is my idea, spit out this presentation for me, the thing would have been looking a lot more attractive than it was, than they actually presented it. So that's what it's meant to, that's what the technology like that is meant to do. It's meant to take the stress off you in terms of like thinking about how am I going to, create that presentation. They said I should write a proposal. Where do I start? Start fasting and praying and thinking about it. Just say proposal for distributing in northern Nigeria. Give me snippets. Then you add your own to it, right? Add your own, your nuances, your own business nuances to it, right? So it's meant to help you, like being that creative, helper for you to do things. So I talked about productivity. I talked about making things easier. The last thing I would say is about access to market and just in terms of marketing, right? With data analytics products, right, you can basically understand where your customers are coming from, right? I was talking about, there was a scenario, it wasn't actually even a business scenario, but we're trying to raise funds for a particular venture. And someone was saying, you know what, we've raised this, and people were just giving, just straight line data. With this person has paid, this person has paid. I said, who has not paid and what category do they fall in, right? Because at the end of the day, you don't want to be chasing everybody. You want to be chasing your own customers, right? Or the people that have more affinity to you. And with things like data and analytics, you are able to kind of segment your customers to the people that actually need your product and the people that are actually ready and willing. Someone's talking about pricing, ready and willing, as Keynote Speaker talked about pricing, ready and willing to pay for your products. So for instance, now if I'm pricing my makeup at 100,000 Naira, I'm not sure if I should be dancing on social media with my makeup, right? I'm not sure if that is a strategy, but by the time I'm able to segment my market, I know the people that are willing to pay 100,000 Naira for makeup, right? So that I know then what kind of strategies then I need to adopt to be able to reach that target market.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, there's this other question. Google.org works to support several women-led. Okay, all right. Let me allow you rest some minutes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Maureen, my question is this. Soma Africa is known for supporting growth and job creation for micro and small businesses in marginalized communities in East Africa. What is SOMO Africa's approach to supporting women-led businesses at the nano and micro level?
Now, this is where technology comes in. Perfect. Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be in Nigeria and representing other Kenyans here as well. Whew. So, apologies. I have a lot of things. I think it's just the facilitator and teacher in me. You're just so used to moving around with a notebook and a pen to just ensure you're writing down things. And I think that just gets into the piece of the question, the approach we use at SOMO Africa. The approach we use is nurtured from the community level. It is borrowed and born from the community level. The word itself, SOMO, is a Swahili word which means lessons. And that for us, an organization means we learn from these community people, they learn from us, and together we come together to solve these problems that we face as a community. I was born, bred, work in one of the largest slums in Africa. That is Kibera. And that's where the headquarters of SOMO Africa is. The beauty about that, having been born, bred, and work there, I understand at the core and at the heart of those communities, the opportunities that are there. I choose to use the word opportunities because most of the time we look at them as challenges. And if you look at the approach SOMO uses, it's a full cycle business support model that is centered on human-centered approach. What does that mean for us? We start off with an entrepreneur on capacity building, and we look at it in two phases. An entrepreneur would essentially tell you, I cannot close down my business to come to class, but I still do need those skills, because without those skills, how do I create structures? How do I know this is what is needed? So that informed us to have a digital training tool known as DigiSomo that is accessible on SMS, WhatsApp, a toll-free number, as well as video. So that what that means for that micro entrepreneur, when you are cutting your green vegetables at the shop, you can listen to an audio content about budgeting. When you are busy trying to figure out how do I do record keeping, you have an alternative to learn without necessarily closing down your business and going to class. Apart from the digital training tool that we use, we have the academy that targets now blended type of training. It's a hybrid, especially with COVID. But we have 3 training tracks that incorporates the different levels and stages of businesses. So if you're a basic business entrepreneur, your brick and mortar type of business, you have a curriculum that is tailor-made to your needs and your capability. If you're a social enterprise, you have the similar curriculum. And we recently introduced an agro-processing and hygiene curriculum to teach these entrepreneurs the right methods on how you're supposed to make peanut butter, how you're supposed to harvest that honey and ensure that it's able to reach the end user. After that stage, we now select a few that have the potential to scale and be sustainable to join our 2-year accelerator program. During those 2 years, it's now more hands-on, tailor-made, business support coaching, mentorship, advisory, and through the SSA program, we also introduced a tailor-made advisory program to support women. And as she mentioned, we wear very many hats. You're a daughter, you're so very many things, and you still need to run your business and support your family, essentially your community. It becomes a lot. But with the advisory program, we are now supporting them on a non-business capacity, mental health support. And we've seen with that, it has brought together the community. They're like, I did not realize that you struggled doing budgeting. I thought it's just a me problem, but it's no longer a me problem, it's a we problem. And what I've seen about women being one is when we come together, we just blow up in ways that we cannot even measure. So that cycle support that we use in SOMO enables us to walk with the entrepreneur. The journey starts off with capacity building, access to finance, access to markets. When it comes to access to finance, what we do, we partner with impact funds and banks through the foundation to be able to provide and level the playing field for these women to access the initial capacity or finance they need, and then prepare them and set them off to be able to advance more investment outside where we are. So that's the model we choose to use, and it's informed by the communities we operate in and the opportunities we see that these women entrepreneurs have.
Thank you so much, Maureen. That was well detailed. Yeah, I would love to go to the next panelist, who happens to be Dr. Chukwuemeka Onyebuchi Onyemadu, who happens to be online at the moment. Welcome, Dr. Chukwuemeka. All right, my question goes thus. From your experience working at the United Nations Women on Women Empowerment, how would you describe women-led entrepreneurship in Africa?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohamed. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be part of this panel. Luckily for me, I'll be the only one not bending down to speak to the mic. So that sets me out as different from others. From UN Women's perspective, we see that women-led and women-owned businesses can significantly contribute to economic development across Africa and even more notably in Nigeria. From UN Women, we do recognize the potential for women entrepreneurs to drive economic growth, reduce poverty, as well as enhance the overall attainment of the SDG 5, as well as other SDGs. I'll give my submission from two perspectives. There is the good part of my experience, and there is well, not so good part. One of the very key good things we've seen over the years implementing women economic empowerment initiatives in Africa and Nigeria, we've seen that women-owned businesses, women entrepreneurs, and women-led businesses have shown to have very good resilience and also are very open to adopt whatever innovations that we bring. And this is also very relative to male-owned businesses. We've seen it across several sectors and several innovative areas that women-owned businesses are very open to highlighting success stories. And very key in what we've seen for women entrepreneurs and women-owned businesses is that they promote best practices. And this is very, very important. Now, having said that, I also want to talk about the not so good parts that we've seen over the years. And some of them had already been highlighted by the keynote address, and as well as Moranike and Maureen. We've seen very clearly that there are challenges around access to finance for women entrepreneurs and women-owned businesses. There are also challenges around the way cultural norms form the behavior of women entrepreneurs when it comes to economic activity. We've seen that women entrepreneurs are more risk averse relative to men. And it's not because of the nature of women entrepreneurs. It is more likely because of historical imbalances that have existed over the years. Also, and this is something that has been highlighted already, we've seen that there are challenges around access to markets for these women-owned businesses. There are also challenges around business development. And one very key thing that speaks to mind is the need for women-owned businesses to scale up on their social capital when it comes to businesses. Now, these are some of the very well-known and conventional challenges that women entrepreneurs face. Well, let me digress a little bit to talk about very unique and specific challenges that UN Women has recognized, and we've tried to integrate these challenges as well as solution levers to these challenges in our strategic plan for the next 5 years. One of them has been the unequal gender division of labor, whether being paid or unpaid. Now, what we've seen that limits women's participation in economic activity is the disproportionate burden of unpaid care and domestic work that is the responsibility of women. So what we've seen across vertical and horizontal labor markets is that because of this responsibility, it limits the amount of time that women can allocate to economic activity. And this largely is due to social norms and stereotypes across what is expected of a woman. Another important aspect that we've also recognized is the fact that within the context of the macroeconomy of any society, of any country, we do have very exclusionary, gender-blind macroeconomic policies. And this cuts across fiscal, tax policies, as well as monetary policies. So what we want to do, and what we've already begun to prioritize in UN Women, is to see how we can make macroeconomic policies to be more gender responsive. Because if you think about it, you cannot exclude women entrepreneurs from the economy. They don't work in a vacuum. And the expectation is, if these macroeconomic policies as well as sectorial policies become more gender responsive, then they'll be able to create that space for women entrepreneurs to operate. Another one that is very, very key, and I will just keep it as succinct as possible, is the fact that we have discriminatory laws, norms, and practices. And this cuts across several industries and several sectors. We've seen instances where women are interested in, for example, to participate in procurement, but then we have existing laws that are gender neutral. And being gender neutral, it doesn't recognize the challenges that women entrepreneurs face to become even competitive within those industries. And lastly, before I pass on the mic to Dr. Mohammed, is the fact that climate change and environmental destructions play a very key role in limiting the opportunities as well as the scale up of women entrepreneurship in Nigeria as well as Africa. We've seen across the Sahel instances where due to climate shocks, women that participate in the agricultural value chain have significantly lost their income as well as remaining very vulnerable to other climate shocks. Thank you, and over to you, Dr. Mohammed.
Thank you, Dr. Chukwuemeka, for a well-detailed discussion. Please, I would love us to prepare our questions, both those of us here and those online. So next is Minky Macapella. Minky, please, I would love you to shed more light on this. Many women entrepreneurs, they highlight the challenges of balancing running a home alongside business. So what are your own coping mechanisms with that long bio of yours?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting us here. I'm very happy to be here for the first time. So I think for me, what helps me to cope with my many responsibilities is the one thing I've always wanted to be was a mom. And this is a point that sits very dear to me because I don't come from the ideal picture of what a child should come from. My mom had me at 18, born to very strict parents, very religious parents. There were glitches here and there, but she went back to school. She worked hard and encouraged her parents to step in and say, okay, go on to university, do what you want to do and become something. But in that, she didn't go off to university and forget that, oh, I brought a soul into the world. She came back as soon as she was an intern. She said, I have a child. If it means we're going to sit in a room, our fridge is here, our wall unit is here, our bed is here, it's the lounge, it's everything. This is where we're going to start. And it's become a very important point of departure for me and for girl children, because very often in life we face challenges and we think it's over. That is it, especially for the girl child, because with the way life is set up, everything is already that much more difficult for us. So being raised by that powerhouse, who happens to be only 51 now, I was able to have a very clear image of looking at obstacles and seeing how you can turn it around to work in your favor. So, for example, with raising Uhuru, I think is being able to learn from a woman who looks at a hurdle and sees a stepping stone to say, okay, here's the challenge. How do I now rectify this problem? And how do I bring the solution to other people, right? So it is a very tough balance, but because of having seen somebody who found themselves in a situation that, okay, I'm a mom now. I didn't plan to be a mom at this age, but how do I now give my child the world? Helps me to, I guess, persevere each day and say, okay, I'm here now. I've seen how it's done, but now how do I give my child that? For example, okay, I know I seem to be digressing, but my daughter is 7 years old now. You ask her, Uhuru, what do you want to be when I grow up? I want to be a gymnastics coach. I want to be a businesswoman. I also want to do this, and I want to be a scientist. Why so many things? My mom does a lot of things. So that is literally that picture. So I think for me, that's what keeps me going. I'm not going to paint an illusion that it's easy. It's very tricky. And as Dr. Chukwuemeka just mentioned, there are social expectations that are placed on us that are not placed on men. So I was married. We both got married very young. I'm 33 now. My ex-husband is 34. And we both came into the marriage very ambitious. We have these goals, we have this, we have that. But as soon as children came along, I have to stay behind. So it's not to say now he is pinning me down, but naturally that's how it's expected. So while he's stepping up, you sort of have to idle in the back and wait your turn. And it can be a very sore point in the household, because in that it's not easy to be objective and say, in a man's mind, again, because of social norms, he has to provide. He has to make sure that the household is running smoothly. He has to ensure that, okay, this girl loves sparkly things. She's going to walk into a mall and want all the sparkly stuff. I have to be able to offer it. And in that mode of having to be this provider and that, they forget that in this day and age, we also have high aspirations, and we actually have to feel self-actualized. And that sitting at home, knowing that I can say, husband, give me money, is not enough for me. I want to walk in and buy the whole mall for myself. So it also brings this trickiness, because we are in a point globally where women are these powerhouses, right? And now, because your person who's naturally built to try and give you this is trying to do exactly that, you're sitting at home becoming resentful because you're not getting the time to do this for your own self.
Thank you, Minky. Yeah. What would you like to see change in South Africa to enable more women-led businesses to experience more growth and thrive?
So this for me is my hope, not just for South Africa, but for females in general. I think the term I use is we need to form a femme tribe, right? So naturally as women, you step into a room, you're confident, you have your hair made up, you're in the way that you want to present yourself. And naturally, you walk in, you're a group of 5 women, you're stepping into a room with 20 women, 4 cliches, right? What happens? We look at each other, and there's this very, very unhealthy competitiveness amongst women, right? And even where you form a group and you're all these powerhouses, there tends to be this sense of, I want you to do well as long as you're not doing better than me. But what we don't realize is the space for all of us to do well. There is enough for everyone. So I like to make this example of my best friend and I. Initially growing up, we both wanted to be doctors. Somewhere along the line, I thought sewing clothes was similar to surgery. So I went that direction. And she stuck to our plan. And with all exploring these different things and my interests, to another person, you may think somehow I fell behind, but I ended up, my journey wasn't perfectly tar road. No, it was African road. So in that, now we find ourselves exactly the same age. She's got all the millions in the bank, right? And I've got the children, the family. These are things we wanted for ourselves together at the same time. So after we turn 30, we sit down for lunch and we're like, friend, I thought I'd be a millionaire by now. She's like, yeah, friend, but I've got the money. I thought I'd have the family. And then it's like, okay, but they're still yours, sort of, because they're your godchildren, right? Yeah, and you're still not really, really broke because I have the money. So when the business needs money, then we work it out like that. I would like to see that for every girl child.
Thank you, Minky. Right, Dr. Chukwuemeka. I read an article you were featured in. You mentioned that one of the challenges women-led businesses face is sexual harassment. Could you please give us one or two takes on that?
Okay, thank you very much. I hope I'm still audible.
Yes, you are.
So it's a reoccurring issue, a significant issue, and sometimes it's an issue that we don't want to bring to limelight, especially as men. What we've seen across all the sectors, almost all the sectors that we've been able to conduct some research in, is that women are very consistent in saying that there is a significant level of sexual harassment that they experience in the workplace and in their communities. Now, this has very significant impact on their possibilities of being very active in economic activities. So for example, a woman wouldn't want to go to a place where she doesn't feel safe. And if she's forced to be in that place, if she has to be, she cannot give optimum services, or her labor effectiveness cannot be optimal because of the fact that that environment is not conducive for her. And this happens to women entrepreneurs, women in the workplace, and even to young girls who will one day grow up to be women. So it is a significant problem. And what we are doing as UN Women, and in collaboration with several of our partners, and I can mention some of them, Women in Successful Careers, WISCA, Zamani Foundation in Kaduna State, is we are trying to advance what we call the women empowerment principles, where within the workplace, private sector organizations commit themselves to develop to commit themselves to some principles, 7 principles, and also ensure that they have a very, very practical and feasible framework that prevents, addresses, and mitigates all forms of sexual harassment and discrimination against women and girls. There are research to show that once there are issues around sexual harassment and sexual exploitation are not addressed, there's significant loss on the GDP of any economy. So it is a significant problem. So from one perspective, within the workspace, we are trying to correct that through the women empowerment principles. From another perspective, we've also realized that this happens most often between men and women. So we also have what we call a he for she campaign. And in this he for she campaign, what we focus on is we're inviting men and all genders to stand in solidarity with women to create a bold, a visible, and a united force to advance gender equality and the empowerment of women. And one of the key drivers that we focus on is how we can sensitize men against the dangers of sexual exploitation and sexual harassment within the community and the workspace. So in this drive, we are not just focusing on women, we're also focusing on men, because it is important that men don't speak for women, but men also speak with women. Over to you, Dr. Mohammed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chukwuemeka. Maureen, I have one last question. In what ways can women entrepreneurs thrive through collaboration and partnership in East Africa?
I think that's a very, okay. I was trying not to bend, but have to do it. That question has a million responses if you look at the challenges women face and if you drill it down to the nitty-gritty of, do I have the right attitude and mindset to approach a challenge? So the first thing I would like to talk about is building communities around ourselves. Let's come together and just chat. It's nothing really heavy. You tell me of the issues you've faced, I tell you of mine. And that point, that's when you'll be like, as I mentioned earlier on, oh my God, I also faced the same thing a couple of years ago. And if you have a natural, curious mind, you would ask, what did you do? And that on its own, you're already starting to think of innovative ways to support and grow together. If you look at what we do at SOMO, we encourage peer-to-peer learning through mentorship. So when you're at the academy level, you are paired with an entrepreneur who is in the acceleration level, at least 6 to 8 months in. And what that means, they've already set up the basics, the foundations. They would now come back, hold your hand as a young entrepreneur and walk with you. You would be taught, all of us would be taught in class, this is how you create a budget. This is how a business model canvas looks like, and this is what needs to go into it. But we did it as a group. When you come to your own business to put that business model canvas together, it looks very foreign. You start hearing those words, you're like, I'm not sure if I had that in class, correct. But that mentor would sit with you and do it with you, not for you. So that's why at SOMO we have to be very careful when we do this pairing of entrepreneurs with other entrepreneurs. I'm not going to sit down and write it for you. I need to be the coach. I need to ask the right questions to spark something. Because at times that's all you need. You just need to hear one word and voila, it's a million things coming. That's why when I had that question, I'm like, there is a lot. There is peer-to-peer collaborations. If you look at organizations like Fate Foundation, TechnoServe, SOMO, we come from different parts of Africa, but we have one goal. That goal brought us together. But we just did not wake up and decided to come together. Google brought us all together to enable us to come with one program to address one goal across different countries. That's what women entrepreneurs just need to do. Just believe in yourself and get out there and just talk. I went through the I Am a Remarkable program by Google. At that time, I knew my work is just work. That's the nature of women. Just do it. Just do, go. No one is going to speak for you on what you have done. I love what Minky, her story has touched me at a particular core. She just said what's in her mind. She has celebrated herself and her daughter. No one told her to say that mommy is doing a million things or I need to do those million things. She's seeing. That tells about the human psychology, just understanding that element. At times you just need to see and something comes up. So to just summarize, building those communities would be the ultimate thing. Having these conversations, having the entrepreneur networks. And I'm trying to look at now what next. Because Minky met up with one of our entrepreneurs, Grace from Kenya, and they immediately had a spark. She's like, I use your product to make something. And after I've made it, it can come back as a byproduct for you to use as manure for your farm. That right there is a business opportunity. That only happened just because fate brought us here. So fate, I mean, the word itself just says itself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Maureen. Ms. Mujalalua, the final question for you. Google.org works to support several women-led businesses in Africa. What methods have been prominent in ensuring that these businesses thrive, and how can these women-led businesses benefit from the Google products?
Yeah, I think I covered this earlier. So, I mean, we have a number of programs. Some of these programs we run with initiatives such as this. So, supporting Google, I mean, supporting Faith Foundation, and in turn supporting organizations, so more and organizations across, the continent. But in addition to that as well, we also run direct programs. So I've talked about the Hustle Academy, which is a program for small businesses, and which we're very intentional about making sure that at least 50% of that class are women entrepreneurs. In addition to that as well, we also do stuff around products. So I talked about, some of our products, just making sure that we're heroing women entrepreneurs. So on our search products, on our Google Business Profile products, for instance, women can basically label themselves, choose to self-identify as a women-led business. And by so doing, people that are looking for women-led businesses can find them. But beyond that, it's just also making sure that in all our programs that we are, thinking about women, and we're creating equity for women. So we talked about things like I'm Remarkable as well. I'm Remarkable is a program where we basically teach women to self-promote. Not only women entrepreneurs, any woman. So we also do it even with corporate organizations as well. And people can run it on their own. We have facilitators, we do train the trainers, we have facilitators that basically go ahead and run that on their own. But basically it's also what I talked about before in terms of like, yes, we need to build capacity of women. That's number one. Yes, we need to give women funding. It's absolutely important. All those things go hand in hand. But more so, we need to make sure that women are actually out there, right? And they're visible and people know of them. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Minky, briefly, right? Could you just share your experience about being a businesswoman in South Africa?
Being a businesswoman in South Africa has been quite tricky, particularly because for me, I suffer from severe depressive and anxiety disorder, right? And this is something when you say it out, people already think, ooh, doom, gloom, ooh, she's stressed. But, I've intentionally started speaking out about it because that's the biggest challenge for me. Because the world is tough enough as it is. It's tricky enough as it is outside to be a female entrepreneur. But then there's my mind that's attacking me on a daily basis. So, for example, being selected to be on this panel, after we had our session on Thursday, I sat in my bed and I cried, right? And I cried, and like I said, I have a femme tribe. I have amazing female friends. And I can't pick up the phone to call any of them because nobody actually understands, nobody can really compute why are you crying about a good thing. And this is something why I speak about it, because mental health, it's physiological. There is help out there. Sometimes it's not bad things that are happening that set you off or trigger you. Sometimes it's just the overwhelming emotion that's attached to something, right? So I'd say that is for me the biggest challenge, and something I want to put out there for people to know that there is help available. That being said, touching on again what Dr. Chukwuemeka said, where your merit speaks for you, you've done the work, you've bootstrapped yourself, and then you go somewhere seeking extra help, and then the gatekeeper expects you to do something you're not willing to do to get what you've worked so hard for. Yeah, apart from that, I'm very grateful to have found TechnoServe and to have been a beneficiary of Google.org and the Faith Foundation, because these are things that change your perspective to say there are legitimate bodies that help you get to where you deserve to get based on the work you've done.
Thank you so much, Mickey. Yes, for Dr. Chukwuemeka, on the final note, the question I would love to ask you is, how's the UN Women able to enable change for women-led businesses to thrive in Africa, and how the policies, the program design and implementation?
Okay, our standpoint is to first be very intentional with what we want to achieve. We must first, as a community, recognize that women entrepreneurs do not have equal chances as male entrepreneurs in economic activity. And once we recognize that, then we can identify what gaps persist and then be intentional. And the key word is there, be intentional in correcting those identified gaps. I can give you some innovative programmatic interventions that we've tried to develop to correct some of those gaps. We're working very closely with Whisker in Lagos State. We did identify a gap that in the procurement process, when we did the analysis, we've seen that it is male-owned businesses that have more chances of winning a government procurement opportunity relative to a woman-owned business. And then we asked ourselves why. And we identified several challenges. One, women don't have access to finance. The next question would be, how can we intentionally ensure that women-owned businesses, when they compete with male-owned businesses, will also have access to finance? The women-owned businesses do not even understand the procurement process. They do not have the social capital, the social network to compete favorably with other men in the procurement process. And you agree with me that the procurement process is heavily regulated. So this was a significant gap. In fact, what we've seen is that for opportunities that revolve around works and services, women-owned businesses are having as low as 5% of the opportunities. So we've met with the government in collaboration with Whisker to sit down and ask, how do we correct this? So the first thing, and this is similar to other sectors, you must create the environment where such interventions can work. And to create that environment is to have some form of policy reforms. The issues we're having around access to credits, we need feasible and practical policy reforms to create the space. Once that space is created, it is automatic. In economics, we say demand creates supply. It's automatic. If today the government of Lagos says 20% of all the procurement opportunities will go to women-owned businesses, it's automatic. Women-owned businesses will start aligning to that policies. Financial institutions who give credit will recognize that there is now an opportunity in procurement for new sets of people to enter into that market, and will also provide tailor-made financial resources, financial instruments, and credits for those new entrants to that market. So one thing that is very key for us is the intentionality in correcting gender-related problems. One way of doing that is ensuring that our policies are gender responsive. Another important thing, and this is something that we are recognizing more and more every day, is that only UN women cannot achieve this. We need the government, we need the private sector, we need the CSOs, we need all gender cohorts to come together and drive towards advancing gender equality and the empowerment of women. We cannot do it alone. We don't even have enough resources. And this brings up another issue of innovative programming. We all recognize that the fiscal space is shrinking in Nigeria. How do we get more resources to women-owned businesses? How do we channel or redirect more resources to issues that border around gender equality? From the government side, we are promoting gender-responsive budgeting. And we are working very closely with the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning to ensure that when any government agency has its budget, prepares its budget, there should be elements to show how this budget benefits both men and women. Another initiative that we are driving, especially with the private sector, is to ensure that affirmative actions, deliberate affirmative actions, affirmative clauses, affirmative policies are put in place to create that space for women entrepreneurs to operate. And lastly, as you said, I should be very brief, is we have to support everything with data and evidence. We are very open to working with the Faith Foundation, with Google, to see how we can strengthen the evidence around economic empowerment for women. What really is economic empowerment? Is welfareism the same thing as economic empowerment? Is economic empowerment for a rural woman the same as economic empowerment for a woman in the urban areas? What we've seen is that the heterogeneity of women entrepreneurs is not the same, especially for the Nigerian context. So these are the three snippets I can give, and I'm still open to further conversations maybe after this panel discussion. And thank you, and over to you, Dr. Mohammed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chukwuemeka, for that detailed response. I would love to apologize to everyone here and those online that due to time constraints will not be able to accommodate any question. So on that note, I'd love to say thank you for having us and have a beautiful day.
Thank you very much. Did you agree with me? It was going to be it was an interesting one, right? Packed with, please don't go. We'd like to quickly take a picture. While they're doing that, we'd like to recognize the presence of our chairman, Mr. Fola Adiola. Welcome, sir. We'd like to invite, we'd like to invite the Executive Director, Adenike Adeyemi, and the Director of Faith Institute, Amaka Nwokolo, to join them. And while that is going on, we'd like to encourage everyone, because funny how time flies, right? When you're having fun. So I would like to encourage everyone to download the report online. We will not be able to do that. And you can go online, www.faithfoundation.org/research to do that. And please don't forget the hashtags. Let's tweet. Let's put things out there on our social media handles, talking about how beautiful this women's session has been, right? Using the hashtag FaithPDS, hashtag PDS 2023. Thank you so much. We would, our ushers are there to take some questions. Thank you so much. And so we're moving gradually to the end of this session, but before we do, we would like to to take the summary of the key policy recommendations of what has gone on, and that will be taken by our board member, the Communication and Advocacy Board Committee member, Ms. Roslyn Onolaja. But before she comes on, I'd like to read her bio as well. She is a member of the Communication and Advocacy Board Committee at Faith Foundation, which is the committee that oversees the research and policy work here at Faith Institute. I'm sure she's beaming with pride here today. She's also the CEO of StreetSet Integrated End Services, which has worked with various corporate executives to establish the business strategy that improves performance, business engagement, and value. With over 30 years experience in management, consulting, and talent management, she has coached several MSMEs to help them grow from idea stage to profitable and sustainable enterprise. She's also a distinguished Faith Foundation alum. she will take the summary of the policy recommendation. Everyone, please welcome Mrs. Roslyn Onolaja.
Good morning, everyone. I want to stand on the existing protocol and just go on. I am sure you'll agree with me that we've had a very interesting conversation around the issues of women in business. And this is particularly heartwarming that we are dedicating this segment to discussing issues that pertains to women doing business. And our panelists, they were amazing. A lot was touched on. A lot was touched on, and I will just go on to highlight some of the issues that they raised. And then we can look at how policies can be developed around these issues. The issue of technology was talked about. The need, when she was talking about the technology issue and the fact that there has to be inclusion, I just smiled because I know that some of us struggle. The pace at which things are happening, and before you're just trying to get used to one, another has happened. So we're just struggling, and bringing that to light in this conversation was so apt. So apt that we need to ensure technology inclusion. And those of us that are up on the ladder, let's try and bring up the ones that are struggling. And she emphasized on the need for us to spotlight ourselves. Let's put ourselves out there and let people know what we're doing. And even the interest. I think the first step is even that interest, generating that, just have that interest for technology and knowing that you can actually use it to scale your business and embracing all the tools that technology presents. And of course, visibility. We need to be visible. There has to be a need for support in this area. Let's show where people can see us. Visibility, and the policy around helping women to be able to bring themselves up, and also to showcase what they do. The visibility, show where people looking for women-led businesses and where they can find them. So if there can be policies around that can help the women businesses actually come up and be more visible than we currently are. Then there was a lot touched on capacity building, the need for us to develop ourselves, the need for us to continue to learn. And the interesting aspect to that is the fact that we really do not need to shut down our businesses to do this. So there are other alternative approaches to learning, and which is all out there. There are audios, there are all kinds of materials out there that we can use to develop ourselves and improve our personal development, and also develop our businesses. So there's they touched on the need for us to build community of network of entrepreneurs, network around ourselves, and encourage peer learning. Okay, and as women entrepreneurs, we have been told to believe in ourselves. Let's believe in ourselves. So building this community is it's key, and it's an area that we can actually look at and develop policies around. Okay, then the UN panelists touched so much on a number of issues and what the UN for UN Women Nigeria, they are doing around developing women businesses and creating that enabling environment, and also ensuring reforms around women businesses. Talked about the discriminating laws, norms, and practices, and coming up with policies that would discourage that, and also the climate change and environmental shocks that has been experienced and how it impacts the women businesses the more, particularly in the agricultural space. Then the issue of sexual harassment was also talked about, and the need for us to continue to look at that. And he mentioned that this has been consistently expressed in different fora. So there's a need to advance women empowerment principles, and he mentioned some principles that the UN is currently working on. He also talked about the He for She campaign. So I talked about the need for us to involve the men in this. So it's not just focusing on the women, and also focus on the men, and have the men speak to and speak for and to the women on this, and help to mitigate these issues. Then the imbalance, there is this imbalance between the women-led businesses and the men-led businesses that have continued to permeate the business environment, and the need for us to create an environment where some soft interventions can be introduced to make it easier for the business. And I can testify to this, that this has always been, and it continues to be. In my business, we are three promoters, and we're all women, and there was, and we've been on now for 17 years, but it hasn't been really easy doing business, three women. There are instances where we went for meetings, and the fact that you're just a woman, the man on the other side is just feeling uneasy, but I'm just here to discuss business, and it was so silent and yet so loud, So at some point, when we were going to bring in a management person, we were very deliberate on the person being a woman, a man, so as to kind of like mellow that. And it's always been there, and a lot has been discussed around this today. The need for us to promote gender balance in the business world, and also promote gender. He also mentioned gender responsive budgets, that can help focus on the women and help the women businesses. So ensuring deliberate affirmative clauses is one of the key policy thrust here, to support the drive to bring about this balance that we're talking about. Okay. And there was also the talk on balancing life and work, okay, which the panelists recognized as very tough. Oh yes, this is really very tough, and it's even much tougher because we're looking at balancing, which is really not possible, so balancing is not possible. Maybe when we begin to focus on creating harmony, then it becomes more easier for us, and just recognizing the fact that there's no balance, and no one aspect of our lives or two aspects of our lives can ever be the same. But let's just be sure that there's harmony amongst the various aspects. Then the unhealthy competition amongst women was also loud. There's this unhealthy competition, and reminding us that there's enough space. Just as there's enough space for birds to fly in the sky, that's also it is in the business world. There's enough space, so there's no need for unhealthy competition, but rather we should support each other. Okay. So, I mean, those are the points that I noted in our conversation, and I want to believe, because I noticed that we're all very, very attentive, and I want to believe that we took note of a lot of the issues that were discussed during this session, and we believe that if we continue to talk about this, continue to work on it, and there would be change. There will be changes, because there's a lot, especially for the women. There's a lot that is being said, a lot that is being done out there, and to see us even now coming together and talking about it specifically, also it's some progress. And I want to believe that after this session today, Faith Foundation, in our usual way, we don't stop. We continue to build on the issues or the conversations that we have started, and this one too will be such. So thank you so much, and let's continue to relax while we continue to learn and continue to share information in subsequent sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. O. A round of applause, please. Thank you. So I'm just coming to say thank you to everyone for coming. I would like to say a very big thank you to our keynote speaker and special guest of honor, Honorable Moturaya Adijat Adeleye. Thank you for inspiring us. Thank you for sharing of the work that Ogun State is doing. And we look forward to continuing to watching the journey of WAGS and all the different projects. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to our speakers. Ms. Mojola Oluwa, a partner in progress, thank you very much. Dr. Onyemadu, who joined us online, thank you. Ms. Maureen, all the way from Kenya, thank you. Ms. Minky, all the way from South Africa, thank you. And Dr. Aisha Mohamed, all the way from Kwara, thank you very much, thank you. I also would like to acknowledge the presence of Mrs. Amina Oyagbola, founder Whisker. The UN Women Economists kept referring to partnership with Whisker, and the founder is right here. Thank you, and we commend all you do. Thank you once again for the presence of Ms. Ajara Adiola, the chairman of Lotus Capital. Thank you very much. You're welcome, and we're always happy to have your support always. I know there's so many special guests here that I'm not able to acknowledge, and we appreciate you, and we thank you in different ways. We're now going to pause a bit. We do have some food and refreshments, and so the ushers will lead us all the way to the right once we're done. We need to be back here. This is unusual, us going over time, and it definitely is not going to happen for the next two sessions. So we will be starting at 11 o'clock on the dot, and we'll make sure that the food service is quite efficient. So once we're done, we'll round up. I want to ask that we please also pay attention to our belongings. So please do take your bags, your purses, your phones. Please do take that. We're all friends here in different ways. So please watch your possessions. And last but not the least, don't forget to download the research that Amaka presented. You can scan the QR code for any of the roll-ups, or at the bottom of your program agenda, you'll see www.faithfoundation.org/research. All our research reports, and there are quite a lot of them, are there, including some that will be subsequently launching today. Thank you so much, everyone, for being part of our breakfast session, and thank you to our host, Eniola. Thank you so much. Thank you. See you in 34 minutes. Thank you. So, ushers, yes. So please make your way right to the foyer.
are seeing you online. Good morning, everyone. The women-led session is now over. Could you please move to the terrace on your left for refreshment? You can head there now. Someone is going to give you direction on where to go. Thank you very much. Attention, everyone. If you look to the left of the stage, there's an experience hub there. We implore every one of you to please go there to give us a comment about the session you've just experienced. Write something. You see some envelope, stick to the experience hub wall. Kindly pick one of those paper there and write your comment. Just generally your feedback about the session. Thank you very much.
within the Nigerian entrepreneurship ecosystem.
With almost 40 million nano, micro, small and medium enterprises, Nigeria's entrepreneurial dynamism is not in question. Nigerian NMSMEs contribute almost 50% to Nigeria's GDP and employ over 80% of the labor force. Despite their enormous potential, Nigerian NMSMEs face persistent challenges within the ecosystem, including a poor business environment, infrastructural challenges, poor access to finance and markets, multiple taxation, etc., which limits their growth. Sadly, these challenges have been aggravated by post-COVID-19 pandemic headwinds and macroeconomic instability, emphasizing the urgent need for an enabling business environment to drive business growth and deliver economic impact in socioeconomic terms, such as wealth and job creation. To contribute to the development of an enabling business environment in Nigeria, Fate Foundation, Nigeria's leading non-profit providing enterprise knowledge and enterprise support, expanded its focus in 2015 to include research, thought leadership, and advocacy entrepreneurship in Nigeria.
We launched the Research and Policy Unit of Fate Foundation in 2015 to give us a view on really what was happening in the ecosystem regarding not just entrepreneurship, but with respect to micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria. Our initial start-off point was to be able to have data points that provided guidance into our enterprise training, mentoring, and business support programs. But they then significantly evolved into an opportunity for us not just to understand what was happening in the space to then influence our work, but to also share the information from the data we were getting, have a touch point for research and thought leadership, have opportunities to be able to dialogue with other people in our space who were supporting entrepreneurs similar to what we were doing, and then come together to jointly advocate around issues, policy areas, and program areas that we felt would be able to create sustainable entrepreneurship ecosystem.
When we started our research and policy work around entrepreneurship in 2015, our goal was to better understand the key entrepreneurship issues through research and contribute to policy review, design, and/or implementation through dialogue and advocacy. We adopted the three-pronged approach of research, policy dialogue, and policy advocacy to enable us to develop data that could drive conversations around policy recommendations and influence entrepreneurship policy change. Since 2015, we have developed an array of reports such as the Review of the Nigerian MSME Policy Environment 2015, Mapping Study of the Nigerian Entrepreneurship Ecosystem 2016, Nigerian Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Key Players 2017, Nigerian MSME Financial Literacy Survey 2018, From Startups to Scale-Ups, a review of business scale-up activities in Nigeria 2019, Improving Financial Literacy among Nigerian MSMEs 2019, The Impact of COVID-19 on Nigerian MSMEs 2020, Combating the Impact of COVID-19 on the Lives and Livelihood of Nigerian Women and Other Protected Groupings Securing Lives 2020, The State of Entrepreneurship 2021 Report 2021, The State of Entrepreneurship 2022 Report 2022, White Paper on Supporting Female-Led Businesses to Grow Sustainably in Nigeria 2022. We have also hosted annual policy dialogue programs addressing key entrepreneurship thematic areas using data from our research, positioning SMEs for growth, how to ensure Nigerian SMEs thrive despite economic headwinds 2015. Nurturing public and private sector collaboration for entrepreneurship development and growth in Nigeria 2016. Scaling entrepreneurship, how state-led efforts can unlock the youth potential 2017. Building sustainable businesses, the case for deepening financial literacy 2018. From startups to scale-ups 2019. The pandemic and Nigerian MSMEs, impact, priorities and strategies 2020. Building an inclusive, cohesive and sustainable ecosystem 2021.
Entrepreneurship has proven to be the most important driving force for socio-economic growth and development. The importance of an enabling environment to entrepreneurial ecosystems cannot be overemphasized. Now more than ever, the urgency for the adoption of sustainable entrepreneurship promotion measures takes a new significance given the burdening youthful population of the country and the rising unemployment and underemployment levels that we have in our environment today. Our intent at our policy dialogue is to highlight the challenges, risks, and opportunities in the entrepreneur ecosystem, which allow stakeholders across private, public, and development sectors to understand our unique dynamics and strategize to effective policy and program strategies.
And hereby launch the first State Institute State of Entrepreneurship in Nigeria report 2021, and add to the promise that Mrs. Adeyemi and Mr. Talabi made that it shall be annual. I hope the community finds it useful, and there are many improvements that we can make to this report to be made known to the State Institute, and we shall implement those improvements. Thank you very much.
On the advocacy end, we have and continue to convene ecosystem players through our policy workshops and platforms like the MSME Community of Practice at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NESG, and through engagement with the government to drive policy reforms around access to finance and markets, taxation, etc.
Given the strategic role our research and policy unit has played in defining thought leadership and aggregating stakeholders across the ecosystem together, the board of the Fate Foundation made the decision to transform our research and policy unit into what is now called the Fate Institute. The Fate Institute is one of the 3 subdivisions of Fate Foundation now that leads innovative thinking and also aggregates platform to bring together people like us to share, to discuss, to propose and to advocate issues on policy and entrepreneurship in Nigeria.
What started out in 2015 as the Research and Policy Unit at Fate Foundation has since evolved to become the Fate Institute, which is the division at Fate Foundation leading innovative thinking and creating platforms that enable idea exchange and problem-solving strategies around entrepreneurship in Nigeria. Positioned at the forefront of driving entrepreneurship policy reforms, the Institute continues to explore avenues to develop relevant and consistent data, as well as engage with relevant ecosystem players to influence entrepreneurship policies. One of such avenues is the annual publication of the State of Entrepreneurship report, which provides an assessment of the entrepreneurial landscape in Nigeria using 5 indicators. 1, business performance, 2, skills acquisition, 3, perception of opportunities, 4, technology and innovation, and 5, enabling environment. The Institute also tracks data within the entrepreneurship ecosystem using its enterprise data map platform. Over the years, the Fate Institute has worked with ecosystem stakeholders to improve policies around taxation, access to markets, the startup ecosystem, and more. To continue to drive thought leadership, data, and analysis around entrepreneurship in Nigeria, the Institute launched the Senior Research Fellows Program, which comprises of policy experts, economists, and the academia coming together to work to address gaps within the Nigerian entrepreneurship ecosystem.
At the Fate Institute, we believe that a sustainable approach to improving the entrepreneurship ecosystem is through effective policy design and implementation. Our goal is to consistently support that process to deliver impact in the area of entrepreneurship policy implementation by developing data and insights and engaging in relevant conversations and advocacy. At the board level, we are very proud at the ongoing work at the Institute, and we remain strongly committed to driving systemic change within Nigeria's entrepreneurship ecosystem.
The Fate Institute Fellows Program is a 2-year fellowship program designed to bring together policy experts, economists, and the academia to support entrepreneurship policy reform processes that will address key gaps limiting the potential of the Nigerian entrepreneurship ecosystem. We launched our pioneer cohort in 2022, and after a rigorous shortlisting and selection process that started off with 132 applicants, we selected 6 fellows.
My time at the Faith Institute Fellows Program was truly impactful. I had the opportunity to influence public policy and even contribute to the development of public policy, within the entrepreneurial space in Nigeria.
Over the course of the program, I've had the opportunity to have made a lot of valuable contributions across several platforms. I particularly liked during the course of my fellowship, the monthly series and engagements we're having. We had the opportunity to have learned firsthand from different industry experts.
The quality of the network, the quality of training, the quality of workshops that we've attended, as well as some of the events are quite enriching. After that, we're taking over to look at subject of access to finance, and myself and my team did well with that, participating in another workshop.
My participation in the Faith Institute Fellowship Program is an exciting moment for me, and I continue to relish the opportunity that I've gotten from this program, starting from conducting individual policy paper based on evidence-based research, and also participating in collaborative studies with other fellows in the program.
Call for applications for the second cohort is now open. Eligibility criteria include a passion to work directly on policy issues that impact the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Nigeria, academic rigor to engage in developing data, policy briefs, thought leadership, and reports, ability to engage in policy discourses and advocacy, ability to actively engage with the public sector on the implementation of policy recommendations highlighted in your policy briefs, a strong academic background, which includes an ongoing or completed PhD or master's degree in economics, business, entrepreneurship, and/or related fields, relevant experience on policy processes, entrepreneurship ecosystem structure and segment, macro and microeconomic indices. Benefits include a platform to amplify your entrepreneurship work or interests and influence policy, an opportunity to work directly with ecosystem players on the implementation of policy recommendations included in your briefs, visibility through participation in the Faith Institute policy workshops and policy discussions across media platforms and channels, opportunity to engage with Faith Foundation's vibrant startups, youth enterprises, scale-up entrepreneurs for research and cross-learning purposes, peer learning among fellows, access to the Faith Institute's research publications, and more. If this sounds like something you'll be interested in, then visit www.faithfoundation.org/fellowship to view more information and to start your application process. The Faith Institute Fellows Program is a 2-year fellowship program designed to bring together policy experts, economists, and the academia to support entrepreneurship policy reform processes that will address key gaps limiting the potential of the Nigerian entrepreneurship ecosystem. We launched our pioneer cohort in 2022, and after a rigorous shortlisting and selection process that started off with 132 applicants, we selected 6 fellows.
My time at the Faith Institute Fellows Program was truly impactful. I had the opportunity to influence public policy and even contribute to the development of public policy, within the entrepreneurial space in Nigeria.
Over the course of the program, I've had the opportunity to have made a lot of valuable contributions across several platforms. I particularly liked during the course of my fellowship, the monthly series and engagements we're having. We had the opportunity to have learned firsthand from different industry experts.
The quality of the network, the quality of training, the quality of workshops that we've attended, as well as some of the events are quite enriching. After that, we're taking over to look at subject of access to finance, and myself and my team did well with that, participating in another workshop.
My participation in the First Institute Fellowship Program is an exciting moment for me, and I continue to relish the opportunity that I've gotten from this program, starting from conducting individual policy paper based on evidence-based research, and also participating in collaborative studies with other fellows in the program.
Call for applications for the second cohort is now open. Eligibility criteria include a passion to work directly on policy issues that impact the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Nigeria, academic rigor to engage in developing data, policy briefs, thought leadership, and reports, ability to engage in policy discourses and advocacy, ability to actively engage with the public sector on the implementation of policy recommendations highlighted in your policy briefs, a strong academic background, which includes an ongoing or completed PhD or master's degree in economics, business, entrepreneurship, and/or related fields, relevant experience on policy processes, entrepreneurship ecosystem structure and segment, macro and microeconomic indices. Benefits include a platform to amplify your entrepreneurship work or interests and influence policy, an opportunity to work directly with ecosystem players on the implementation of policy recommendations included in your briefs, visibility through participation in the Fate Institute policy workshops and policy discussions across media platforms and channels, opportunity to engage with Fate Foundation's vibrant startups, youth enterprises, scale-up entrepreneurs for research and cross-learning purposes, peer learning among fellows, access to the Fate Institute's research publications, and more. If this sounds like something you'll be interested in, then visit www.fatefoundation.org/fellowship to view more information and to start your application process.
With almost 40 million nano, micro, small and medium enterprises, Nigeria's entrepreneurial dynamism is not in question. Nigerian MSMEs contribute almost 50% to Nigeria's GDP and employ over 80% of the labor force. Despite their enormous potential, Nigerian MSMEs face persistent challenges within the ecosystem, including a poor business environment, infrastructural challenges, poor access to finance and markets, multiple taxation, etc., which limits their growth. Sadly, these challenges have been aggravated by post-COVID-19 pandemic headwinds and macroeconomic instability, emphasizing the urgent need for an enabling business environment to drive business growth and deliver economic impact in socio-economic terms, such as wealth and job creation. To contribute to the development of an enabling business environment in Nigeria, Fate Foundation, Nigeria's leading non-profit providing enterprise knowledge and enterprise support, expanded its focus in 2015 to include research, thought leadership, and advocacy entrepreneurship in Nigeria.
We launched the Research and Policy Unit of Fate Foundation in 2015 to give us a view on really what was happening in the ecosystem regarding not just entrepreneurship, but with respect to micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria. Our initial start-off point was to be able to have data points that provided guidance into our enterprise training, mentoring, and business support programs. But it then significantly evolved into an opportunity for us not just to understand what was happening in the space to then influence our work, but to also share the information from the data we were getting, have a touch point for research and thought leadership, have opportunities to be able to dialogue with other people in our space who were supporting entrepreneurs similar to what we were doing, and then come together to jointly advocate around issues, policy areas, and program areas that we felt would be able to create sustainable entrepreneurship ecosystem.
When we started our research and policy work around entrepreneurship in 2015, our goal was to better understand the key entrepreneurship issues through research and contribute to policy review, design and/or implementation through dialogue and advocacy. we adopted the three-pronged approach of research, policy dialogue, and policy advocacy to enable us develop data that could drive conversations around policy recommendations and influence entrepreneurship policy change. Since 2015, we have developed an array of reports, such as the Review of the Nigerian MSME Policy Environment 2015, Mapping Study of the Nigerian Entrepreneurship Ecosystem 2016, Nigerian Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Key Players 2017, Nigerian MSME Financial Literacy Survey 2018, From Startups to Scale-Ups, a review of business scale-up activities in Nigeria 2019, Improving Financial Literacy among Nigerian MSMEs 2019, The Impact of COVID-19 on Nigerian MSMEs 2020, Combating the Impact of COVID-19 on the Lives and Livelihood of Nigerian Women and Other Protected Groupings, Securing Lives 2020, The State of Entrepreneurship 2021 Report 2021, The State of Entrepreneurship 2022 Report 2022, White Paper on Supporting Female-Led Businesses to Grow Sustainably in Nigeria 2022. We have also hosted annual policy dialogue programs addressing key entrepreneurship thematic areas using data from our research, positioning SMEs for growth, how to ensure Nigerian SMEs thrive despite economic headwinds 2015, nurturing public and private sector collaboration for entrepreneurship development and growth in Nigeria.
Good morning.
2016.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Board of Directors and the management of Faith Foundation, I would like to warmly welcome you to the 9th Annual Faith Institute Policy Dialogue Series on Entrepreneurship. Thank you for being here on time, and thank you for joining us today. To all our guests online, we appreciate you. Thank you very much for joining us today. May I crave your indulgence to please move forward? If you have an empty seat in front of you, please just move forward so that our other guests can take the seats behind you. Okay, so I need to see some movement, some movement. Thank you very much. The Faith Institute, before I proceed, I would introduce myself. My name is Amaka Awokolo. I head the Faith Institute. And the Faith Institute is the Research, Policy, and Advocacy Division of Faith Foundation, leading innovative thinking and creating platforms to engender conversations, problem-solving strategies, and ideas around entrepreneurship in Nigeria. And today we are hosting the 9th edition in the series, which we started to convene in 2015. Today we're discussing a very crucial topic, one that I'm very excited to delve into. And so I'm not going to waste too much time, so we have enough time for the critical conversations of the day. As is our custom, we would like to appreciate all of our partners and everyone who has enabled this conversation to happen today. And one critical partner is definitely EcoBank. They're hosting us in their beautiful facility. And so because of them, we can sit comfortably in this space to have this conversation around entrepreneurship. And speaking of EcoBank, I would like to welcome on stage for the opening or welcome remarks as our host. I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Kola Adeleke, who is the ED for Commercial Banking. Oh, he's not here. Okay, thank you very much for notifying me on that. So very swiftly and very quickly, we'll just move on to take opening remarks from our very own chairman, Mr. Fola Adiola. Please, a round of applause as we welcome the chairman for the opening remarks. Thank you. He's almost here. Another round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good morning. I was there earlier and the whole place was full. And I think when they heard that it's our own session now, they said no. They have other things to do. But thank you very much for staying back. I have an order of protocol that was given to me. It's not what I'm used to, but I'll follow it. Taiwo, Chairman, Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. The Honorable Commissioner, Women Affairs and Social Development, Ogun State. The executive members of EcoBank, Nigeria PLC, are chief hosts today. Our special guest speakers and panelists for today's policy dialogue series. Members of the Faith Foundation Board, members of the 2023 Policy Dialogue Series Committee, headed by the inimitable Cheyi Bella, all entrepreneurship ecosystem stakeholders present from across the public, private, and development sectors, members of the press. I think there's an omission here. There is another government person. Welcome all the way from Abuja. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when you follow a list of protocol. And then you realize that, what have you done wrong? It's indeed a great pleasure to welcome you to the 9th Faith Institute Policy Dialogue Series on Entrepreneurship. I am quite excited that for the first time, this year's program is a full-day program to ensure that we do justice in presenting our policy priorities and the related outcomes. Hosted by the Faith Institute, a research and policy platform, the annual Policy Dialogue Series on Entrepreneurship program is a yearly convening event to enable and foster ideas exchange and problem-solving strategies for sustainable entrepreneurship in Nigeria. We believe strongly in data-driven policymaking, and that is why over the last 9 years, we have consistently shared the insights from our detailed research and explored innovative and practical solutions that can improve policy design at the local, state, and national levels and enhance the entrepreneurial ecosystem as a whole. I was at an event last week where a company was being celebrated called MedPlus, turned 30 years. And one of the things that I learned was that there are so many positive regulations, so many positive policies in government that those who are supposed to take advantage of those policies are not in the first place aware that those policies were there. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, people who make policies are intended to be for the good of society. I mean, there is no government, nor a government policy maker that would craft a policy just to destroy the place. So the intention is always clear. But you know what? They also say that the path to hell is paved with good intentions. So when the intentions are clear and they decide that these policies ought to be good for a policy that they don't fully understand, it behoves people in that ecosystem to come up and approach them and explain that which they do. This is what we do. This is how we do it. What do you intend to achieve with this policy? Or what do you intend these policies to achieve? And then we think together. It's not all the time that we sit down with people in government that our only intention is to scam. No. And it's not all the time people in government intend things for us that their intention is to punish us. No. So, and who are these people in government? They are us. You know, they are us. All of a sudden, Taiwo is looking at tax reforms, right? Before May this year, he wasn't in government. So should we then see him as an enemy? No. Yeah, but if we don't, and that's why we do this thing that we do. The theme of this year's policy dialogue is aptly worded to reflect one of the most burning issues faced by business owners across the country. For small and growing businesses, taxes represent a financial and administrative burden and directly impinge on the sustainability of their respective enterprise. But let me tell you the mindset of the tax regulator. He wants to collect tax every year. And if you want to collect tax every year, then there must be taxpayers every year. Okay? If you bring out a policy that emasculates taxpayers, you will get it for that year. How about the next year? Who are you going to emasculate? Okay? Now, if we look at it from that perspective, then we need to have tax policies in place that ensure that year in, year out, we're able to do our business, bring out the profit. The taxpayer is not taking his money from what is not profit. No matter how he crafts it and he recrafts it, the figure that is taxable is the profit. Okay? So we have to find ourselves in a scenario where we're making profit for that taxpayer, tax administrator to be able to take something out of it. No, they're not taxing our capital. No. And we need to show them that if we do it this way, you'll even be able to get a little bit more. I understand that we don't want to pay, right? But what is a society if we don't pay taxes? So it's independent of our want, of our desire. It is what we must do at the individual level and at corporate level. Over the last 3 years, multiple taxation has been identified as one of the top 5 challenges facing the entrepreneur in Nigeria. In our annual State of Entrepreneurship in Nigeria report, with an estimated 45 to 65 different taxes, 45 to 65 different taxes. I mean, we're dead, okay? And levies, you know, and they come at different levels. The most muscular is the federal, right? And when the state finds that, okay, the federal has taken all that they could do, they then come and say, okay, we also need some money, right? And then you hear that when they collect allocation from Abuja, they don't give it to the local government. Okay, so they then come to the market and start fleecing. That's how the 45 to 65 have accumulated. And we're so happy that the person who's trying to level the playing ground is here. And that there are some taxes that can be federally collected, but shared reasonably amongst the different arms of government. In the United States, the individual pays his taxes to the center, Uncle Sam. That's the essence of Uncle Sam. But don't be deceived. After Uncle Sam has collected, Uncle Sam then starts appropriating this figure. But the individual doesn't have a problem facing different agents. Once Uncle Sam has been sorted, everybody accepts that, okay, Uncle Sam was just a representative collecting for the states. The states are just representatives collecting for the different counties. Of course, there are a couple of other taxes, property taxes that will go to different states, and the rates vary within the different states, but they don't have 45 tax sources. No. The outcome of your work should reflect some harmonization, should reflect some handshaking among the different tiers of government, okay? And should reflect some affection for those who pay it. You know, I used to have parents, some of you still do, and when I give them things, they will pray for me, right? That when next I'm coming, it will be more than what I brought this time. So we are looking for an inland revenue or a tax regime that prays for us, that the one that we pay this year will be less than the one that we are going to, yeah. A friend of mine said to me, if you know how much I pay to Lagos State government, and I asked him, what are your sources of income? Interestingly, his largest source of income happened to be hotel securities. So I said to him, oh, let us thank God for your life, because hotel securities pay a dividend, and dividend is taxed at 10%, right? Final tax, okay? So if you are paying more every time, it means the producers of the dividend are doing better every time. What's your problem? In other words, you are paying more from more, okay? Whatever it is that you do at the end of the day, if you don't end up paying more from more, it cannot have worked. It's not what we plan. We need to pay more from more. You understand? And there are times that we will differ for the benefit of the people making the money. We will defer some taxes until they have realized that money. A company need be put in a situation where they go and borrow money from a bank at 28%, at 30% in order to fulfill their tax obligation. Why? You know, but it's not tough to intend. Maybe it's tough to put in place, but that is the regime. That is an investment-friendly regime. Even if you wrote 1 million pages, the first paragraph should show the reader that, you know what, this thing is for us. And who are us? Us, including yourself, because these things shift. Like I said before, me, you were not there. You know, maybe another 4 years or 8 years, you will not be there. And the difference between me and you is that I'm constant. I'm only in one place, okay? And you keep moving here and there. But everywhere you move to, you come back to meet me, okay? Accordingly, we recommend the setup of the Presidential Committee. We commend the setup of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms by President Bola Tinubu. We understand that the committee's mandate is to review and advise on reforms to improve Nigeria's existing fiscal policies. I've given you the outcome that we are expecting. And the joy for us is that when we heard your name, we just said, we know him, okay? But let me tell you something. There have been so many people that we know. And then my hope and my hope is that we will continue to know you for the basis that we've always known you. Okay. All that we cover today will be summarized in a key policy recommendation communique that will be shared with all stakeholders and presented to the committee. The committee meaning Taiwo's committee. We hope that this will contribute to a positive outcome for businesses. The largest contributor to employment are businesses. You know, if you don't set up businesses, people don't get employed. There's a limit to the number of people that government can employ. Even if it is 5 people, 10 people that you have on your payroll, right? You know what that means? They go home with their salaries to take care of their wife or wives and their children. That is from that salary they pay the school fees. It's from that salary that they pay the health insurance. All hospital bills of their wards is from that salary that they retain some, pay their house rent. So we begin to stimulate an economy because somebody has a job. And whether the person is your brother or your sister, if they don't have a job, you put up with them initially. After a while, you leave notice at the gate that when that person comes, you're never in. That is not the life that we want to live. Everybody needs to be able to fend for themselves. And from what is left, pay taxes. Okay? So we are also thinking for you. Today's event will not be possible without the stellar host. Now for the second year running. I guess when it's second year, we don't stay running yet. Now for the second year, by the time we get to the third to the fifth, then we know that it's running. EcoBank, we thank you. I would also like to appreciate our institutional partners, namely Google.org, the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, and Zisha Prize and the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, which have supported different aspects of our policy dialogue sessions. I was also met by the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, who came with his team, and he said he came to support me. And I said inside me that I hope this man knows me. He came to support the essence of what is taking place here. They are the ones that at the end of the year will assist in preparing the accounts, in auditing the accounts, and in giving assurance to the Inland Revenue that the tax computation is kosher. Okay, pardon my language, it's okay. And then that's what they do. So they're critical. They're a critical stakeholder to what we do. The interesting thing is that the fewer the number of
index that we release every year, which really shows how Nigeria is doing at the national level in terms of entrepreneurship, and also how states are faring entrepreneurship-wise, from the north to the south to the east and to the west. And so surveying over 10,300 businesses, we maintained our indicators or our pillars, and our pillars include business performance, it includes skills acquisition, we look at innovation and technology adoption, and we also look at perception of future opportunities, and then the enabling business environment. And so I will quickly talk around this index in terms of what it is looking like this year. This year, we have a national score of 0.52. So that's slightly above average. And it's a decline from what we had last year, which was 0.57. And in a way, we can allude that to some of the macroeconomic instability that we have experienced and just some of the issues that we've all been experiencing vis-a-vis some of the policies that have been introduced, such as the Naira redesign, the Naira scarcity that followed. We also had a transition in government. We also have fuel subsidy removal. We also have, we had and we still have foreign exchange fluctuations that continue to, gallop, right? So that could be, we could infer that could be responsible for the decline in the national score for entrepreneurship in Nigeria as we speak. But looking at the pillars, it's interesting because typically for the 2 years that we've done this or put out this report, we've had perception of opportunities top the rank, come up as a top pillar. And what that means is despite the hurdles and despite the issues and very real challenges that exist, Nigerian entrepreneurs are optimistic, like they say, we dey here, we know they shake, so no matter what, Nigerian entrepreneurs remain optimistic. And then coming at the list, we have enabling environment. Now, interestingly, this year, we found that there was a decline in perception of opportunities, and I would explain. Perception of opportunities still came up top, but in terms of what the score looks like, we had a decline. So last year, perception of opportunities measured at 0.80, and then this year, it measures at 0.64. So what does that mean? That everybody has a breaking point. So people are still hopeful, but not many people, not as much people like we had last year. And that says a lot about what is happening in the business environment. Last year and the year before, we had enabling environment, come at the bottom. It maintained its position, so it's still at the bottom this year. But we recorded an increase in innovation and digital technology adoption, which in a way is quite exciting to see. Last year we had or recorded a score of 0.55, and then this year we recorded a score of 0.58, which in a way just also buttresses what we see happening in terms of how people are incorporating technology to do business and to run their business operations. Now, in terms of the state ranking, because what we also do is measure the state of entrepreneurship using these 5 defined pillars at the national level, then we'd also look at it at top subnational. This year, I feel like saying drum rolls. This year, we have Kano State coming up top of the entrepreneurship index. Thank you. Now, interestingly, Kano scored high because apart from looking at the aggregate score of what makes a state come up top, we also look at what is happening around the 3 pillars. And so incidentally, Kano scored high in business performance, scored high in innovation and technology or digital technology adoption, and also scored high in enabling environment. Now, some people might say, how, why? We also asked those questions and even engaged, And so it's interesting that there are some policies. So for example, the Kano State right now has said no taxes, has reviewed tax policies for small businesses in Kano State. And then we spoke with a couple of entrepreneurs who also just reiterated what our data was showing to say that the government is actually very supportive. So something as simple as working into the state government, requiring help, you actually get people who are interested in providing the information and supporting, So it's interesting that our data picked that. In terms of the bottom 5, we have Kogi, Kaduna, Borno, and Bayelsa, ranking, at the bottom, and then we have Zamfara coming in at the tail bottom of that. I'll quickly skim through this and then touch on the key focus of our launch this year, which is taxation, improving the tax policy environment for NMSMEs. And so to that end, we also looked and developed a report looking at taxation. And we thought it was critical because there just seems to be a gap around that with regards to a report that just catalogs what the issues are for NMSMEs in Nigeria. And so we put together that report, which we titled Unlocking Prosperity for Nigeria's NMSMEs Through Tax Reforms. And from that report, we find out that 55% of NMSMEs in Nigeria pay taxes. So we do have businesses who are paying taxes. And then I think that the data that really jumped out to me and was quite interesting was where we asked if people would be interested in paying more taxes. And we had 73% of respondents actually say yes. But what are the things they would like to see? Issues around transparency are top issues for a lot of entrepreneurs. And so the report also shows that a lot of nano businesses pay most of their taxes and levies to non-state actors than to any other agency. So these are data, this is information that we need to look at critically and begin to dissect. We also discovered that lack of information on taxes to be paid and the absence of trust in government to use tax revenues judiciously are two of the main reasons entrepreneurs do not pay tax. So when we ask people, do you pay tax? Some 55% say yes. The other 45%, why aren't you paying taxes? These are our reasons. We don't trust government. We don't think that they will use the money judiciously. Then we found that businesses in the transportation and logistics sectors are the most affected by multiple taxation. And we will talk a bit more around that, especially when moving from one town to the other, you keep paying levies. Some form of payments just has to go. At the end of the day, you literally have nothing, right? The tax process in some states, it's complex and just lacks transparency. People just don't understand it. Then there are just too many taxes and levies. Like how many? How do I know what I'm supposed to pay? So that lack of information and clarity is what a lot of entrepreneurs, cited as challenges. I really wish this presentation was up because it's up. Oh, okay, great. Because we have, if you can look at your screen, I have a list of taxes that NMSMEs in Nigeria pay. It's quite tiny, but you see, we had to squeeze, there was no space. That's to show you the number of taxes we pay. So we had to squeeze everything into that tiny portion. A lot of taxes and levies that entrepreneurs have to pay. What's the way forward? One, we're saying we need to ensure simplicity of taxes and levies. Let it be simple. If I run a nano micro business, I have 2 employees. What are the taxes I'm supposed to pay? And the taxes should not be shifting. This year is 10, next year is 12, next year is 15. Let it be clear, right? Then we say communicate and strengthen engagement with stakeholders, right? So let's all be on the same page. The government can be thinking in this direction, and then entrepreneurs are also thinking in this direction. So we all need to be on the same page. More importantly, or very importantly, we also cited building capacity for tax officials and business owners. We have a Vox Populi video we're going to show very shortly. And even in our engagement with entrepreneurs, the consistent feedback we get is a seeming lack of empathy from tax officials. With tax officials coming across like they just want revenue. If the business is dying, just give me my own money, then it can die. But give me my own money, right? And so there's that feedback around, there needs to be capacity building for tax officials around that. Then incentivize business formulation, because that way people can come into the formal sector. Now you have a lot of people choosing to operate within the informal sector to avoid the burden of taxes, right? And like Mr. Chairman said, at the end of the day, the government also needs that revenue. But the only way this would work is that it's a win-win situation. So if we're bringing people, if we're trying to encourage people to formalize, then there needs to be clarity and transparency around the tax system. Then the final point I have is establish a social contract. So this is really saying, let's work to build trust. And the only way we can work to build trust is by being transparent and at the same time being accountable for what we're paying through taxes. So I would pause there for now because we have a lot still coming up, but the report will be launched very shortly, and I encourage you to download and access much more data and insights. Thank you very much. So coming up very shortly, or coming up right about now, would be the launch of the report. And I would like to welcome to the stage our chairman, again. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the chairman, Fate Foundation, Mr. Fola Adiola. Joining him on stage will be the Executive Director, Adenike Adeyemi. Please, a round of applause for her. Also joining them on stage is Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, who is the Chairman, the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms.
What am I supposed to say? Okay, I will describe the report. For those who have hard copies, if you turn it this way, it's magical actually. This is one report, and if you turn it the other way, this is another report. So it's not a printer error at all. It's deliberate. We just put it in one book instead of two books. Number two, it is free for those who download. But when I was young, my mother used to tell me that the only medicine that is not appreciated is one that is free, and people used to keep them in the kitchen behind. But it's free. It's free. For how long Amaka will keep it free, I don't know, but for now it's free. Number three, it has a lot of content. Even if you don't use it, just be amazed by some of the things. See the example of Kanu. If we were talking at the Koi Club or whatever club, everybody will probably swear that Kaduna will be ahead of Kanu. Yeah, that's not what we found. And that's the problem. So many things are done on the basis of what we think, not science. Science is what you see, what exists, you put it down. You don't have to like it. If I throw this thing up, it will come down. I don't have to like it coming down, but it's not going to stay up because I don't like it coming down. That is and it's a lot, but you can read it in bits and read it behind your car and so on and so forth. And it then sharpens your skill when you go and meet government officials. You know, there are areas you refer to them that they themselves and say, let me see, are you sure? You know, they have never come out to claim that they know everything. No. So if we're able to face or support our argument with data, with evidence that other people have paid to bring to our use, then the outcome of our conversations or of our advocacy is a lot better than without data. So on behalf of the Board of Faith Foundation and with powers conferred on me by Amaka. Okay, I just keep taking instructions from. One of the things that Amaka said is that let's have consistency. Let this one not tell us this and another one tell us that. So Amaka told me something and then somebody is telling me something else. That's how we've been operating in that climate. Mrs. Adeyemi would like Sheyi Bella to join. And after this one, I will not take any further instruction. All they are trying to do is to show you that I don't do the work with them, or they are the ones in charge. I just come to. Yes. The government man said you should be somewhere. You are moving. On behalf of the four of us, and if we can each raise the document, I have the pleasure to launch 2 reports, State of Entrepreneurship in Nigeria 2023 and Unlocking Prosperity for Nigeria's NMSMEs through tax reform. The good thing about this is this team of launchers is not by accident. We got Taiwo Edele in there, so he's also launching it, and they say it's through tax reform, through the work that he's doing. So this is the first phase of Taiwo's report. And then we'll wait for, and I mean, when the final report is out and you want us to also stand with you to launch it, so that people know that we are the ones launching tax reforms. But thank you very much. And as we await the next phase of our meeting today, thank you. It's hereby launched. I don't even know how to do it. Thank you. Okay, you're not seeing us. No, madam, don't follow. Okay, you can see us now. Thank you. Okay, so that my hands.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much to our ED, to our board director, Mrs. Sheyi Bella, and to the chairman, the presidential committee on fiscal policy and tax reforms. A round of applause. The State of Entrepreneurship in Nigeria Report 2023 is now launched. So please download. You can visit. Actually, you can just pick up your agenda card and scan the barcode. And to take you straight to our research portal where you can download the current reports and all of our order reports. So moving on very swiftly, we're going to take a Vox Populi video. Sometimes when we talk about issues and there's no face to the problem, sometimes it's difficult to grasp. So what we have done is to engage with entrepreneurs who have had that direct impact of the feel of multiple taxation and how the system of the taxation system in Nigeria rather has just impacted their businesses. So we will take a very short video clip coming up right now. Thank you.
Taxation in Nigeria. It's been very challenging for us. My business, I started it in 2001 in my house, and in 2005 I got it fully incorporated. I got my angel investors in, I got an office. By 2010 there was full corporate governance in my business already, so we're paying tax, payee, we had staff, we had everything. But one of the things I noticed was that every year
we had a new type of tax coming in. It's either it's coming in from the local government or it's coming in from the federal government or one ministry. They just come to the office, they come with a letterhead and they say, this is the new levy we're going to pay. And it didn't make sense, and because there was actually nowhere in Nigeria that could get a full list of what my business was supposed to pay every year so that I could include it in my budget. Because every year at the end of the last quarter of the year, we will have our projections for the following year. And there was nowhere for us to actually project on what our tax was. The other issue we need to address is multiple taxation. Multiple in terms of the levels, the local government, the state government, the departments. There is no harmony. The bus owners in Lagos, for example, you get your local government license every year. Like I said, we're doing almost 11 stickers. You'll be doing stickers that have Kebbi State on it. You are local, you are not traveling with your bus. Yet you have Kebbi State sticker on your bus, Niger State sticker on your bus. 11 stickers, and you put them all on your bus. What are you using that for? What all that money for? It's just a way of IGR. Why do we need to have a dustbin every year? Show that your boss has a dustbin, full stop. But because you want to generate income from the person that is manufacturing that dustbin, you have now mandated us to buy dustbin every single year. We can't do that. Then you have different ministries. Hygiene, they will come with a letter, because I'm in the food sector. So there's a letter that will say you need food safety certification, you need hygiene, health and safety, you need training, you need this. Ministry of Environment will come with that. Then another ministry will also come with that. Local government will also come with that one. Almost everything on that list will be duplicated in another ministry or another local government. How many people am I going to pay for? I have my own trainers that come to train. And yet you want me to pay your own trainers in your ministry to come and train me for food safety or for health. Why? We have our own fumigating companies, yet it's mandatory that we use your own fumigating companies. Why should I use your own fumigating company? They don't want you to be compliant. So when you're driving on the road and they stop the bus, and they find out that you have all the taxes, you have all these stickers on the bus, they'll come up with something new. 3 months ago, we just started this new tax, agricultural something, environmental something. Something just comes up, and it was a burden every year. Every year they'll come up. Then again, of course, we were not making profit initially. And as a tech company, they saw that as a profit thing for them. So they'll come into the office, they'll look at your turnover, and they just give you best of judgment. So even when we have filed, we have audited our accounts, we have done everything, they'll come and they say they don't believe you, that you have made so much turnover and you cannot pay tax. The question is, we are fully audited, you've come to check our books, and you're now telling me that because of my turnover, I have to still pay you tax, apart from the minimum tax. So you come up with a best of judgment. What do you mean by that? So you just wake up and you just put in a figure and you say, we have to go and pay it. And this keeps happening every year. I can remember there was a year that they said my salary had not changed for about 2-3 years, and that I'm supposed to have a higher salary, I'm supposed to have a PA, I'm supposed to have house staff and so many other things. I'm like, what does that mean? You are working for government, they change your salary, they increase your salary every year. I'm a private sector. Have you noticed that many companies have closed down? And they said, no, you can't be earning this salary, you can't be, we had to go over and over and fight them. And I had to tell them, I've given you my bank statement, you can see my payment in, I've given you my payee, I've given you my pension, everything that I pay. You have seen the records and you're still saying no, that there's one hidden money somewhere. So they actually are not interested in keeping businesses. It's as if they just want you to fail. As far as I'm concerned, they are meant to help us, especially those of us that go out of our way to pay tax. pay our payee every month, remit payee every month, remit VAT, do pension, do all those things, and we have our records. They are supposed to be the ones to come and say, how can we help you? How can we help your business? That was what we were expecting. Every year, for as long as my business has opened, they come, sometimes they come maybe in about 2 or 3 years, they say they want to do a 5-year audit. To do the 5-year audit is stories. They'll come, you give them lunch, you give them drinks, you give them transportation and all those kind of things. And it's very crazy. I remember one year they said all this entertainment and PR that we wrote in our audit, that we're not supposed to put entertainment and PR. And I said, if you come to the office and I entertain you, that is entertainment. If I buy you lunch, I'm going to put it in entertainment. If I have a visitor in my office and I buy you visitor food, that is entertainment. If I give you something for coming, like goodbye, that is PR. I have to put it in my books because I have a board of directors. I need to tell them how I'm spending their money. And they said, no, we cannot put that. Why should I put that in my audited report? I have to find a way to put it. I said, I'm not going to find any other way to put it. PR is me giving you money when you come for transportation. If I buy you lunch when you come, that is entertainment. My directors have to know how I spend their money.
That's our Vox Populi video.
My business ended in August, and that is almost officially 18 years, unofficially 22 years of business. I'm not going to blame the tax office for my business closing, but they're going to take a big chunk of it. There's so many reasons why we closed down, operating expenses and so many other things, but I'm going to give them a big chunk of that. Over the years, I'm going to give them a big chunk of that, and I'm hoping that they're going to do better. I'm hoping that this expose would give them the information they need, because I know that when we closed, I spoke to some people on the board of the new tax committee, and I told them that, look, these are the things they should do so that other people will not be affected, people will not be frustrated running their business in Nigeria, because it's very important that we all pay tax, and it's very important that we all not avoid tax. But if they are transparent, if they make it easier for everybody, we will all pay the tax, because we can see things that are being done, but we are being frustrated in many ways. Very quickly, what I can say that the government can do better is transparency. There has to be a place, a source, online or in every local government somewhere, that every year business owners will know the tax that they need to pay. The hairdresser will know all the taxes, local government taxes they need to pay. The mechanic, the business owner, depending on the sector and depending on the state and the local government, we need to know the tax. You can't just wake up one day on the road, someone will stop you and say, oh, this is the new tax that was introduced 3 months ago. Or they'll come to your door and knock on the door and say, this is a new tax. Because you have almost every ministry coming and they are duplicating this tax that you're paying. All of them want you to pay. I have a training budget that we train our staff every year. They still want me to use their own training personnel. Even when I've trained my staff, I have a certificate for the training, they still want me to use. So that gives me the idea that they want to do IGR. They are not after my staff getting trained, they're just after their own people getting paid for that training. They need to be very transparent.
Okay, and that's a Vox Populi video on taxation. A round of applause. You can clap if you want to clap. Sometimes when you hear the stories, it's really, it's just mixed feelings, but at the same time, it's great that we're hearing or getting this direct feedback. We just listened to Saudat Salami, who is a proud Faith Foundation alumni and has been running her business for over 20 years. But sadly, that business has grinded to a halt, like literally. And a major reason or factor that has led to that is the issue of taxation, and just multiple taxation. So it's a great thing that we're discussing this crucial conversation today. To continue the conversation around this, please join me in welcoming Mr. Wilson Erumebo to the stage. He is a senior research fellow at the Fate Institute, and he will be delivering a micro talk on addressing the multiple taxation challenge in Nigeria. Mr. Wilson Erumebo is also a part of the research team that develops the State of Entrepreneurship report in Nigeria and also works on the taxation report.
Thank you, Amaka. Good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, Chairman, the Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms. I stand on existing protocols. I'm here to talk about multiple taxation, and I will make 3 points. The first is the philosophy of taxation in Nigeria. Basic economics makes it clear that taxation is a tool to generate revenue, redistribute income, stimulate production activities, amongst many other objectives. But in Nigeria, what we see is that besides revenue generation, most of these other goals have been relegated to the bottom. Taxes and how they are collected have become a tool to stifle the growth of businesses, as we've seen in the video. And I can give many examples, but I'll just list one. You know, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, refineries cannot meet local needs, no constant electricity supply to keep the factories running. What did businesses do? They resorted to importing fuel to meet their needs and to sustain production, petrol, diesel, and what have you. And the government deems it fit to even put a VAT charge on diesel. This is besides you not providing all the things that you should do. And in fact, I dare say that if we truly care about supporting businesses, we never should have thought of that policy in the first place. Yes, even though it's suspended, but it's suspended for just 6 months. Suspension is not enough. I think it should be cancelled. Entrepreneurs were already paying the cost of inefficiencies of government, you know, by providing their own power supply. And the government thought that cost is not enough. Let's even add more to it. Talk about all of the activities, you know, of both state and non-state actors who view businesses as a revenue collection point, regardless of whether they grow or not. I think this philosophy must change. The second point is on the challenging tax ecosystem. Entrepreneurs in Nigeria are dealing with too many actors within the tax ecosystem, in addition to the stress of managing their businesses. Regarding tax collection, some state governors are competing with the federal government. Local governments are competing with state government. Non-state actors are competing with both state government and local government. It is difficult to identify who a legitimate tax collector is. Some of the non-state actors claim that they represent the state and local government, while others would collaborate with the government, you know, in one way or the other to collect tax to meet certain revenue targets. This ambiguity endorses the extortion and harassment that entrepreneurs face. In fact, and you know, as Amaka pointed out in the 2023 State of Entrepreneurship survey, 80% of entrepreneurs said they do not know the number of taxes they are required to pay. Many businesses have had to shut down, as we've seen in the video, because of this problem of multiple taxes, amongst all the many other issues that businesses are facing. In the last 3 years, as Mr. Chairman rightly pointed out, multiple taxation has ranked among the top 5 challenges that entrepreneurs face, according to the SOE surveys. Our Tax and Levies Act is primitive and specifies the collection of fees for wheelbarrows, bicycles, and carts in this modern century, the 21st century that we're living in. We urgently need to review that act, and I'm glad that Mr. Taiwo Oyedele is here, you know, and I'm sure they would make reforms in that regard. And we need to also streamline the number of taxes. I'll end with this story, and it's my last point. A few days ago, because I get inspiration when I travel and move around. A few days ago, this was on Sunday, I decided to take a road trip from Lagos to Ogun State, near the Idiroko border. And what I saw was, it was hell. It was the typical experiences of the average Nigerian. so many checkpoints, so many stoppages manned by police officers, FRSC, customs. At every stop, the driver will get down, go to the back, and then come back in. I'm like, Oga, what did you just do? I just settled them, or I went to settle Oga. As we moved on, there's another stoppage. And, all of these payments are reflected in the cost and the price of transportation of goods and of persons. And we talk about inflation. It's not just driven by monetary factors. But the question is, who in government is looking at addressing all of these issues? And for the policymakers, it's not just about sitting in the offices and making pronouncements. Go to the streets. Take off your suit and tie. Apologies, Mr. Taiwo. I didn't know you were going to wear a suit and tie today because I prepared this, a few days ago. Go to the street, take off your suit and tie, and see what people are going through. These guys, enter the bus, enter the downfall, and see what Nigerians are facing every day. There are so many areas in this country begging for reforms, and we must make sure we implement those reforms. But here's one last interesting observation about that trip I took 2 days ago. The major road leading to that border is in a horrible state. Even though you have big companies, multinationals on the left and on the right, you have one of the biggest churches in Nigeria there, and the road is so bad. The town I visited, most of the towns had no major hospital. All the inner roads are bad. There was no water. Electricity comes occasionally, and it's low current, low voltage, as we would typically say. Essentially, these people do not feel the essence and presence of government. They only feel that perhaps 4 years when elections are coming, campaign, and they move away. Pardon me, I'm using Ogun State, but this is reflected across many other states in the country. And interestingly, just like Amaka said, I'll round up soon, 73% of entrepreneurs that we surveyed in this year's report said they are willing to pay more tax, provided that the money is used judiciously. And we asked them, what does judiciously mean? And they said, spend that money on education, healthcare, infrastructure, and meet the needs of citizens and businesses. Not to spend 150 million naira on a car for one person. That is not what judicious use of scarce resources is, especially at a time when 90% of entrepreneurs they said subsidy removal has negatively affected their businesses. And so, the Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, the task is huge for that committee. I think they need to streamline their focus, because I see them doing a lot of things that I think focus on the tax, leave ethics. Focus, the tax alone is a big problem for that committee to deal with, and collaborate with other government agencies and stakeholders. Nigerians are watching. Nigerians are hoping. Our expectations are so high. We hope that policymakers will talk less, but communicate better to deliver the hope of every Nigerian. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Wilson Erumebo, Senior Research Fellow at the Fade Institute, and also a Senior Economist at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Now, calls for applications. This is a good place to chip that in. Call for applications for the next cohort of fellows at the Fade Institute are open. If you're interested in working on policy reforms, data, and research, please visit www.fadefoundation.org/fellowship for more information and to start your application process. It's now time to hear from the man of the moment. No pressure, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. But join me in welcoming to the stage Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Fade Foundation, as she moderates the Fireside Chat with no other person than the chairman, the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policies and Tax Reforms, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. A round of applause as he comes up.
Thank you, everyone. And you're welcome, Mr. Oyedele.
I know that he's not someone that I need to read his bio because everyone knows him very well. But Mr. Oyedele, just before he was appointed as the head of the committee, of the Presidential Committee for Fiscal Reforms and Tax Policy, had done over 2 decades focusing on tax strategies for clients across different sectors. And I think everybody also knows that he was the one to go to. Once there was a tax pronouncement, you just look, what has Taiwo Oyedele said on it? I remember our WhatsApp groups, our Faith Foundation WhatsApp group with Bonnie. Oh yeah, where's the link? Oh, he has posted something. Let's look at it. Because he had a way of breaking it down, analyzing it in very simple forms. So my first question to you, sir, how is it on the other side? You know, people say it's easy to advise. Come and join us. So how just in terms of, and it's important that we ask these questions because part of the challenge is we always want people who are in the private sector doing work, also doing the work. So this was one of the appointments that people said was a round peg in a round hole. And so how is it on the other side?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I think let me start first and foremost by appreciating Faith Foundation and my big brother, Mr. Fola Adeola. You inspire us. And my sister and everybody working behind the scene. This is really commendable. I was on the mailing list for NEST. When I saw that there was going to be a retreat on this, I said, wow, this is exciting. And I've been using that example for many other organizations. I said, just there complaining, go and do retreat, bring data. So when I got the invitation, I said, wow, how on earth would I not be here? So I have to move things around.
He moved flights around.
I moved everything around. I flew in this morning, and I'm flying back after this just to be here. So that shows you that this is really not only just important to me, but to the committee and to the government. So thank you so much for doing this. Now, to the question you asked, actually, there are no sides. Okay. So I've always been on the side of Nigeria and have been very consistent with that over the years. So the only thing that is different now is I'm being on that Nigerian side with more ability to make an impact than ever before. Like you put it, it's almost like saying, stop complaining, come and fix it, yes. Right? So which was why I didn't hesitate to make all the sacrifices I needed to make. My wife is still wondering whether I was smoking something. Because if somebody just wakes up one day, the next day say they resigned from PwC. Yeah, and they're not going to be paid for doing the work. And I said, well, it's worth it. It's a sacrifice for Nigeria. So in my new role, just about 3 months now, I have seen the excitement from the ordinary people, from the organized private sector, from the international community, from various institutions. And I've said to myself, if this doesn't work, I have to exile from Nigeria or just stop talking forever. So I'm confident that it will work. We're very ambitious. If you hear some of the things we are planning to do, I'm hoping that this time next year you have this conference and it will be a celebration conference.
Yes.
To show the progress we have.
Yes. And we'll definitely take you up on that. And we're really happy to see that you're taking this with all the focus, diligence, and commitment that we expect of you. So for the purpose of those who may not know, what's the mandate of your committee, particularly with respect to nano, micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria?
Yeah, so broadly speaking, we have 3 pillars. One is fiscal governance, which is really about how do you manage your finances, revenue, spending, borrowing. How do you ensure that your policies make sense? How do you ensure that there's coordination within the federal government, but also across to subnationals? See, from many of the reports, Nigerians really don't care whether the stress is coming from local government or state. They just know their life is difficult and impossible. Fix it. And someone has to do that fixing. And then number 2 is we have revenue transformation. And revenue transformation, this is probably something I've said 1,001 times. And sometimes people just hear what they want to hear. So I keep saying it, and I will not be tired of saying it. The committee was not set up to go and increase tax collection, right? But what we are doing would, as a matter of course, lead to government making more money, not from the people who have been paying it, but from those who haven't been paying. In fact, by design, what we want for nano, medium, small enterprises is to actually pay less because they have been paying too much. And by the way, I was the main advocate, even when I wasn't in this role from the private sector, that advocated for the VAT threshold to protect small businesses and also the exemption of minimum wage from personal income tax. And my news story has been, even before again getting this role, that those thresholds have to now be reviewed upward to be reflective of our society and the conditions that we face today. Because if you don't protect small businesses, then our whole aspiration of lifting people out of poverty will just be a nightmare.
Thank you very much. So I want to pick on that a bit more. And I know that you recently submitted.
Sorry, so I haven't told you the third one.
Okay.
So that was revenue transformation is both tax and non-tax. Non-tax has non-oil and oil. So on non-oil, for example, we are looking at how do you even optimize value from government assets, from natural resources, and from government-owned enterprises. Just imagine if NNPC were to be running at the level of efficiency of Nigeria LNG. Don't even go to Saudi Aramco. You'll be talking about close to $20 billion every year we should be making from NNPC. So the third pillar of our work is growth facilitation and economic competitiveness. So this is where we're looking at why is it that to just clear things from the port is a nightmare. To export is rocket science. You have overregulation. You have impediment to trade and businesses, whether you're small or large. And I hear my brother from, Wilson about focus on one thing. No, we're not focusing on one thing. The problems are so many. And if we don't solve it, who will solve it later? And one thing I've seen in my role is we do not lack resources. And Nigerians are so passionate about their country. My committee has over 70 members. Yeah. And these are not ordinary people by Nigerian definition, right? These are CEOs, people who have all the experiences. Some of them have worked with Fortune 500. And they are volunteering for free. We meet every single day. There's a meeting of a subcommittee going on every single day. The secretariat we have is over 40 people. We don't lack anything. So if a committee of 15 people will do something for 5 years, why don't we have a committee of 75 people to do it for 1 year? Because there's a sense of urgency. So let me stop there.
Thank you very much. So I wanted to go in terms of, so I want to start with issues around harmonizing taxes. And like you said, it's a very complex situation. And the question I have is that how are you looking to address that? And not just at the federal level, but at the state, local level, particularly with the issue around non-state actors and levy collection. How are you looking to approach that?
Excellent question. So this particular question is like one of the most important deliverables for my committee. And Mr. President himself has called it out. And I'm sure that if you go back to the president after the committee's work and we have everything and we don't have this, he will think that we have failed. So for us, we actually have no choice. This has to work. So the first thing we did was to go to the governors. So the vice president is a big promoter of the work we're doing. So I went to NEC and presented our thoughts to them, including how we want to address multiple taxation. And they were very receptive. We already have a draft of what it should look like. In that draft, all those taxes, over 60 of them officially, over 200 unofficially, will be less than 10. They will be less than 10. Combined for all levels of government, they will be less than 10. And actually, we are working with 8 as we speak. And no one will have to pay more than 4. So it doesn't matter what you're doing. Even if you're a big company, it will not be more than 4. And we're focusing on how can we outlaw cash payments? Because this is the biggest problem. So there are some local governments, they said they had outsourced tax collection. So they asked somebody to give them 100 million naira and say, you can go and collect the taxes. So the guy is just printing receipts and collecting all manner of tax. Of course, there's a lot of corruption in that whole arrangement as well. So we had a very, very productive retreat with the Senate. We spent 2 days, we were just discussing the work of my committee. And some of these ideas we've shared with them, and they're very, not only just receptive, many of them are even our promoters, including the Senate President. We're trying to have another one with the House of Rep. Now, we know that we have to go all the way to the Constitution itself. So we're planning to amend even the Constitution. We are rewriting all the tax laws. So they will be simple, they'll protect the poor people and vulnerable, they'll have thresholds that make sense for small businesses to thrive. We are creating what we call a revenue single window for Nigeria. So this revenue single window will be a portal. It would also be an app. You go there, anything you cannot find there is illegal. Because it means if you go there, you can drop down by state, by local government, to tell you what you're doing and the taxes you need to pay, and not just that, who you need to pay to, so that there's clarity about these taxes you need to pay. I was at another event yesterday, a report that was sponsored by the World Bank, and it actually shows that the more the number of taxes, the less their awareness, and therefore the lower the collection, right? So we're just creating complications for ourselves unnecessarily, which actually are not getting to the government. So once we outlaw cash payments, and we automate how you make payment, and it will be as simple as star something something star hash. You don't need a smartphone, you just need a phone. If you don't have a phone and you don't have a bank account, you should not be paying any taxes, right?
I'm actually happy you are bringing this up, because if you even use the example that Wilson spoke about, a lot of the people that are in the nano and micro segments are not financially excluded, they're financially excluded, they don't have banking apps. Even the phones that they have, they really are cut off from a lot of these things, but they're the ones that interface the most with the non-state actors. So how are you then looking to bridge that last mile that are the most impacted, but do then right now may not have access to these digital tools, the interfaces that would enable them have the information and also do the processing for the taxation?
Yeah, so what we are trying to do is we're going to profile everybody. One of my videos that went viral and people misinterpreted it was they thought we are trying to extort money from everybody. Is you need to get data about all your citizens. This would even help with conditional cash transfer. So if government decides to help people, we've seen videos of one bag of rice was meant for one family. It ended up with half a bag for a whole village, right? So on one hand, who says it's rice that I want? Maybe I want beans or yam or gari. Why are you giving me rice? So you can use, and one analogy I always make, or one example I use is, from your phone behavior, I can know whether you're poor or not, right? So somebody has loaded 200 naira and they flash for the whole month. You don't need a prophet or anyone. They are just poor already, right? If they don't have a phone, whether it's mobile or not, they should not pay any tax by whatever name it is called. We're not trying to reach them to pay tax. It will be to try and reach them to help them, right? So what we are planning to do is, once you get to that point where you can do start something, and it's 400 naira and you pay it, and you do hash, it sends the receipt to that phone. Even if you delete it, there's a star something to record the receipt. So all these other touts and non-state actors who are all over there, we want to include them. Their inclusion now will be, if they stop you, they say, Madam, Oga, can I see your payment? You bring out your phone. You shall not pay in cash. If anybody forces you to pay in cash, part of our plan is, because sometimes you're in the middle of nowhere, right? It's not the time to code the law. And reference type will delete. You pay, and there'll be a platform for you to upload what you have paid. Once it's validated, you get your money back with an admin cost, because it will stress you to be able to do that. And the state or local government that collected from you will have that amount deducted from their entitlement. So we're trying to put structures in place that will not be a function of who is there at time. It will be a function of the system has been built and it can be sustained over time.
Thank you. I'm going to take 5 questions, 3 questions here and 2 questions online. Somebody has already raised their hand. So 3 questions. So please, after my next question, I'll start to take some questions. The next question I have is then, what are you then doing around communication, mobilization, engagement, awareness, because that's also the gap that we've also seen that has existed. So even when these policies are implemented, there was something the chairman said around there are quite a lot of policies that are available for businesses to take advantage of, but they don't know. How are you thinking of that? And then who are you working with in that regard? Again, for nano and micro businesses in particular.
Yes, so, I'm very big with communication. I just think it's important to always, which is why before my new role, I'll simplify policies. You don't need all those 20 pages. You need 5 bullet points people can relate to. So we plan to do that. So we've only just started our engagement now. We have a dedicated portal where you can, fill a form. We have a dedicated WhatsApp account. We have a dedicated email account. We have physical address in case you don't have all those luxury of internet. You don't have to even type it. In fact, you can record what you want to tell us, right? If you're able to. And then that phase, I think, ends tomorrow, 15th. And then we start interactions. So where we're going to have physical meetings, we're going to have many of them online. But we know that not everybody has access to Zoom. So we're also going to have physical ones in all the geopolitical zones. We have a dedicated session for SMEs. So the whole idea is we don't want to pretend because we know we do not have all the answers. We want to listen to Nigerians, and we have promised that everyone that has something to say will be heard. And everything that people tell us, we will process. This is not a committee where you overlook anything. We have 46 students from across Nigeria that we've taken on board, and we're training them now, together with more than 30 people who are professional people in the secretariat, and they're going to be analyzing all the data, sentence by sentence. And that is the way we're going to develop our policies, and we're going to have exposure draft for many of our policies. We're going to be writing new laws and all of that. We expose them, listen to the people. And then part of our plan is to, when we're done, translate those things into Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and Pidgin. Keep it very simple in a way that people can relate to. And once you have, in fact, we're trying to do some of them now before we're able to amend the constitution because it will take time. So we are working on an MOU with the state governors to say, why don't we just agree, since we said it's the right thing to do, so suspend these taxes. And we have a list of taxes we want them to suspend in the meantime. When we create a single window for revenue, you go there and you find everything to do with taxes, levies, and fees, which, by the way, should not be many anymore. So it'll be easy to go through and see the ones that you need to pay. So that's part of our engagement plan. We're going to engage even with Nigerians living with disabilities. One of the most heartwarming moments for me was, I was coming out of a premise, and then there was a man who was on a wheelchair, and then he stopped me. I said, sorry, sir. And then he turned his phone and said, is that you? So he turned the message I posted saying that we engage with people living with disabilities. And he said, thank you for remembering us. We're working on our submission, and you'll get it very soon. And I'm actively looking forward to their submission because they are Nigerians too, and they must be heard.
Thank you very much. A last question. I'll use the term that we used at the NESG retreat. What is your sprint? What's your marathon on this journey?
So we divided our work into 3 phases. We have what we call the quick wins, and that's what has been out there. And that's even just a small part of our recommendations, because I've also learned very quickly that you can't share everything you want to do in advance. There are people who just don't want these things to work because they benefit from the status quo. Anything that will change the status quo, they'll fight it. And they're not ordinary people. Some of them have resources almost equivalent to a state. So they can fight you with everything, even including death threats, So, and I've said that there are people who die trying to do skydiving, So if anything happens to me wanting to help my country, then I've lived a good life already. So we are managing that process. So I say to someone that the most difficult part of my job today is stakeholder management, not doing the technical stuff. The technical stuff looks like bread and butter. You know what the solutions are. But if you don't manage stakeholders well, you work so hard and there'll be no result. So the quick wins are, how can we intervene with impact of subsidy removal on the people, FX, management. We've all complained that there was no coordination between monetary and fiscal policy. Now we're trying to get those coordination. CBN removed the restriction on 43 items. I asked Custom to give me the list. It turns out there were more than 1,500 items that we got 43. We are now going through them line by line to say, are there some of these products that Nigerian companies are producing? You need to increase the tariff to protect those companies. Are there those that you need to reduce the tariff because they are input into production, so that you can. So we're having better coordination now between the two major organs of government policy. The second phase is what we call the critical reforms. That's for 6 months. For critical reforms is when we are rewriting the laws, preparing amendment into the constitution, and then we're even developing standard code of tax law harmonized already for states that they will just adopt. Just adopt, put the name of the state on it, so that we also help them do the right thing. Then the third phase, which is the last one, is implementation. One good thing about this committee is not a committee to write reports, submit white paper, and then we also go into fasting and prayer that it should be implemented. No. It's a committee where you come up with an idea today, discuss it tomorrow, it's approved the day after, you begin implementation immediately. So all our phases, quick wins, critical reform, and implementation are running concurrently. So the things you see in the quick wins report, we are in the process of implementing them as we speak. So that is the milestone for our committee.
Thank you very much. I'll take a few questions. Thank you. So hands raised up here. Do we have any here? It's going to be interesting. So I will spread it across the room. Mrs. Teja Bisoye, 1. I will take 2 here, 3 and 4. Yes. And then 2 online. Yes, because what did you say? Yes, so we'll take everything at once, all the questions at once, and then 2 online. I'm just extending it because we had more hands raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for this opportunity. And I think because, again, we're talking about how do we help ensure that our policy reforms help create wealth for MSMEs. Working with MSMEs for the past 7 years, we all know the issues, all the complaints, the cries are always about tax and issues. And I think looking at the gap again for MSME funding, are there opportunities to create more incentives for people to invest in MSMEs? We see that in Philadelphia. We see it in many countries where they're building MSMEs. They're taking a lot of IPs and commercializing them because the community understands that if I put money in this, in research, I would get my incentives on this particular respect. So instead of giving government money, I'm solving the problem of government intervening and giving SMEDAN money by the private sector putting their money and getting their incentives or their tax receipts, is addition to supporting things like Faith Foundation. And today there are no incentives for giving to NGOs by the high net worth individuals to a level. But the third one, which is tied to that, is the incentives that exist. People don't even know. When we worked with youth employment, companies were not aware that if they gave us money, they could take there was a tax incentive on that. How are we going to make sure there's a lot more publicity about being able to intervene and provide funding to civil society and for other interventions? Thank you very much.
Opportunities for incentivization. Next, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think my submission is that there should be a forum for the taxpayer and the tax administrators to actually meet, because many people that are administering taxes, and I think Mr. Taiwo Oyedele should have to talk to the people in Federal Inland Revenue Service. There must be that connection for the administrator to understand what is happening at the industry, so that when you go to a company and they explain their structure to you, you can easily pick what is happening. But what we are experiencing is that people just want to administer taxes. They don't look at the practical implications of what is happening in the economy. And that is causing a lot of disconnection. Does not make government to even get the right revenue, and does not actually make taxpayer to see commitment in being very, very committed to do that. So we have a situation where you don't actually feed the eggs that lay the eggs. Along the line, birds begin to die, and there's no egg to feed upon. I think we have to look at that dynamics and transit to a win-win situation.
Thank you very much. Okay. Please, let's keep it 30 seconds. No, the lady. Yeah. The lady, yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mary Rosa Debayo. Sir, I don't have much to say, but I want to take a reflect back to the lady that they will show the clips. I am a copy of that lady standing here in this hall. As it stands, my health was at stake. I'm closing one of my sector. She tried to be in sector for 18 years. In my 4 years operation, I'm closing my SPA today, and I'm folding up the remaining company, hopefully before next year. It puts a lot on my health. Like she said, if you can sit down and take note of every single thing she said one by one, that is what I went through this year. When I wake up in the morning to go to the office, I'll be thinking, what set of people I'm coming? Like you said, I can see your heart. I was just telling somebody, I have taken your picture. I just pray that all you wish to do, I would like to live and see you fulfill them, because you have a good heart to do something, but somewhere, someone, somewhere is working against it. That is it. Somebody, one of my colleagues, okay, I will use Lagos State because we're in Lagos State. Her family wake up one day and came to SPA. They are shutting it down. I say, in my section, I know what they call medical and day SPA. No notice, nothing. They shut down, say I should pay 200,000 naira and come and start registration to be paying. I pay for Loma, you pay this, you pay. What she just said. Another of my colleagues, Lagos State Safety, came to her. You are going to pay 150,000, shut down, no notice. We are paying for safety, everything we are paying them all around, and they brought trainer to train and mandated her to pay the trainer. I have the video of that one. I don't want to mention name, Ikeja here. And when she told them, what are we getting from you? Said, if you cannot operate, shut down. If you cannot pay what the government are telling you, you should close and leave Lagos State. When I embraced entrepreneur, I employed 7 staff at a start, but as I'm talking to you, I'm left with 3, and these 3, one is going this month. I'm bringing it down because this was not my dream. My health, I was never a BP patient, but throughout this year, I go about with BP drug on my pocket because that is where the state, they have put us. I'm a regular, I pay my payee, I inland revenue. If you go to local government to get the tax, what's that certificate? I was asked to pay 10,000 naira to get it. Imagine that. Consistently, because I employed an accountant, a managing firm. I have my audit every month, every year, audited account, and when they come, you still miss same story. Please, I would like you to have that woman's clip. When you listen to every single thing she said, that's exactly what we're facing and more in Lagos State. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing. And the last one from inside here, I also have to say that, the most visits we've had at Faith Foundation have been from tax people. Emergency visits. In fact, my finance team knows to just send me the message, and really I can feel the pain of just what are we paying? What have we done wrong this time? And it's always you have to put you in a situation where it's scary. Even the approach, the process, it's something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For your time today, and I mean, we are all very happy to be
volume,
here.
Please, and please, can we keep quiet? Thank you.
So, I mean, I know the submissions close tomorrow, so I just want to ask: is it possible to sort of have an extension, because a lot of people have so many submissions to, drop in, and I'm sure even the international community, they're also very much interested in this because they're also players in the Nigerian, environment. My second question is on the Startup Act. I've looked at it. I know it's focused on the tech companies or digital companies, but there are also other sectors of the economy that, should be encouraged, like the power sector. We have a huge deficit in our infrastructure, roads, construction, and quite, a lot of other sectors that should be given that form of advantage, to enjoy from the benefits that the Act offers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, our chairman has a question. Please.
Sorry, the chairman doesn't have a question. Fola Adiola has a question. And it's not a question. You know, there's something called psychological anchor. When a discussion starts and somebody says, I'm closing my business. I'm closing my business, to me always, it's like I've lost a child. Okay, because so many things happen to that person. So, and I've lost a child is a matter for the heart. It's never a matter for the brain. What we are trying to do here is to use the opportunity and bring out matters for the brain. Otherwise, the heart will take us where we don't want to go. It's not an emotional issue. We also know that we live in a country where most people run away from compliance. Every law that comes out like this, the first time we read it, we're so adept at finding how we are not going to do, how we are going to controvert or corrupt that particular act. So, truly, there are bad people. The sample here may not be representational of the bad people because they won't attend conferences like this. But the outcome here, the outcome here is intended for Nigeria, not for the people here. So why I extend compassion to people who are closing their business. In fact, I was asking the lady that spoke class, why are you closing it, inside me, and can we still see what can be done, and so on and so forth. I want us to also understand the governments that get themselves to a point of laying people on the road. Perhaps that was how they can even get anything from people. I know, not because I was old enough, I know that the Western Region government, in funding free education under Chief Awolowo, put people on the road to be taxing people who are moving from here to there, or to be taxing farmers as they were coming from the market. It was primitive then, but it served their purpose because the only money they could access was taxation money. Today is extremely primitive, and we need to also continue to educate our friends, our associates, that paying taxes, next to worshiping God, it's a sacred act. Even Christ, when they asked him, said, give unto Caesar what is Caesar. That is the tax. So it's not that go and give Caesar money. Okay. Go and give to Caesar what is Caesar. Tax is how we shape society, how we do the road. Which one will come first? Me to pay first and then insist on their doing it, or they? I also think that we should get out of this they and us mentality. Like I said, the gentleman in front of us was part of us 4 months ago. Now, has he changed? Is he a different person? And then we now see him and say them, and that they are pushing us. Who is he to push me now? I know him. He can't push me because I'm not pushing him. So I want us to, and you will have received so many comments like this, but I also like for us to sort everything out through the head, so that we are clear what is what. When you get to the hospital and you need an injection, they pierce your bum. Yeah, nobody wants to pierce anybody's bum, but that is or give you a medication that is bitter. But you don't take it, you don't get well. So there are areas that will happen, especially for people who are rich. They don't want to pay anything. We need to take from them. And I'm glad that those who are poor, we need to find the balms, to soothe their pain. I think that the balance that I will suggest that you work with is not a church matter or a mosque matter. It's something that modern societies have done with amazing success. And for our own society to become modern and to become a decent society, things have to be done. People don't want to pay at the toll gate because they are big people, and it's closer to the toll gate that the lights start shining in front of their cars. And the hapless man there, who is just employed to collect his toll, just is forced to raise the bar. And the one that he can find, after being treated like that by those who have, what does he do? He uses his power for those who he can catch. And then we remove this man's inhumanity to man over time. But we need to ask ourselves, what do we want? A working society, a modern society that can deliver government, not dividend of democracy, deliver service properly, and we pay for that service, or a primitive society where the survival of the fittest and the weak will always perish. It's just a thought. Thank you.
So 2 online comments. Collecting revenue through the FIRS alone seems to take away the function of the CBN in collecting and accounting for those revenues. How does the committee intend to navigate this complexity? And then the second one, another aspect of your reforms will need to focus on civil service and public service reforms. How does the committee intend to automate and retrain the civil and public services? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for those excellent questions and comments. So on the first one about the opportunities and incentives to invest in MSMEs, what are we doing? So our primary focus is on removing these incentives. So we're not focusing on giving incentives. In fact, what we're also planning to do is to rationalize the incentives we currently have. See the ones that are working, the ones that don't make sense. Many of them are creating distortions. If you have access, you call someone, you get the waiver. Me, I don't know anyone. I can't get a waiver. We operate in the same market. I can't survive. So we are going to tidy up that whole incentive scheme. And in the laws we are rewriting, you have a dedicated section. You won't be finding incentives. All incentives will be in one place. You know what you're entitled to. I want to remove discretions as much as possible. You don't have to know anyone to be entitled to it. If we have decided as a country, that's what you should have. There is a plan. So just to say it's a plan, this is not to say that it's been agreed. We're looking at that unclaimed dividend thing. That government about 2 years said, they'll use it, and when the people show up, they know many people will never show up. So we're planning, why don't we take that money and give it for investments in small businesses? And if those people show up, then fine, then they collect it from the fund managers. So the second one, forum, we should have a forum for taxpayers and tax administrators to meet so we better understand ourselves. I do agree with you, 100%. So we think this should be an ongoing conversation. Every country does it. You may even understand my business today. Things evolve. Tomorrow you no longer understand it. You were in the private sector before. You're no longer there. Things have changed. We have to keep that communication going. So yes, we would work on that. The third one, my sister here, I felt the passion as she was saying it. And my wife also runs a small business. She does a spa, gym, makeup, salon. She has not made profit for she hasn't made profit for over 10 years. She has about 30 staff. So I'm subsidizing the business. We would have been better off if she didn't do that business for 10 years. But every time we remind ourselves that is 30 families that we are supporting in our own little way. Most times she comes back very stressed. Even with my knowledge and contact, they stress her as well. I said to her from day one, you have to do the right thing, including paying taxes. I will prepare the tax returns for her, we'll pay. They'll come and say, this whole business, this is the small amount of tax you are paying. I say, give my number to them. They should come and explain to me whether she should go and print the money to come and pay them. So I fully understand. And that video, please, you share with me. We're going to play that video over and over again with all the committee members, because the woman did an excellent job of speaking. I call them the real people. So even while I was at PwC, I made it a personal effort to go to Alaba, Idumota, Baluk. I went to Onisha. So I relate with the real people, and we know the pains they are going through, and we want to try our best to fix those pains. And I hear my brother, Mr. Fola Adeola, about, we have to make sure that this is not all about emotions, because at the end of the day, we may miss the opportunity of finding the solution. And I do agree. But I also recognize that those emotions are speaking to some pains. So you have to allow those emotions to come out. And that's when we can now relax and talk about what the head can process. So we welcome all of them, and we'll do our best to address them. There was a request for extension of deadline, granted. So we'll give the extension until the end of this month, so you have 2 weeks. In case you are wondering where to find it, fiscal reforms. Fiscal, FISCAL.
And if you can type it and flash it on the screen.
Yes, exactly. Fiscalreforms.ng. So you see everything there once you go to that website. This other question is, and I agree with Mr. Fola Adeola that there are many people who are, in fact, they set out not to do the right thing. So they just enjoy they dribble everybody, including government. So what we're trying to do is, I think personally, and data supports it, that the burden of compliance and the burden of funding government today is disproportionately on the lower end of the ladder. And that is wrong. It's a design problem. Some of it was okay 30 years ago, but because we never reviewed our laws, they no longer make sense. So that's why we are spending time to redesign it. Once we redesign, we say this is the threshold within which you must pay tax. And these are the few taxes you must pay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will collect it. Part of what we have to be able to collect it, and I'll let you know this, because you see, the world has really evolved. We should not go on the streets with some very angry-looking, drug-infested people, harassing people, removing side mirrors. One of the things I read that really touched my heart was a woman, a tailor. You know that thing you put on your shoulder and then you put the head on it? She had no transport money, so she trekked to the point where she was doing the business, put down the machine. Not up to 10 minutes, someone showed up and said, Madam, levy for today, 400 naira. Madam said, see, I have not even 1 naira. Please, can you come back in the evening? Maybe I would have made some money. And this man refused and removed the head of the machine and went with that. And the woman started crying. So he said, why do you do that to your people? Why would you do that? So that is insane, and it should never have happened in the first, but it's happening every single day. So we want to stop all of that. But once we establish that you should pay tax, even your phone will place a lien on it. Every 1 naira you load, whether it's data you are buying or voice, it goes to government until you finish paying your tax. So the other question I have here is from the online community. FRS, we said they should collect this, collect that. What would the CBN be doing? CBN is not supposed to be collecting taxes. CBN is a bank of government. So FRS will collect the taxes and put it in the CBN. Right, so what we are planning to do is to harmonize how taxes and levies are collected. In fact, these fees that they're asking us to pay, I'm one of you. So if government forces me to pay a fee to collect the waste in my estate, it's a tax. What they are supposed to do is define the standard, minimum standard and process for anybody who wants to collect waste. Accredit them and give a list so I can go and negotiate commercially. So the policy we are writing now It's not only a policy on tax, it's also a policy on fees and charges, how it should be done, who can do it. It should not be the agency just arbitrarily deciding how much they want to collect. It's not done like that anywhere. And then we're also developing a policy on spending. We're told that 15 airports in Nigeria are not viable. Not because the people needed it in the first place, because the governor wanted to fly to the capital city. And then we're spending more than 300 million naira every month maintaining those useless investments when we do not have road from the farm to the market so that we stop wasting 60% of the tomatoes we produce. We do not have roof over the many basic primary schools. We do not have safe drinking water, no health center. So we're saying to government, not only is it that we're going to focus on making sure there is no padding and corruption, there has to be the priority and quality of spending must address what the people want. So we are discussing with them to also have a spending framework that will hold them to, and we'll be relying on Nigerians to join us in holding our leaders to account. The last question is automation reform of the public and civil service. And this one is not within our mandate, but one other thing we've said is that if we say to Nigerians, engage with us in trying to help us reform our economy around policies, we will not ignore any input. Anything that we receive that does not fall squarely within the mandate of our committee, you have my commitment today. We'll share it with the relevant ministry, department, and agency of government. And the president has already asked the delivery unit for the federal government to work with us. So someone has to be responsible for it. And that someone will make sure that they do what they need to do. And we know that God will help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, another one round of applause for Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. Thank you for giving us your time. We wish you all the best. We wish you all the best and success. You have us here, and we will share with you the outcomes of the conversations and the recommendations. And we look forward to this time next year, looking back and seeing the progress that has been made. Thank you, yes, and to celebrate. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to acknowledge the presence of our director, one of our directors, Mr. Tokunbo Talabi, Director of Faith Foundation. Thank you. Please join us as we take a picture, sir.
Check. Okay. A round of applause, please, for our Fireside Chat. That was an amazing time we just had, and one that just, in a way, renews hope, you know? So, like the lady who took his picture, I joined her to say, yes, Mr. Chairman, we have also taken your picture. We'll put you in prayers, but we also hope to see results. Moving on very swiftly, I'm going to bring on board, because we're going to start our panel session, still on the topic of improving the tax policy environment in Nigeria, right? And I see our moderator. Okay, she's coming back. So whilst we're waiting to start that, for everyone online, I hope that you've been enjoying the conversations. Please note that we have our hashtags, right? So please share the conversation that we're having here. We've heard a lot of important information here, nuggets, quotes. You know, you can even just tweet Mr. Oyedele's face to say, you know, we had this conversation and he has said he's going to improve the tax system. You know, but tweet, put out your post, and please use our hashtags, hashtag FaithPDS or hashtag PDS 2023 to get the conversation going. And so moving on very swiftly, we're going to take our interactive panel conversation on the theme, improving the fiscal and tax policy environment for Nigerian MSMEs. And to drive the conversations on this panel will be no other person than our board director. She's a board director on the Communications and Advocacy Board Committee at Faith Foundation. And this is the foundation that oversees all the work we do. The data, the research, the policy workshops, and policy influencing work that we do. And so please join me in welcoming Mrs. Sheyi Bella, who is our board director at Faith Foundation, as she moderates the next panel. Please, a round of applause as she comes up on stage and she introduces the other members of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Amaka, and good afternoon, everyone, again. Thank you so much, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. Thank you so much. That was just so fantastic. Adenika is out, she's not here now, but that was just a fantastic fireside chat. So let me just say welcome, everyone, again. Thank you so much for joining us at our 9th annual policy dialogue session on entrepreneurship. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to invite the members of my panel to come forth now. And this is something that we're looking forward to. So first of all, I think we have Engineer Jennifer Adigije. Can we please give her a round of applause? She's the SSA to the President on Entrepreneurship Development, Innovation, and Digital Economy. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for joining us today. Next is Mrs. Toyin Bashir, who is a partner at Banwa and Igodalo. Can we please give her a round of applause? Thank you, Toyin. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me also welcome Dr. Folashade Koka, who is the Director of Informal Sector and Special Duties Lagos Inland Revenue Service. Please let us give a round of applause for Dr. Folashade. And one more person joining us will be Dr. Adebayo Adams. He's the Chairman, Nigeria Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, Lagos Chapter. Can we please give him a round of applause? One more seat. Thank you. Okay, I'll let you read that. Thank you so much, Mr. Adebayo. Sorry we had to put you on the hot seat. I'll describe it that way. Okay, sorry, I've just been properly guided. Amaka has just been guiding everybody today. So I've been properly guided that he's Professor Adebayo Adams. Thank you so much for that. It's good to address people properly, so thank you very much. So today we're going to be discussing, getting into this interactive panel session. And the conversations today, I'm sure you'd agree, have been very, very insightful and very, should I say, enriching conversations, really, letting us know about what's happening in the tax, should I say, the tax sector generally in Nigeria as it relates to MSMEs, as we're dealing with that. So today we're going to be looking at improving the fiscal and tax policy environments for Nigerian MSMEs. And there are just a number of things. I think, but first things first, to start the conversation and sort of set the context. And I know that there have been all sorts of things. So for instance, we watched that video, and there was the lady in the audience who also spoke her heart about what she's been going through as an MSME. But I'd like Mr. Professor Adebayo Adams to just kind of talk us through from his own perspective, and I'm sure that some of the things you're going to tell us will sort of corroborate some of the things that have already been said. But in your role as the chairman of the Nigerian Association of Small Medium Enterprises Lagos chapter, I think it'll be useful to hear from you. So what are SMEs dealing with? How are they able to manage, with multiple taxation? And if you could just share with us from your own experience.
Yeah, thank you, moderator.
Yeah.
It's a tall order. And as you have said earlier, I'm sitting on the hot seat. I'm representing that organizer, that woman roasted plantain, that akara king seller, that's the shard card and pure water lady on the street. And they are voiceless people. And it's very, very saddening and disheartening. If you see the rate at which small business, nano, micro, small, medium, are getting close up on a daily basis. When the chairman said they have 45 to 67 taxes being paid, it's not really kidding. It's just telling you that we have more. There's so many non-state actors that are even richer than the state. You cannot believe it. A Keke Marwa paid close to about 3,650 Keke Marwa per day. Okada paid 2,300 per day. Then the LT business paid close to about 7,000 per day. I'm talking of per day. These are not actors. You can see how big, how resourceful, how the way they are getting richer on daily basis. The state's inland revenue does not have that. They are getting 10,500 in a year. Multiply that. I keep on saying, are they really serious? Because they are getting this money by fire, by force.
Absolutely.
When you look at the rate at which people have been dealt with, just like what I was mentioned, take up the head of the machine. What do you expect the woman to do? She will cry. Nothing happened. On many occasions, I need to thank Mrs. Coker, not because I'm seeing you. On many occasions, people from Ikorodu, from Mushin, from everywhere, keep on telling me, they are there, they have already locked up at 26 jobs. I say, when you lock 26 jobs, where do they expect them to get the money? And the response will be, is it because we're lucky for today or this week? What about the one they have been doing? I say, you don't know what we are passing through. When the lady mentioned to you she's having a blood pressure, she goes around with it. This is what each and everyone passed through. 3 years ago, immediately during 2019, 2020, COVID, and 2021, Anchor Borrower came out. By 182 of my members, we found ourselves in the cooperative. We went to Ogun State. The state secretary to the state government just left. We got close to about 300 acres of land. We planted maize. In the tinkle of a night, the cattle came in, took over the 300 acres of land. We have nothing left. When we handled one of the cow, took it to the police station. After, I know you will be laughing. No, it wasn't. What you are saying is what I saying. Some people, some of my members died along the line. Wow, so the reason is that that is why you are asking from the direct person. Our BVN was at stake. We took the money from Central Bank. The money taken on behalf of small business. They are telling us that at the end of the day, if you don't pay whenever you have your money, then there's supposed to be an insurance. We cried. Lo and behold, NISA does not insure our farm. Premium was not paid. Naik said now they didn't give to them. Who are we going to blame? They gave it to another insurance company. Royal Exchange, we asked them. No. The insurance does not cover cow. It's an act of God. The one cow we arrested, we took to the police station. After a week, they said they don't have sale for the cow. They have released the cow has gone. We have left with nothing. It's not so funny. These are what are the problem. I used to be a rice farmer. I'm no longer a rice farmer. So when you look at all these type of things, and somebody is telling me how come the bag of rice is 50,000, I say it's still cheap. Yes, because if I have been allowed and other people we will get it right. These are practical things. So when they are asking you to pay for the basket, they are asking you to pay for the sticker, television and radio, even though the vehicle you are carrying does not have a radio, but you must have the license and the sticker. And these are issues that we need to look at when you talk of the multiple taxes. So the non-state actor has really dealt with small business owner. And they tell you if you want to close your business, you can close it up. We are on revenue generation. How do you say on revenue generation? How many times will I call the governor? How many times will I call Mrs. Coker? How many times will I call the commissioner? I will look like a nuisance. So these are issues that we need to look into and see. It is not that people don't want to pay taxes. We know the National Policing on Tax have said this, that one of their major causes is just to make sure that we have a robust tax system where the small business is going to have incentives. That is what is stated, but it's good on paper. That is why I want to tackle Taiwo. Say what we are saying, this is good on paper. Look at what we are feeling, look at what you are seeing. It's not like that. So we need to come together and have a policy that's okay. Most of the policy are there, but some of these policies have some assaulted. And that is why some are dead on arrival. And we will telling you, okay, go and bring it. If that is the case, let us see. Go and bring it. Because about 5-6 agencies of the government comes together and they be asking for the same thing. LASEPA will ask for the same thing. Local government will ask for the same thing. Why can't I use my own fumigator to do my regular fumigation? But when you look at the whole thing, I don't have a choice. You have to pay and collect the receipt. It's the revenue receipt that is needed. I rest my case.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Adiba. I'm sure you have very well represented your constituency, as we started the conversations. I think one of the things that, has jumped out a lot in all of the conversations today, the activity of non-state actors, and then also just a depth of information. There's such a huge knowledge gap. A lot of people don't know the taxes that they're supposed to pay. And this knowledge gap is then being exploited by this so-called non-state actors. And people generally who then get people who don't understand what they're supposed to be paying, tell them, yes, so these are the number of taxes you're supposed to pay, or who am I supposed to be paying to? And that's why we must have some faith in the work that Mr. Taiwo is doing when he's talking about how we'll get to a stage, hopefully, where we have fewer taxes and people are very clear about who they're supposed to be paying these taxes to. So let's talk about the knowledge gap issue a bit more, and let's try to examine that a bit more. I think, let me turn to you, Dr. Coker, all right? And I think the first question I have for you is is Lagos State aware of this significant number of NMSMEs that have no knowledge of the kinds of laws, the kinds of taxes they're supposed to be paying to? And also, what is Lagos State doing about it?
Good afternoon, everyone. I greet you, my people. Because you are speaking of knowledge, and knowledge starts from speaking in a language and in a way that people can clearly understand.
Yeah.
And that is how the NMSMEs operate, because it's not all the NMSMEs that are learned. And Professor Adebayo spoke earlier. Interestingly, I became the director of informal sector last year, and I know that one of the first people I went to was his good self, to find a way that we could simplify the process for the NSMEs under him to be able to pay. Because for me, I know that simplification and ease of doing business would bring a lot of revenue for both the state, the local government, and the federal. I call it the what, when, where, how of taxation. What to pay, when to pay, how to pay, who to pay to. And interestingly enough, the book on that I was writing, I actually spoke with Mr. Oyedele that he was going to give me the forward. So he's actually doing the forward for that. So what to pay, when to pay, who to pay, and how to pay to are critical in ensuring voluntary compliance. And it's not a tripod, it's a four-way stool. It's a conversation that has to do with the government, the tax administration, the NSMEs, and as well as the consultants. The consultants also must not be missing in this conversation because they are the go-to when some of these NSMEs have issues. So it's a conversation that has to go through all that. And then knowledge, there's a lot of knowledge gap. I see people, with due respect to everyone, there are people that really are trying their best to do the right thing. But unfortunately, in the society that we find ourselves now, a lot of people take advantage of that lack of knowledge. So that's why Lagos State continues to do a lot of stakeholder engagement, taxpayer enlightenment, and education. It's a continuum for us. Yesterday, I was in Gorodome. I was dancing in Gorodome. I was speaking in Yoruba. I was having meetings with the Yaolojas and Babaolojas. And we came to an agreement and we set up a canopy for them there. We put the printer and we put everything there. Ease of doing business. And we had over 550 people voluntarily pay yesterday. And we are continuing even as we speak. And today I'm in a dress. Yesterday I was speaking Yoruba, Hausa, and all that in the market. So how many people here would want to export charcoal to, let's say, Russia, and will not find out how to export, the quality, the fees and levies, and all? You find out all that. So it's the same thing as working in Nigeria. Nigerians, most times we spoon feed people. People want everything to be put on a platter, but when you are setting up a business, you need to find the to know. And all these things, there is no law in Lagos State. It's the Personal Income Tax Act. And the Personal Income Tax Act is a federal law. It's just one law guiding any state in Nigeria. And all the taxes are listed there. Yes, are some obsolete. Mr. Taiwo Oyedele is dealing with that, and I'm sure they will take that out and do the needful. So we are here. We have 40 tax stations. We have 40 mini tax stations. So whichever side of the divide you fall under, we have the Twitter, we have Instagram handles, we have the e-tax platform. You don't even need to come and see us. You can be in London, UK, you can file your returns in diaspora without any human intervention. All the conversations that we've been having here, it's the human intervention. It's the human intervention. Nigerians like to pass the buck to third parties. Oh, please, can you help me go to the tax office to go and do this? And then sometimes when people complain to me, and I say, please, can you tell us the staff that did this? They say, Mo fe wala o. I don't want somebody to lose their job because of me. Oh. I don't want to be the one to make baun jelenu yokon. But if you do not let us know, and we purge the system of these people, then how can we serve you better? People must be penalized. People must be disciplined. But a lot of people go hand in glove. You want to pay lower, so you accommodate those kind of situations. You don't want to pay at all. But where you want to comply, we are there. And will definitely make the process simple for you. In a language, we have our Form A's. They are in English, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo. We have the whistleblowing portal that you can also take advantage of. So for simplification and knowledge, I think I'd want to stop at that for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Koka. I think just something to just take on from something you said. I think you highlighted personal income tax. Some of the feedback we're getting in the room, just even from the conversations, I'm not certain that it's just personal income tax. I think the worry for many other people, it's that the levies, they're the things that just keep showing up. things that they haven't planned for. It's easy to plan for personal income tax, but I think the issue is when somebody is coming and just knocking at your door and just talking about all sorts of taxes and levies that you have to pay. With personal income tax, I guess you're probably also looking at generally, and I think this is what Mr. Taiwo also spoke around. People are generally looking at taxes on profits. But when you're dealing with your levies don't care about whether you make profits or not. They're just taxing whatever income they can find in your hands. So I guess that may also be one of, the sort of mismatch or something. So even with the levies, are people aware of these levies? I mean, Saudat, who was speaking, talked about how today is one levy, tomorrow is another levy that she's dealing with. So I think it's when we start talking about the levies that people are actually, complaining and saying it's a bit too much for them.
Yes, correct also. So I think maybe we should go the way of definition.
Yeah.
Levies, fines, duties, charges.
Yeah.
Yes, you pay charges if you have a land use charge. Where you don't have a land or a property, you do not pay charges. Levies, maybe you belong to an association or whatever, or maybe at the local government level, you might have levies that you can pay. Traffic offense, you pay a fine. So there are some things that people call multiple taxation, that it's not really multiple taxation. If you don't have a land or a property, you would never pay land use charge. But where you have a land or a property, you will pay land use charge. Where you earn an income, you will pay direct assessment or payee. Where you do transactions or business that has to do with VAT, you will pay VAT. But if you do not, then you will not pay VAT. So now the non-state actors.
No, but before we get to the non-state actors, so just so that we follow within the context of knowledge, and then I would then go and ask the questions generally around non-state actors. But just on the state of knowledge, let me just read something. I know that I think Wilson had mentioned it when he was presenting. But from the State of Entrepreneurship reports, it does say that from the research that was done, 80% of entrepreneurs said that they are not aware of the number of taxes they're required to pay. So that's a problem. So and that's feedback.
That's information gap. Yes. But the information gap, this knowledge is available. It's on the e-tax. It's in the personal income tax. But where you want to hide something from people, put it in a book or put it in a document. So the knowledge, and then I've been doing stakeholders engagement for the past 2 years. Tie and die. I'm in every association. And so I'm wondering, the bakers, the hoteliers, the people that have these small bars and all that, we are having those conversations. But beyond those conversations, are you doing the to know? When we were young, we used to watch this movie, I Need to Know. So I need to know is all those things that our parents could not tell us. They told us through that program.
So Dr. Koka, let's ask Professor Adebayo, what are we doing about I need to know? So there is the question that definitely from the feedback, there are definitely issues around knowledge, the knowledge gap. People don't know. But what are you then doing, with organizing people within your platform? Tax literacy, generally. What are we then doing so that it's a two-way street? We have government saying, well, we're trying on our own part to tell people. And then how are the people also trying to educate themselves and give themselves, and become more knowledgeable?
Yeah, thank you. The tax literacy is very, very important. You know what to pay, who to pay to, and different types of payments that need to be paid, and at what time. And if there is additional charges or fines, we need to understand what to do concerning that. In 2017, 2018, we had this very serious issue with Federal Inland Revenue. And the issue was that Nigerian being what we are, we always take advantage of things when it comes up. But we just look at, there's this gap of mistrust. Why should I pay? And the Federal Inland Revenue came up that they are going to give us some charges and they're going to report and delist some of our organizations. We wrote a letter to the Federal Inland Revenue Service in Abuja, letter of advocacy, and we requested for waiver for those 2 years that we couldn't meet up. They waived about 3 years for us. That was 2017, 18, 19, yeah, until when the time of COVID. You see, it was given specifically to the National Association of Small and Medium Enterprises. We started it with GIZ and some other organization. We did it. And the waiver was granted, and a lot of small business came back. Because initially we look at it that what can we do? They said they are going to hammer us, clear all the Nigerian businesses, and we see where you are going to get the money. That was part of our advocacy. And they say, you are saying the truth, too. There is nothing. If every business collapses today, you too will go because you won't have any job to be doing. So we now said, if that should be the case, what can you do for us? And that is where I mentioned that Lagos, they are doing their own little way, just like what Dr. Mrs. Folasade Koka said, now moving around, I experienced it then, to the extent that they even came to the office. Remember I told you something, no matter how smart you are, people will sleep with one house and be using the other house to open and see you. If you have about 500 to come, only 20 or 10 will come. And lo and behold, we did the similar thing. I almost got myself fired from the office. Do you know what happened? And I explained to Mrs. Coker that this is what we did. 2016, 2017, we gathered ourselves together. We got all the data based on the trust given to me. I collected my people's data. I submitted it, and that means I took them as a lamb to the slaughtering abattoir. And the next thing, they use it against them. Now they have gotten their data. They know how much, they know where they stay, they know their telephone, they are starting harassing, and it become an issue. I told Mrs. Coker, I say, these are why we don't have that confidence. I've given you this, and see what has happened. Then issue like that, until we're telling you that if you want to close your business, close your business. You see the 10,000 that you want to pay, that is a problem to us. Pay our own. We are on revenue generation. We have quota, and we have revenue and target. God bless you, to meet up. I said, notwithstanding, we still need to look at it. We need to build out the trust back. Whenever I call them again, you have started. You have collected something. You think you can sort us out? No. And that is part of what is happening. We try as much as possible to let them know that they need to do a lot of sensitization on their own part so that they will not think of. Part of where we find ourselves now is that we don't have the data that we can play with. How many people that you have in the business doing business legal that you have the data? No. The reason is that people are not willing to give you the same data again. They are afraid. And that is why some people now, they say, okay, instead of me using the regular bank, let me be using the offline bank. If I use the offline bank, chap, then I will pay and I won't have any record. Because they want to see your statement in the account, how much that I passed through. Nigeria will find an alternative.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And I think that, and what you say is very important. On the one hand, you're trying to ensure that you're undertaking the different types of tax literacy that you can do with the people that you know, but there's still such a knowledge gap. You don't even have the right data, to be able to capture all the relevant NSMEs that you need to be speaking to educate in relation to that. So there is that point that also needs to be dealt as well. But I think we've kind of covered the topic on the knowledge gap issue. Very clear that there is a knowledge gap. The State of Entrepreneurship report confirms that. I think the point that we need to then also take is that from your perspective, sir, work still needs to be done. We're trying to ensure that NSMEs also must know, and they must learn, and they must be properly educated as well. So if we have that combination of the state trying on its own end to ensure, Dr. Folashade, thank you so much. I hear you're speaking in different languages, trying in the informal sector to try and inform people and make them aware. But I think, again, more needs to be done, particularly around the aspect of levies, which is what we keep getting that feedback, these fees and charges that keep showing up. So I think that's on the knowledge gap issue. I think the other issue that comes up very strongly is the non-state actor issue. Tony and Jennifer, I will come to you, right? So that you don't think the conversation just seems to be happening there, but I will come to you. On the non-state actor issue, I think the big thing, the messaging has been very loud in this room. And I guess, Dr. Falashadi, from your perspective, being, a director with LIRS, the question is, what is Lagos State doing about this non-state actor issue? Because we know specifically that people are dealing with all kinds of issues. Today, somebody comes, takes their side mirror. Today, somebody comes, takes the equipment with which they're using to work. What is Lagos State doing? A lot of people actually feel that Lagos State is actually collaborating with certain people who can actually become agents for revenue collection. That is the feedback we are receiving. So what is Lagos State actually doing to deal with this non-state actor issue?
Thank you. So with respect to that, first I'll say that directly that's not within my purview because I deal with taxes. Okay, but even having said that, I know that the state introduced the issue of trying to nil out multiple levies for transporters and introduced the 800 naira per day levy because they realize that most times the buses go through a lot of local governments while transporting people. And they realized that at every local government, they were basically having to pay one levy or the other. So they brought everything and consolidated it into an 800 levy per day. And that was created. And within that, the LOMA, LASMA, and all those were put into that 800. Why was this done? It was in a bid to try to reduce the transport fare that people have to pay on a day-to-day. Now, the non-state actors, yes, I know that Mr. Taiwo Oyedele is doing that at a level that is higher above my pay grade in the sense that he's conversing with the governor and bringing that political will from the governor into this conversation will be able to cascade both from the state all the way to the local government. So if there are still things like that, I know that by the time they are finished or done with their reports and they have that interface with governments and all that, I want to believe that that would be a thing of the past. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kuka. I think it's important that that feedback goes to the state specifically. I know that Mr. Taiwo Oyedele is doing that, but we almost say that he's not a messiah at the end of the day. And so in terms of we must manage the expectations that we also have for that committee as well. The feedback must also be given strongly to the state in relation to what needs to be done with non-state actors and the negative image that they are also giving to the government as well in relation to that. So, Ms. Bashir, let me come to you now as we start to think about the way forward and start to think about how we can explore reforms. So, Toyin, you were head of the legal cluster at PEPEC. And, when we all, and even when Mr. Taiwo Oyedele was speaking, he kept talking about rewriting the laws. We want to do something better with rewriting the laws. So we can't really talk about tax reforms and not talk about rewriting the laws. I know that your role was really strong at PEPEC. And I know that there's so many, reforms that came as a result of that, of the activities of PEPEC. So maybe you can just talk us through, just some of the things in terms of just expectations from a reform perspective, and to let us know that, indeed, perhaps we can have some faith in the system with relation to how these laws may be reformed from your own experience.
Okay, thank you, Shay. I'm one of those people that have to bend.
Sorry.
Firstly, please permit me to thank the Faith Institute for not only including me as to serve on the technical committee that was set up for this event, but also to be part of the speakers with this esteemed panelists as well. Just for context, over the last 7 years, as Sheyi mentioned, I was the head of, and in fact, I still do support PEPEC, Head of legal interventions, which meant that on the regulatory side, I worked with federal ministries, departments, and agencies in effecting changes in terms of processes and timeline and reviewing those processes. Also worked with subnational governments as well on essentially working through the system. So the idea was to cascade the progress that had been recorded on a federal level on a subnational level. And so the council signed off on that. So working with subnational governments, as well as the legislature, of course, working on some key legislations, including the Business Facilitation Act, which I led and coordinated towards the passage of that law, as well as judiciary, working with state governments for the first time introducing the small claims court in Nigeria, starting from Lagos. And now we have established the small claims courts in over 10 states in the country. So at the time, at some point, we thought that, again, data, and Mr. Adiola spoke around the fact that you can't base decisions if you don't have the data. So we actually consigned a review on MSMEs. So we have something called the MSME Cost of Compliance Report. And I know that Mr. Taiwo Edele, the most called out name this afternoon, by the way. I tried to keep count how many times I heard his name, but I have to jump on that wagon as well. That when he was also having a different hat on, he contributed towards the cost of compliance report, essentially looking at just what the name of the report spoke to. And one of the issues was, of course, tax. And all these issues we have discussed were actually some of the findings as a result of that. It covered Lagos and Abuja. And I guess one of the notable ones was the fact that, again, the issues around local taxes. It was a big one. The fact that, it was not just arbitrary, but it also came with harassment. So I oversee my firm's practice in Abuja. And of course, I also face these bills that come from AMAC, the Abuja Municipal Area Council, very popular in Abuja. And I'm sure that you must also have seen on TV, small businesses complaining about AMAC and the assistant, and have received those bills as well. But I have the institution of Bawa and Igodalu behind me, unlike, the SMEs who receive the same bills that I also receive. And this led to the inclusion of the AMAC chairman on the council. So of course, PEBEC, as you know, was headed by the previous, was chaired by the previous vice president. And of course, the current administration has retained it and is now chaired by the current vice president of Nigeria. And it was now very important that not only were we going to try and fix it, but we needed the main actor, the chairman of ACTA, to also sit on the council, hear, the stories, and also work with us in co-creating solutions for that purpose. So on the legislative side, specifically to what Shea was talking about, I mean, of course, we know that the Finance Acts were a result of, reforms that were supposed to be targeted. In fact, I do believe that the recommendation came from the Tax Policy Implementation Committee at the time that the Finance Act should accompany the Appropriation Act. And there was a mandate that the Federal Ministry of Finance should work with, the legislature to ensure that that was done. And of course, we now know that we've seen the 2019 up to the current one, which was signed by Mr. President. And I recall that one of the objectives for 2019 and 2020 was even around ease of doing business. It was around ensuring that those reforms, so in terms of reviewing those tax laws at the time, was actually predicated on ease of doing business, even institutionalizing some of the ease of doing business reforms. I had the privilege at some point when we were working on the business facilitation bill at the time, which of course popularly known as the Omnibus Bill, and we had a presentation. I had the privilege to attend the Federal Executive Council meeting when the issue of institutionalizing through legislation came up, and the Honorable Minister of Finance at the time then recommended that it should be stepped into and reserved for the Finance Act, and that was one of the reasons why we had to actually step down efforts to reform tax laws through the Omnibus Bill, because it was a very important step and aspect of reform that was necessary, given we had several stakeholder engagements, and the constant thing you would always hear is the issues of multiplicity of tax, especially on the local level. Then, of course, in addition to that, speaking to the Business Facilitation Act itself, we've talked about the knowledge gap. We've talked about the fact that information is not readily available. And indeed, in 2016, when PEREC was inaugurated, one of the first things that we tackled was transparency. Because then you would look into websites and you would see pictures of the heads of agencies and committee members and things like that. But you won't get information around what are the documents, what's the timeline, what's the process, how do I get my license? And so that was the first thing we tackled, and that was actually what led to the executive order on transparency and efficiency in the Federal Civil Service. The idea was each of those agencies had to sign a service level agreement with stakeholders like you and I, and essentially commit, stating there, what are your processes, what's the cost, what's the timeline, and then came up with something also unique in terms of the default approvals, that if you don't give me my license within a certain time, or if you don't even have information that's updated, I'm actually enabled to rely on whatever is there, and you can't tell me otherwise. So the BFA now came to codify, because we had seen the progress that had been made through the executive order, which was an executive order. But of course, we had to institutionalize it through the Business Facilitation Act, and that's why it then codified those provisions. So now it is law that that information should be available. But of course, we see that is a federal law. I'm aware that one of the things that's being talked around is how we can domesticate it around the states.
Yeah.
Because we're trying to move in terms of traction, full implementation on the federal level to ensure that the federal agencies are doing it, so that it is sort of like a way that you can then measure it, and then the states can also come up. So conversations have been had on the NEC level as well. So I know that that's one of the things that's being contemplated. And of course, in terms of measure, we have to continue to measure implementation. And that's why they have the report that is usually issued every half year and at the end of the year. So what it is that there's certain MDAs that are PEREC MDAs that are measured. So are this information available? Because again, we say that there are many laws in Nigeria, but implementation is the issue. If only so many of them were implemented, maybe we can get some traction. To ensure that that is actually done, there's a team that's dedicated to that purpose, to ensure that they check that those things are being done, and they measure, and then they issue reports. And I do tell you that it does work, because every time those reports are issued, heads of agencies are calling, why am I number 20? Why am I, what didn't they do right? They're constituting, committees and teams to ensure that they do what is right. I mean, it's a marathon, is not a sprint, but I, as a private sector person who has been committed to supporting government on a pro bono basis for the
many pro bono supporters of government.
Yes, commitment to Nigeria. So I have seen the progress. I have seen that. I mean, of course, sometimes it's dependent on whoever is sitting, but you see, when we continue to measure, through those reports, and in fact, one was launched very recently, and all these reports are available on Business Made Easy, the website. So if you would like to, including the cost of compliance report of 2021. So legislative interventions like that are absolutely necessary, because until we actually codify them and then have, sort of like processes for ensuring that they're also measured over time. So working with the Federal Civil Service, and then hoping that, again, on a subnational level, this will be replicated along all the states. And that's why also there's the subnational survey report that is issued on a yearly basis. So it measures every state in terms of compliance as well. Again, this is sort of to foster healthy competition amongst the states, and to ensure that they also, see what their peers are doing. So there's peer review, and they're able to then take on some of the learnings from those kind of cases. Yeah. So
Thank you. Thanks so much, Tony, for that. I mean, that's really, really very detailed. And just to strengthen our belief in the fact that legislative reform works, and it has worked, and can be a tool for tax reform. So when Mr. Tayo Idili is talking about tax reforms, let us believe that it can work, because it has worked. Let's come to you, Engineer Jennifer. Technology has been identified as a solution in the tax complexities in Nigeria. People have talked about AI, people have talked about how we can use technology to deal the knowledge gap information, how we can use technology to deal with collection, how we can use technology to deal with compliance. Considering your role, which includes a focus on innovation and the digital economy, how would you suggest that technology is incorporated to address the cost of compliance on the part of government and entrepreneurs? And sorry, just to point out that I have received some information from technical that you actually don't have to bend. You can sit up straight and your voice will be captured. So you don't actually have to bend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Taiwo, I must commend your dedication to nation building. God bless you and the entire Fit Foundation team for this platform, which gives us or enables us to handshake, between the government and the real people. I'm part of the real people, right?
Don't you like the way government people come here and state they're part of us? There's no side. We're all in this together.
Yeah, because I started my first business 18 years ago. So I was first an entrepreneur before being a public servant. So this conversation resonates. And with regards to technology, why technology? Technology was invented to make lives or to make our life easier for us. It's supposed to be a leverage for us to drive our daily activities for optimal performance, optimal efficiency. So, and one thing that Mr. President is very keen on, and the Honorable Minister of Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosu Tijani, one of his focal points is how to accelerate prosperity for all Nigerians through digital technology efficiency. And so we're driving advocacy for technology deployment across all levels, multidimensionally, such that all MDAs and agencies can begin to deploy technology to make their activities more efficient. And those agencies, with regards to technology deployment, will be such that the technology speaks to itself. Data collection speaks to itself, and there will be flow of data, verifiable data, useful data, and we can use it as enablers, to be able to foster prosperity across all sectors. Information is very key in the MSME sector. They always say that knowledge is power, but I like to say information is wealth. Because if you have knowledge without the enabling information on how to apply that knowledge, then to what end? To what end? So, for instance, there's so many enabling platforms that the government is creating to assist entrepreneurs with regards to funding, with regards to loans, with regards to grants. A couple of days ago, the Africa Development, AFDB, and Development Bank of France, have recently signed off to disburse $100 and something million to entrepreneurs within the tech space alone. And there's so many other development agencies like that are rendering one support or the other. So you just need to know what is available and where to plug in. And with regards to the policy aspect, I know a lot of us are apprehensive about, policies that end up being on paper, like Mr. Adams said. I just want to urge us to give Mr. Taiwo and his team an opportunity, give them some time to let these policies begin to, get the desired impact that the government pursues. And for the first time, we have a government that has formed a policy coordinating unit, which is responsible for, coordinating these policies, delivering the policies, and even the monitoring and evaluation component of ensuring that those policies meet the desired outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I think that because of time, I think this is a good time to engage the audience. And so before I go with my last round of questions to the panelists, I think if there are any questions or comments from the audience on any of the points that any of the panelists have raised, this would be a good time to take some of these comments or take some of these questions. Do we have anybody? Okay.
Thank you. I don't know what to say, but he has represented us very well. And sorry, ma'am, since you are in Lagos, you said that some people don't know the difference tax and revenue.
Levies.
So I'm still standing because I'm directly affected, and I'm speaking out of I can defend and take you to everywhere. When the local government revenue, when they came to my place, they said I should pay 120,000. I told my staff to ask them where they came from. They said Agege. Meanwhile, I was paying tax to Jokbemu. So I called my tax officer. She said that, I asked her, can I pay my levy anywhere? She said yes. Because the other people insisted that I have to pay at Agege. When I got there, because we don't know what to pay. But before I left my office, I did some research. I want to ask Lagos State, am I paying based on what I generate or based on my location? Because when I got there, they said, out of nowhere, okay, you can pay 60,000. I said, no, sir. This is what I saw. I'm not supposed, they say it's a TV and whatever, and I have no television in my office. It became a bargain. Finally, for the past 2 years, I've been paying 20,000 plus and other, pay 20, okay, since you are here. I say, so it's not based on what I have anymore. It's not based on what I generate. It's based on my location. No problem. Then the other one, I have to mention their name. Hafema Ma. When they came, I took my time to go through their website. SPA was not cited anywhere. That policy was created and forced into their website this year. And when I finally saw that, I thought Hafema actually controls hospitals, pharmacies, and co. But this year, they just came up and whether good or bad, yeah, we will be forced to pay. They closed my space, lock it, no warning, nothing. And like somebody said, you have to pay at least before you start calling you or anybody. You have to get yourself out first. Yes. I know how much I paid. I actually wanted to see the Ministry of Health because I was making some research, reading around, but you will not have access to get all these information. So do you expect me to get myself locked down for weeks, months before I got everything sorted, or maybe before you come and intervene? The policy or the laws or the information is not out there. I have to search in. Then, as I'm talking to you, safety are going around again. And then on their own site, I asked, after paying this 150,000 every year, what do I get? What is it for? We pay insurance. And they sent their trainer to come and train, and you pay them, and you buy their book. Meanwhile, I did my own safety course. I have my certificate hanging over there. Why are they coming with all this? How do we make it? By the end of the year, I will end up paying up to 300 to 500. Not only me, I'm just using my own because I'm sure I'm small compared to others that what they pay are more.
Thank you.
Who are they generating this money for, and why are they? I don't want to put it tax again because the tax I'm paying my payee. It's in order every year. I find my tax. This one I'm mentioning are just from
levies
nowhere,
and things
from
all coming.
They just put
all
and force
together.
it. Check, I beg, please, if you can check on the safety. When did this policy start? And why are they generating it? The llama are there also.
Thank you.
A lot.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And they say they have a target, like Sir said. That one is too much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we can hear the frustration of just being bothered with so many taxes and levies here and there. And so this is why we're having this conversation as to multiple taxation with MSMEs and how we can deal with it. Thank you so much. I think there's someone's hand here. Can we take that?
Well, I actually plan to remain quiet throughout this, just absorbing. My name is S.T. Kuti George. I'm the National Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Small-Scale Industrialists, NASI. I just want to make this quick, intervention. For entrepreneurs, one other thing that we can do is to try and join associations. You can go fast when you go alone, but you may not be able to go far. When we come together and we advocate, if they don't want to hear our voices for any other reasons, they will listen to us for political reasons.
Yes.
Okay? They came up with exercise duty, for example, of 10 naira per liter of sugar-based sweetened whatever, and it is the same 10 naira for the nano that is applicable to Coca-Cola and Pepsi. You know, somebody producing less than 500 liters in a month with a company producing over 6 million liters. It's part of the intervention, you know, that we are trying to make. We already sent a memo to the committee. So just try and join an association. You have NASME there, National Association of Small and Medium Enterprises. The president of Asborn is there, Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria. You have NASI Associate. Some of these issues you can handle at associational level. We build capacity, we expose you to market, we expose you to funding, and a lot of other things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that's such a an excellent recommendation. Thank you very much. Any other comments? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I am Oluwatosin, a Programs and Learning Manager at Eco Institute of Technology. So while I have been so attentive listening to all that has been said, then for us to get it right, there is a need for everybody to come together. And for us to actually come together, there is a need from the bottom-top approach. Because now I'm trying to look at it from people who don't really have access to this information. I mean the people in the underserved community. Many of these people, we cited an example of somebody doing the tailoring using the machine. These are the people, these are the lower class, these are the people. Now for all our experts, everybody on the podium, what are we really doing to actually help these people assess the needed and necessary information on what to do? How often do we do it? Then number two, over time, today we have heard about people going about locking people's shop doing this. These people that are working for government, working in the aspect of levies and all, how often do you engage them in learning activities to actually know what their role, what they are supposed to do, and what they are not supposed to do? Because that is actually what we represent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, do we have any other comments? Okay, one more and then we'll go back to the panel for last remarks. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Orishema Tosai Dodo Emore. I practice law and I also chair DOE Maritime Resources. My question is comment is to Dr. Coker. And it's as regards personal income tax, because you said so much about personal income tax. I see that in my organization, we have been compliant with personal income tax, but we find that we're normally almost, say, harassed over the quantum of tax to be paid by the owners of the company. Like everyone who works in the company, every month we remit their income tax to the tax office. But at all times, they say, oh, the owners of the business, their names should not be on the payroll. And so they should pay some tax that is assessed by best of judgment. And so it seemed to us that at each point, that best of judgment is judged in anger. So it's usually some fantastic sum. Yes, it's some fantastic sum, and then we negotiate, and then they bring it down. Now, as the tax office became more digital, and we could file the returns digitally, so we decided to file digitally, no longer going to the tax office. And then we got a call from the tax office saying, first of all, before, when they used to give us best of judgment, they would say, we have a target that we must meet. And lawyers of certain age must not pay this and that. There is a sum that lawyers of a certain age must pay. That's what we are told. And each of us have been given a target. So the tax office people are telling us this. And so, I mean, we argue and then finally pay. Now that the tax office has become digital and we are filing, they now call us. And we say we filed on time, because they said to us, we are giving you best of judgment because you don't pay on time. So the office has gone digital, and so we are paying on time. And so towards the end of the year, they call us and they say, you have paid less than you should pay. The money you have paid is too small. You have been paying that judgment that was given to us in anger. You have been paying it, you cannot pay anything less. And my question is, even during the time of the lockdown, when everyone was at home, that judgment that was given in anger, we're still paying it. And so we say, but why should it be like that? Do you want to close the business? And they say, once you have been put on a certain threshold, it cannot come down. Is that how it should be?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, you can respond to that. Again, you can sit up.
Yes. I think, okay. Hello? Okay.
Yes.
So you'll have to pardon me. I'll have to start from the last speaker because she's a learned colleague. And so I'll start from there. Madam, first I have to say is that a tax administrator or a tax officer calling you and speaking about tax or target where it has to do with your tax is unprofessional. Step one. I said knowledge is power, and my colleague engineer said that information is wealth. Those are the two premises I'm going to base everything I'm going to say. As a law firm, and I've been having meetings with NBA and all that, and I'm saying, why are you guys not taking advantage and getting to know what taxation is all about? Because tax is law. Everything about tax is law. And as I said earlier, there is the Personal Income Tax Act. That is the Bible on taxation. So, and tax is not about pricing meat. No be say you dey price meat for market. No be nama. When you go say nawa. No. Tax is guided by the law. What you should pay as tax is premised on your income or profit or what you take advantage of. It is not something like my sister said that you say, let me pay 100. You say, it's 60,000. No. Tax is about the law. When you earn a certain income, there is a commensurate tax to it. But that information is for the organization to find out and to know. When you want to build a house, you must visit the building approval and find out all that you need to know to be on the right stand or right side of the law while building. So a tax administrator is not supposed to tell you, because you are paying this, then you must stay there. We all know that it's a pendulum. And there are times that you are earning an income, and there are times that you are not earning as much as that, or you earn more than that. When the chairman was speaking, Mr. Diola, he said something very critical. He said that when your company is making more money, you should pay more withholding tax. It's good payment because you are making more money. So for the law firm and for everyone here, one is when you are establishing an organization or whatever, you must know the laws that guide it, federal, state, local government. There are 3 tiers,
All the taxes collectible by the 3 tiers are listed. Yes, they will be consolidated by the time Mr. Taiwo Idele's whatever goes on. But in the interim, because there's no vacuum in law, and we know that, and there's no vacuum in government, you must advise yourself as to that. Then you can advise yourself also by getting a consultant or an auditor. Look into your books. Look into what your income is. Determine what your income is, and then determine from there on what your tax due is. Your tax due is your tax due. Somebody else cannot tell you what your tax due is. And if as tax administrators we feel that based on profiling we've gotten additional, further and better information, and we serve you, we will prove to you through that, because Nigerians like to boast. You're on Ovation, you're on Instagram, when you buy your LR1, you are saying it and all that. Yes, Lagos State, we want you to prosper. We want you to flourish. We want you to thrive, because in your prosperity lies our ability to collect tax.
I like how you put it very truthfully and very candidly.
Yes. But we are not supposed to collect less or more than what is due to the state government. That is where all the conversation on integrity, credibility, it's a two-way street. But as I said earlier, if we ask now that please tell us the name of the person, you say, no, I don't want the person to lose their job because of me. But we must purge the system of those type of people, because I'm supposed to be talking as an expert in tax and not premising my conversation with you on my target. That is a back-end conversation that does not concern you. So where the partner now has other sources of income, and that partner is listed on the payee, he will be assessed as a staff of that company on payee, and then he must declare his other streams of income via direct assessment. I hope do we understand, or should I recap?
No. I think we all understand. I think we all understand.
So that is the curveball that can now increase the amount that the partner has to pay. And then there are 2 other things. There is filing of returns, and there is payment of tax. So between the 1st of every year for companies and the 31st of January, every company must file their returns. Everyone in this room has the right to file 0 returns, that you did not earn an income. But you have to now, you will not categorize you as a dependent. You are a baby. Somebody is feeding you. Somebody is clothing you. You must now tell us who the father that is clothing and feeding you, since you are not earning an income, is, so that we can now transfer that liability to that person. So you have the right to declare nil income to government where you are not earning any income. You will now be a baby, and we must know who is clothing you, who is feeding you. And remember, just be guided that that person who is clothing and feeding you must be paying tax and paying adequately. There is also another issue of payment and adequacy of payment. So some people...
Dr. Koka, we're going to invite you for a master class on tax. But before we do that, let me also just make an announcement as well here. We also have the Faith School as well at the Faith Foundation. And so for those entrepreneurs who may be in the room and want to improve their knowledge or even gain knowledge on tax management, please make sure that today you sign up for the Faith School. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Koka, thank you so much for such a fantastic and almost, should I say, almost exhaustive, in terms of trying to teach us about tax knowledge. And I think it still goes back to all of this. And that's the conversation we've been having. If you don't know anything about tax, no. It's your duty to know. I guess that the challenge always comes to, but I now know. But it looks like I have to keep knowing every year because something keeps changing. Oh, but I now know. But I now have a non-state actor who is then fighting me and oppressing me. How do I deal? Because somebody is going to lock my shop. And in the interim, what am I supposed to do? Am I going to be brandishing my knowledge vis-a-vis somebody trying to lock my shop? So there's just an interplay of so many factors that we all have to deal.
I want to say that it's been a wonderful session. I know I said I was going to give last remarks, but someone is giving me a look by the left, so I better just respect myself with respect to timing. One thing that I must say as we kind of wrap up, can we clap for my panelists? Yeah? And I know that when Dr. Fola Shade first started speaking, when she said something I was noticing in the room, we won't want to clap, we won't want to say anything. Please clap for her very well. It takes the grace of God, really, for somebody from Lagos State government to, yield and come out and say, yes, I'm still going to talk about this regardless of what is going on. I think what is very important is that we are all making ourselves more knowledgeable. And as we've said it over and over again, information is wealth, knowledge is power. And this is the essence of these platforms. And we're hoping that all of the recommendations, all the suggestions, all of the frustrations too that have been expressed here will get to the right places. And that's why we have Mr. Taiwo Oyedele today. Yeah. One thing, as we wrap this up, I think I'd say something that I think it was Benjamin Franklin that said this wonderful quote about in life, things that are particularly certain are what? Death and taxes. So we know that we can't run away from taxes. Taxes have to be paid. We see the benefits of taxes. And sessions like this are not to crucify the government or make people feel like, no, we don't want to pay taxes. And it's good that the State of Entrepreneurship report, our focus on tax reforms, does actually say that people do want to pay taxes. And we're hoping that all that we have discussed today eventually feed back into the policies that are being put together for the tax reforms. Thank you very much, everyone. God bless.
Think about now. Okay, great. A round of applause for our panel. I think they did justice to the topic. So we would just, if you pray for your judges, so please just write so we can take pictures. Pictures. Okay. So if we could just scoot to the middle a bit. So the gentleman in the middle. Okay, great pictures. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll just lead you to our media room for about 5 minutes for a brief interview, very brief. My colleagues, the beautiful ladies coming forward, will chaperone you to the media room. A round of applause for our panel speakers again. Thank you very much. We're gradually coming to the end of the session today, the conversation on improving fiscal policy at the tax environment for MSMEs in Nigeria. Now we have said a lot about taxation, right? But apart from taxation, there are certain levers and enabling factors that we need for businesses to thrive within the ecosystem, right? So speaking on that and doing justice to that topic, please join me in welcoming to the stage our very own Miss M. Ekong, and I need to explain this because M. Ekong is the regional head, Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, and West Africa, and they are proudly supporting the policy dialogue conversation today. So please, she's our partner. A round of applause for one of our partners so they can come back next year.
Thank you so much. Can I have the lectern? Is it possible? So I can... It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I'm a little bit nervous. But first of all, before all protocols observed, I really do want to thank Fate Foundation, Fate Institute for inviting me here today. And please, can you give a round of applause to Fate, because they're an incredible organization really, and I can't thank Adenike, and also forgive me my pronunciations. Even though I'm Nigerian, I'm a diaspora, and my pronunciations are dreadful, so please forgive me on that. But as I said, all protocols observed. I will tell you a little bit about Andy and what Andy's all about. But I also wanted to start off with something positive. We've heard a lot about taxation, and by God, we know it's critical. Every economy in the world relies on tax to be able to run and support the population. You know, governments do not make money, so they have to generate money from their communities. And taxation, unfortunately for us, is one of the ways that they do that. But for all the entrepreneurs that are out here, of course, you want to see where your taxation is being spent. So for me, is urging government showcase what tax is being spent on. Because if we can showcase that, it just makes it that much easier to be able to collect money from citizens because they can see where it's going. And to me, a little simple thing, and I think that will go a long way in terms of helping. So coming back a little bit to Andy, which also might help. It stands for, as I said, the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs. But we were born out of an organization called the Aspen Institute. The Aspen Institute is probably one of the oldest thought leadership organizations in the world. It was set up in 1949, just after the World War, to drive dialogue and peace. So we're still here today, standing here in 2023. And I represent one of their most successful departments, which is the Network of Development Entrepreneurs. And what we are is we are a network. We are a network of organizations. We don't work directly with entrepreneurs. We work with institutions like the Fate Institute and many other organizations that are entrepreneurship support organizations. They provide skills development, training, and a whole range of other activities, particularly on policy, which are instrumental. So as I was saying, Andy was set up in 2009 as a result of all the entrepreneurship work that was going on in the Global South. So we have 8 chapters across the Global South, starting from Mexico, Brazil. We have 3 in Africa, of which I'm the West Africa head. We also have Thailand, India, as well as part of the network. So it's a great global network to share knowledge and information. And that's one of the things I want to talk about in terms of enabling environment. Andy is the leading voice of small growing businesses, SGBs, that they call them in the United States, which really is probably the SMEs end of the spectrum, because we don't work with startups, we tend to work with organizations that represent the missing middle, the area where we need to attract a lot of investment to support the growth of those organizations. So one of our key pathways is around cultivating entrepreneurial ecosystems and supporting the development of enabling environments. What does enabling environments mean? The first and foremost is, yes, we've talked about having favorable policies that support the development and growth of businesses. And they include things like, the tax system is very important, but also they include things like, for example, one that everyone knows is the development of economic free zones is a policy that supports the development of entrepreneurs. Or in the United States, we have what we call the AGOA Act, which supports entrepreneurs in countries like Nigeria that want to export to countries in the United States. These are the kind of policies that drive growth and development in our countries. These are the kind of policies you want to see more of that's going to drive the growth of your businesses. Other things that are included in that enabling environment, which we all know, access to finance. I say that quietly because I know that that's the biggest noise in the room that most entrepreneurs will talk about, is how do we get access to money? Biggest challenge, and we know, I'm a Nigerian, even though I was born and bred in the UK, I'm a Nigerian, and I've been coming backwards and forwards home all of my life, and I've been living in West Africa for the last 12 years. And I'm an entrepreneur as well, so I feel the challenges that you're all going through. But one of the things that one that I would advocate for, and we are doing a lot of work with, is private banking institutions and the cost of borrowing. In most of the global north, businesses will go to their banks to borrow money to grow their businesses. For us in Africa, the interest rate is unbelievable in terms of growing your business. But to be positive, Nigeria is the most successful economy in Africa. Can you imagine what Nigeria would be if we didn't have all the challenges that we have? That's the one thing that drives me every day, that excites me every day about working in this place, is the resilience of entrepreneurs. Because even with the system now, with inflation, I don't even know what the inflation rates are, but they are bad. Unbelievable. When I talk to my colleagues and they're telling me of the challenges they have, how? But the economies are still driving forward. Entrepreneurs are still moving forward. And that, please, can you imagine the tiny changes that we make, whether it's in the tax system or the policies that we have? This gentleman, thank you. You spoke. Oh, amen for this guy. Thank you. Because sometimes we're afraid to be able to say the things we need to say. Dialogue is critical to find those safe spaces where people can speak without fear. And one of the things that we do as a leading voice of the SGB space, we want to take your voice, not just to the levels in Nigeria, but global. There is the rest of the world out there that needs to see Nigeria, that needs to hear Nigeria. And this is where the Andy network is essentially beautiful for that. In 2024, I'm committing, and Adenike knows this, I'm committing to working with our members. Fate Institute is a member of Andy, and there are several others. And as a Nigerian, I am committing to Fate Institute and the people in this room that we will take your voices to the global stage. So whether it's through the amazing reports that we've just had produced, I don't know why we weren't even partnering with you to do that. For me, it's a shame. We should have been working with you to do that report. But for the next steps, what can we do to add value to what you've just done and to take the message that you have written about in the double-sided book to the stage, the global stage? There are also lessons that Nigeria can teach others in the global south. For all the things that we say are challenges, we also need to look at the things that we're doing well. Also need to take the things that we can take the learning to other parts of the world. So we want to take your voices. That's what we do. We do convenings globally. We take local to global. And this is where I'm committing to Fate, that we will work closely with you, much more closely with you in 2024, to take the lessons learned. Knowledge is power. To take the lessons that they have found in Nigeria and take that global. And so we can hear the voices of those policymakers, development agencies, all those other organizations that support growth and development. Let them hear your story. Let them see the entrepreneurs. Let them see the incredible energy that is in this room. And on that note, I will stop here because I can stand here and talk for hours, but you've done a lot, and congratulations for this amazing event. And I look forward to 10 Policy Dialogue with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, M. Ekong. A round of applause for M. Ekong and for Andy. Very exciting to hear that, making that commitment to our work. So we look forward to the work next year. Now the curtain is gradually coming, the curtain is coming closer. So we're about to close it. But before we do, a key outcome from the conversations today is that we arrive at very clear policy recommendations. We've said a lot about taxation. what exactly are our priorities. To take that, please join me in welcoming to the stage a great friend of the house and a member of the technical committee, Mrs. Teju Abisoye, who is the Vice President, Africa Region Way, United Way Worldwide. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Amaka. Thank you very, very much. Okay, so I'm not going to take too much of your time. I personally have to do school runs. So allow me to thank you, Mr. Oyedele, for your time today, to everybody that has contributed to the conversation, for the recommendations. And I do not want to repeat what has been said and what is already being worked on, especially what Mr. Oyedele has said. Mr. Ekong tried to take us away from tax, but I'm back to tax. And Dr. Erumebo, thank you and well done again for the words you shared. So I think something that is definitely important that has come out from today is that all of this recommendations is really going to start with data and having access to the right data. It was clear from Mr. Oyedele's conversation that when we have data, we know how to classify citizens and the kind of taxes they will be paying. Second, that came out, harmonization of taxes is clear. That has to happen. And I'm so impressed by what Mr. Oyedele shared with us that somebody said is renewed hope. It is renewed hope because the harmonization we're talking about is not just now at state level, which was when when I was at LSCTF, we were trying to force them, Ms. Coker, Dr. Coker, to harmonize at state level. But it looks like we're even looking at it from the federal level and going to see a lot of harmonization on taxes. Third, I want to talk about transparency and accountability, extremely important. How are we going to make sure there will be access to information at all times for any citizen to know when to pay, who to pay, and what to pay? How well are we going to simplify tax information for everybody? One thing that came out from the second panel today was about citizens taking responsibility. How many people know about Report.gov? Yes, a few people. There's actually an app by Business Made Easy where you can report tax, government agencies, any government parastatal that is not doing what they're supposed to do. Please have no fear. If you want change, you're going to have to report some people, and some people are going to have to lose their jobs. Because the more we purge the people that are not letting the work being done become glaring, we need to get rid of them. I was excited when NLC sacked the people that were collecting cash for the train rides. But we need we need to be brutal about it because we want the change that we want to see that change that we really need. So we must take responsibility, reporting wrongdoing, and then requesting for information. Extremely important. From the first to the second, I heard a lot around collaboration. Join associations. Join associations. You know, when the Ogun State, when she was talking to us about how they created the cooperative, somebody will hold the key, somebody will hold the box. It's so critical because it helps with trust, helps with transparency, and we can, in associations, we really can put pressure on government. We really can, and we need to know as citizens the advantage of being able to do that. So, Amaka, just to help your matter. So, with regards to education, Faith School is available. And Dr. Folashade Coker did some sessions for us at LSCTF that I can never forget. Succinct, very deliberate about providing information, not just to SMEs, but even to promoters about their own pay and payee. We need to educate ourselves. And I think it's time you guys include that as one of your deliverables, as in there should be sessions, like workshops, whatever we want to call it, on tax education, because we have to begin to educate people more deliberately about understanding what is required of them. On that note, these are the ones I'm going to talk about. We would listen and we'll record the others, but thank you so much for listening and being a part of today.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Abisoye. Thank you very much. Very quickly, I will now invite the President, Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, for the appreciation, and then we can call it a day. For this session, yes, very important.
Not a day yet, but a break. It's been one wonderful session, you will agree with me. Is that not so? We have been packed with a loads of information. And I'm sure it's a lot of value for time. I would like to start by thanking very greatly the founder of Faith Foundation and also Faith Foundation itself. Can we all rise and put our hands together for Faith Foundation to have given us this opportunity, this platform, because this is really for us. Is that not so? They are just the drivers. We are the owners of this vehicle. The value is for us. Let's put our hands together, please, and let's do it well. Thank you so much. You may be seated. Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, we just cannot thank you enough. We just cannot thank you enough. I wish I would not mention your name again, but I just cannot help it. Leaving your schedule, coming down to us to attend to our needs, even with a very tight schedule, shows the priority you give to MSMEs. We thank you so very much. And we can see here that you have a heart that everybody loves. So my advice for you, guard your heart. The speakers here today has been awesome. We've got a lot of valuable contributions from the speakers, starting from Engineer Jennifer Dige, Mrs. Toyin Bashar, Dr. Folashade Koka, Dr. Adebayo Adams, Mrs. Sheyi Bella, the moderator. Thank you so much for that wonderful panel. It's like the panel should not end, but it just has to end. We also want to thank Mr. Wilson. Remember, that's a wonderful one. I was picking up each words of your discussion because it speaks to our need, it addresses our needs, and I'm sure that Mr. Taiwo Oyedele has taken notes of all of that and will do justice to it. Well, Miss Ekong and Mrs. Teju Abisoye, thank you so very much for your part. We are so happy to have you here. The panel is so balanced, you can see. I think the only thing missing is that sector, the sector of tax defaulters or tax evaders. And I'm sure you know why they are not here. Mr. Fola Adeola said it. He said they will not come to a program like this. And we also want to thank our person, our woman in the house, Mrs. Adenike and Mrs. Amaka Nwokolo. Please let's put our hands together for the two of them. They've been very wonderful. They have worked tirelessly day and night for months for us to have what we have had today. And it's a lot of work. I was close to them during the process, so I can tell you they have done a lot of work. So putting your hands together again and again for them wouldn't be too much. We also have here in our midst different business membership organizations. We have NASI, National Association of Small Scale Industrialists, represented by Mr. Kuti. Please, can you stand up for recognition? With his team are also here. We have NASME, represented by Dr. Adebayo. You've seen him here. And he also came with his team. We have the president and members of the Guild of Water Purifiers and Researchers of Nigeria, Mr. Bassi. Can you please stand up for recognition? With his team too. I also represent Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, known as HASBON. We also have quite a host of other associations here present. We say thank you so much for making it a day. Thank you for responding to our invitation, and thank you for being part of the program. Your contributions, your participation is noteworthy. We also have a big fish in the house, HICAN. HICAN is here. Can you please stand up for recognition? Where is ICANN representative? Oh, yes. Okay. Well, even in absence, let's still thank them for coming Today, tax has been one side demystified, the other side battered. I'm sure if tax has legs, they will run so far away from here. So I'm so happy to be here, to be part of this program. And I'm sure we have got a lot of learnings, a lot of insights, a lot of recommendations. I'm sure all of our time, our energy here today will not be a waste. It's going to be implemented. It will get to the right quarters. And we have the right vehicle here with us that will help us out. Thank you once again. The caterer too, they did a wonderful job. Didn't you enjoy the meal? And I'm sure you are already prepared for another one. Thank you, our caterers, our food managers. It's been perfect. One thing I've taken away from here today is that our discussion here is going to inspire a lot of positive changes and innovation. And by the time we come back next year, we are going to be celebrating, like someone said, our new goals, new milestones that we have been able to achieve through some of the discussions we have had here and the contributions we've been able to make over the time through the reform committee. And the second thing is pay your what? Tax. Pay your tax. If you want government to be responsible to us, we should also be responsible to what? To government. So I'm sure those of us, I'm not part of those of us anyway, but let me put it that way. Those of us who are not yet paying taxes, one lesson you must take away from here is that from now onward, let us begin to pay our tax. It is when we pay our tax, we will have the right to challenge government. We will have the ability to request for what we need from government. If we don't do our side of the game, it will be difficult for us to expect government to also do their side of the game. On that note, I say a very big thank you. I also want to finally commend and appreciate our virtual attendees who are part of this program. We appreciate you. And part of these attendees today are representatives of business owners from Togo. Their name is US Afrique. They are part of the online members listening today. And this is being facilitated by Mrs. Teju Ashaye. We also have on the online platform the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. They are all the way from Ghana listening to the program. We say a big, big, big thank you to you. And we hope that next year you also be part of it. Thank you so very much, everyone.
A round of applause for our very own Dr. Femi Egbeshola. Thank you very much. And a big, big thank you to everyone seated in the room, to everyone who has joined us. Thank you so much. This program, and special thanks, because everything we have done today would not be possible without our technical planning committee. We have, the committee is made up of Mrs. Sheyi Bella, Mrs. Tejo Abisoye, Mrs. Toyin Bashir, Mr. Gospel Obele, Mr. Wilson Erumebor, Dr. Femi Egbeshola, who you just listened to. They worked tirelessly with us to ensure that this program is put together and is successful, and we can all be here to have this conversation today. Many, many thanks to our technical planning committee. Ladies and gentlemen, this session has ended. We have refreshments by the foyer, so please follow the directions of the ushers to go grab something to eat. Coming up next is the youth dialogue session. So this is the time to change into your sneakers, your jeans, come be a youth at heart or a youth indeed. Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
DJ Khalifa.
It's just another night, just another fight. Shawty say she gon' whine for me. If I go dash her money, Shawty say she go roll am for me. If I go dash her money, then you take my jumbo. Like mommy, why you fine like this? If you look well, no be only me come. I carry
A gentle announcement to please watch over your personal belongings, your bags, laptops, phones. Please do not leave them in the room. Take them with you as you go have your refreshments. Coming up very shortly is the youth dialogue session. So please come back. Thank you.
Now your sign, baby girl, I want it. All of the things where you do, I want.
Suffer for work, enjoy for heaven. This suffer for work, suffer for work, suffer for work, enjoy for heaven. This thing may happen to anyone. I come from nothing, enter many things, but this thing they happen to anyone. Yeah. I live the life that I love. I love the life that I live. Tomorrow is not promised, but I'll keep the things that I need. Love is in the air, where face mask. No matter the matter, I'll be rich till I die. I'll be rich till I die. I'll be rich till I die. Till I die. I'll be rich till I die. Plan is a plan A, better plan is a plan B. No pain, no gain, no face, no case. Look. I live the life that I love. I love the life that I live. Tomorrow's not promised, but I'll keep the things that I need. Love is in the air, wear face mask. No matter the matter, I'll be rich till I die. I'll be rich till I die. I'll be rich till I die.
If you not be DJ Jojo, we know the feeling.
I want to flex my love. I want to impress. And I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man. I want to impress. And I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. You don't want to find my trouble. Enter bathroom, fresh up, shit up, you come when you're at night.
Body they draw me like a bono. Body they rise in my no. I see color your block, no good this loco dough. Girl, you the bossy my pololo. Can make a salute your commando. Girl, if you balance Diego, I give you paper. No go do me Diego, my Maradona. Girl, if I yo crezco, crezco. Someday dale crezo, pay for your wisdom, and I go pay for your lesson, a day for your wisdom. Someday dale crezo, pay for your wisdom, go pay for your lesson. I give you paper. No go do me Diego, my Maradona. Girl, if I like your sueto, I'm a Farisa. Girl, your back keep it connected, and I go follow your cresco, cresco.
I see the sweetest, he depend them. I see the pen them, oh my, the sweetest. I see the sweetest, he depend them. I see the pen them, oh my, the sweetest. I see the sweetest, he depend them. I see the pen them, oh my, the sweetest. I see the sweetest, he depend them. I see the pen them, oh my, the sweetest. Everybody want follow me, you lead them, I want follow me. Steady on my mind, no money. I know the strength to the keep on it. Yeah. Wind up your body, got down. No, they test me, get your body get down. You dey sweet me when your body get down. Ginger me when your body get down. I see the sweetest, he dey pen them. I see the pen them, oh my, the sweetest. The sweetest, he dey pen them. I see the pen them, oh my, the sweetest. I see the sweetest, he dey pen them. I see the pen them, oh my, the sweetest. I see the sweetest, he dey pen them. I see the pen them, oh my, the sweetest. Everybody want follow me, you lead them, I want follow me. Steady on my mind, no money. I know the strength to the keep on it. Yeah, my guy from the get. I don't say my life, and only me I get. I go the ball and no go stop. My tire no go flat. If you try steal my joy, my car you go collect. But the world shout out to America. Can you make me idea? Shout out to my creator. Everybody will go stop this fire. I see the sweetest, he depend them. I see the pen them, oh my, the sweetest. I see the sweetest, he depend them. I see the pen them, oh my, the sweetest. I see the sweetest, he depend them. I see the pen them, oh my, the sweetest. I see the sweetest, he depend them. I see the pen them, oh my, the sweetest. I don't care, not they stress me with pepper body. Not they stress me, my gracie plenty. I know they hate my money plenty. Say me sing, I don't care, not they stress me with pepper body. Not they stress me, my gracie plenty. I know they hate 'cause my money plenty. Me a sing, say.
See all the little good things you do, they make me no. This distance is taking a hold of me for sure. Baby, come. I'm a hard every day. Girl, I wanna make you low. I wanna make you low. Oh no. I'm a hard every day. Oh no. Girl, I wanna make you low. Oh no. I wanna make you low. Pull over, come on, pull over. Should be not these kind of things where they make man see ya. And me, I understand, so your dad know like me. See me, I won't make you know, say me there for you, cara. And if not the price be that, I feel like don't see ya. I never try you for nothing. This love will make me the jack machine. This love the way you want me, get me with this up finger. I never try you, baby. This love will make me the no. I'ma get telling me what's up, finger. I'ma ask me again. I'ma get I wanna make you, baby. I'ma like make you, baby. No. I fade out. If the vibe no pure on my way out, pull a balu. Anytime we step out, the men them outside, we know they house.
No, they look for us, we know they house. So they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, said the maga don't pay out. Okay, see, I'm ahead of them, I shoot at you. I'm a fucking baller, that only me. No man fit talk shit to me, me, you go collect oh. See, I'm on a me, they lead, I shoot at you. I'm a fucking baller, that only me. No man fit talk shit to me, you go collect oh. Chasing my friends and click. When I call them, I all pulling up. We strapped up with the guns and the swords and things. Bring hell to anybody who try to test me. I'm your dad, I'm your uncle, I'm your popsy. I be old man, no go, they call me Gen Z. Brother C, steady giving them gap, multi love far. They can never near me. I smile lover, just go. My own wife, don't show. I'm on my polo white, my face show. Sweet boy for life, you don't know. You're serious, babe, they worry my phone. You done this up for back, you don't know. Every day we dey run, I'm on call. Supposed to know how the thing go. Man, getting high till I fade out. If the vibe no pure, on my way out. Ula balu, anytime we stay past. The men them outside, we know they house. No, they look for us, we know they house. So they see the mullah, we don't spray out. Thank God, said the maga don't pay out. Okay, see, I'm ahead of them, I shoot at you. I'm a fucking baller, that only me. No man fit talk shit to me, me, you go collect oh. See, I'm on a me, they lead, I shoot at you. I'm a fucking baller, that only me. No man fit talk shit to me, you go collect oh. I'm on a different steez. Singlet belt and ripped up jeans. Man too as I know if you lose that cheese. Oluwa under my body with blessings. When you leave that thing. When I say kukuru cook that thing. Who they check amoya look that thing. Face white, yash black, I rebuke that thing. Make nobody try stress me. I don't care. Come on man, I can't stay for one place. For God's sake, my bed. Take my fear away from you.
What the no got me? Till you fall for what's in it. I put up my eyes, that's shut, my eyes, that's good. I cry, I'm sure, got my dread love. Believe me, I don't pray, Mohammed, I don't pray, come on, I can't stand for one place, for God's sake, my back, come on, teach me, only you can feel my best, give me vitamins, we're gonna take these pains away. You make me give number. Me no feel look and pass. She give me eye contact. Oh baby, Jack, come on. Oh baby, Jack, give me this your love. Me I go show you love as long as you know it need you. Your body must go kill him and I know mine to be one of them. Columbia body name I want to make my mind a rest. You better make a day with you cause it's solo show than they cost. Baby turn around make a come on top. Feel like I take it by now. You like a boss like Kana. To me love and Maya. Put all the love for trousers. You make me want to the dance, girl. Mama, I'm clear. Control shift to your pants, girl. Come taking my banana. Yeah, that is kind of thing. Your body they standing for no. Your body they draw like a bono. Your body they hot to your bono. Feel like I take it by now. You like a boss like Kana. To me love and Maya. Put all the love for trust. Say you get one, can they show me love? That time I've been they play along. Right now I want day for this love. Oh no, yeah. I'm on her when she enter, she cause it casala. Miss my flight, I jump in your car. Girl, I want you and I miss your banger. Oh no, yeah. Girl, you sweet like feel like I take it by now.
vex for me. Say I never go you since. Say I never go you since.
Oh my, if you know the joke, you know the feeling.
But I hope that you are well. I hope your market sell. Every day I dey pray for you. Make you a bag, God bless you. I never forget you. I gon' forget you. See my I gon' forget you. See my I gon' forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest on me. You know I got you. Me be your friend indeed. The money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it feel like say nobody sent you. That's what I did for you, my friend. Oremi atata, you always stay in my mind. Padi me gone. I cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, oh. Everything go day alright. And if anybody try you, know it's gonna be on sight. See my shoulder, make you rest up on me. You know I got you. Me be your friend indeed. I'm on the money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you, yeah. How are you, my friend? I see you, my brother. How do you do, my friend? I see you, my sister. Know sometimes you feel like say nobody sent you. That's what I did for you, my friend. So long. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes you feel like say nobody sent you. That's what I did for you, my friend. I know sometimes you feel like say nobody sent you. That's what I Baby, you don't put me on lockdown. You don't shut my door now. See my heart today run fast. And you don't capture my heart now. Lock me up like a killer. I'm running back to you. You cool me down, I swear. You calm me down as well. You make me want confess. To say, baby, I love you. You calm me down, I swear. You cool me down, I swear. You make me want confess. To say, baby, I love you. You got me on a lockdown. Oh man, just a shout out. Can't believe I love you. Again, I'm begging, baby. I'm begging, don't do me strong thing. Oh no. You say your love is taking all over me, oh. You are my remedy, oh. Baby, you know I need you, oh. And if you ever need me, I beg it, it's got my telly. And I'll be there in a jiffy, oh. You calm me down, I swear. You calm me down, I swear. You make a girl confess. To say, baby, I love you. You calm me down, I swear. You cool me down, I swear. You make a girl confess. To say, baby, I love you. Sunshine on my face. This love is insane. Get me to your space. Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially your bite and move. The way you hold that thing, you wanna hold that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? Listen to me quick, so me girlfriend says she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down at my 2. Girl, I won't be home so soon. Girl, they want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong. But since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if
say what? Girl, I am famous. Swear down, I'm a playboy too. And if you bust up my brain too much, I swear I fit break up. Can't seem to take my eyes off you, especially if I and move. The way you roll that thing, animals stay in human form. Body man, nobody like walk, but you must hustle if you want job. You no finish, they won't fight us. If them they run, them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my tap be no wrong. But it rush for a well, it be much. Now gotta make my tap be the rush. The kind of money we touch. Yeah, it rush for a well, it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. You fool me jack butter, I dey go Ghana. You never thought you dey from papas. Which kind of money we never see before. Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one. I never take my cake away. You can't count my grace. I just did my lane. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my tap be no wrong. But it rush for a well, it be much. Now gotta make my tap be the rush. The kind of money we touch. Yeah, it rush for a well, it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no darling with us. Cause it rush for a well, it be much. Now gotta make my
Oh, nigga. Sugar cane sweet, but your love is sweeter. So below juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I get the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Man, join your chin now, girl, don't talk. Got me like a thief in the night, long jaw. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Man, join your chin now, girl, don't talk. Taking it a break, and then me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, touch your rubber, mommy, say, with me. Yeah.
Show me a jigger, let me see. And let me see the woman that is with. Put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. What's on your wrist? Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never seen this kind, babe. We do some kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just tryna get laid, cause I know some kind things do it for the right pay. Baby, make a fire you with my machine gun. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Girlie, make a sample you my brand new song. Baby, love.
Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I get the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love.
Señorita, mamacita, body bad and the grace for your features. Nice to meet you, Dimisika. Only wanna deceive on my future. Oh, I wanna teach your body a thing or two. If you know the things we do, this loving will be just no way before.
that you are mine. Can I tap light from your line? I go make sure that you are fine. Gucci, Prada, and Dior. They don't die. Girl, you they blow my mind. I'm holding you for life. Anything money can buy. So baby, just decide. Girl, I know men ask come. But baby, can I try? Kind of loving and money combine. You be my medicine. Only you are your body. If you love, we get money inside. Loving you till the morning. However you need, get call me. Relax the handy cutting. Only you are your body. However you need, get call me. Loving you till the morning. As I don't blow. So many girls, man, they see these days. I place no one above ya. If I ever Jones, then not give me space. I can't seem fit to kill man. I no go use to catch cruise. I no go play for fool. Wherever you need me, however you need me, whenever you need me. Yeah, you they blow my mind. I'm holding you for life. Anything money can buy. So baby, just decide. Girl, I know men ask come. But baby, can I try? Loving and money combine.
I'm calling you, and everything I want, I'm more. I do your door and I no go come out. My medicine, my paracetamol. Baby, on God, no go jadi sitamol. Kilo answer, see my antenna, get down scatter. More I wanna know your paro. See my wella, get down red. Jig, only if you do me da 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 da. And I no go fit deny ya. Kilo answer, see my antenna, get down scatter. More I wanna know your paro. See my wella, get down red.
No, any money more. On your mark, said, baby, let's go. Get your body be the coco, money choco, body banco. Oh yeah, give me company, talo just see me. I be to where you go body just see me. Kilo fat go, shit I'm mentally. I know they can't believe, Amy Olebino. You. I'm calling you, I'm a todo. I'm just getting money, tryna get you out the country. Kilo waso, see my medulla, so you don't scatter. Me, I wanna know your popsy. See my wella, get it on red.
Only if you do me da 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 da. And I no go fit deny ya. Kilo answer, see my antenna, get it on scatter. More I wanna know your paro. See my wella, get it on red. My imagination every day. Girl, I wanna see your face. Okay, I see love in your eyes. I see magic in your waistline. Skin tight, mini, shaking PC. Look at your body language, so on your mix. Special feeling, start now, honey. I ain't give me reason to change my way. Only if you do me da 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 da. And I know
Life is doing the fancy life. It's what they say, how'd you go about dollar? Give me your ring dollar. All out, or me to know. Fun on it, better to know. I live to ride the Bentley to buy one alone. So decide we know the fall, he plan to go. Only God fear hold me. All I need is prayer for my daddy and mommy. Dollar signs that money. Me I go make I'm struggle for money. It be like God gives me warning. He don't prepare me for anything that's coming. He tell me make I know the worry. Promise to keep me dry anytime it's coming. Me I go make I'm struggle for money. All the people like to the wine. They say many shit online. But I don't caution myself. Say I don't touch on myself. Yeah, all the people like to the wine me. Say many shit online. But I don't caution myself. Say I don't touch on myself. I don't block on me head. Only God fear hold me. All I need is prayer for my daddy and mommy. Dollar signs that money. Me I go make I'm struggle for money. It be like God gives me warning. He don't prepare me for anything that's coming. He tell me make I know the worry. Promise to keep me dry anytime it's coming. Me I go make I'm struggle for money. Shake it,
Mama, if you don't be DJ Jojo, you are the filler.
you still be riding for me. Back when I had no rubber, you still be spending feelings. Back when I had no boss, you still be standing me. Back when I had nobody, I had you. If you like, show me what you really feel inside. Let me kiss you on your lips. If you like, we can both decide. Baby, let me kiss you on your lips. Jump on me, I'm on, jump on me, jump on me, jump on me, I'm on, jump on me, jump on me, jump on me, oh, jump on me, jump on me,
Every little thing you did do to me, you sweet to me for body. She a loving fee follow me. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, your bullet make I go crazy. I'ma get say you sure for me. Say make I withdraw money. Oh, Roma, no good and great. Me da carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no trust, fit to contain. Your body in a package. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, your love they overdose me. Now you, I want. Now you, I want. Now you, I want. Me love you, white and colorful, lolo. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account, money plenty, tell me the amount.
Don't tell me love it tastes like this. Got my money in my pocket like this. Bitcoin in my wallet like this. Wisdom in my knowledge like this. Follow God, I know they follow man. But you, I might have to consider. Trips to LA, taking photographs. You sign by me, then it's an autograph.
Live to die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard, baby.
Man, I'm get taxi, they be. I'm all you they, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I dey sing all day, yeah. Overdose, body overdose. I'ma say you carry overload, and you know you bad like commando, yeah.
Oroma, no good and great. Got carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no trust, fit to contain. Your body in a package. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, your love they overdose me. Now you, I want. Me love you, white and colorful, lolo. Overloading, I'll be overloading. Your bank account, money plenty, tell me the amount.
If you see her no man, tell him she be the one, no. Cause I know in my head, I'm a soul. If you know
Problem in all the finish. We can try to enjoy. Wahala in all the finish. We can try to enjoy. Sekata uru no the finish. We can try to enjoy. Problem in all the finish. So we can try to enjoy. We could dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. We could dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. Dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala. Dance like Luala. Yeah, Luala.
Why do problem, you know they keep us. A person keep us. But all of us finish. A person keep us. Problem, you know they last forever. Make you try to enjoy. I walk up from Telemuja to Apollo Metro just to find a mentor. Now who talk they hear what? Now who watch they fear God?
Bana, jeje, until now so then they call me for fun, say my person. Don't give the person, belly on good. How will they consign me? I don't know. Problem in all the finish, you. It's your dream, Sapana, be the best friend, no. Say you know, no.
Problem in all the finish. We could try to enjoy. Wahala in all the finish.
Say kata kata uru no the finish. I'm not joking. All my guys them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know the OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only lonely me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I get low key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly. But we go trouble that timeline. Give them a go out, chop all that mega pot. Take that pipe, what you know that trouble that timeline. Give them a go out, chop all that mega pot. Take that pipe. Baby girl, oh you look at me, and I want to look at you. Keep it tight in a wine. Keep it tight in a wine. Baby girl, oh you look at me, and I want to look at you. Keep it tight in a wine. Keep it tight in a wine. Fly boy. Oh yeah, point and take. Put it all on. My old baby. Put up for rotate. Jelly fat good. That the law on me. My old baby. Put up for rotate. Take it down and whiskey away. Whiskey away on holiday. Holiday to Mozambique. Follow me go to Mozambique. Baby girl, are you on your way? She make a bring helicopter. Oh, shake it up like a river.
Wanna go to a house. Want a house to a 9. And 9 ton to a box. And the boss came with strap. Strap came in a box. Guns rule not props. Put your main man in a box. Fuck around, get got. We take it, your mama want your bow. What the fuck you really talking about? Silence. OTR, you know I'm on the run. With the kids, your mama want your bow. And I stay on my gang shit. Big dick energy, big dick bandit. When we pull up, that's tragic. Coffee one day, that's hard. By leg, get quick response. Them no say toys are us. Them no one what we was. If I put the whistle on it, you won't hear no noise. All you hear is the hair she ride. Get the job done right. Top struck and no miss and I shoot with right. We take it, your mama want your bar. What the fuck you really talking about? That's not living silence. OTR, you know I'm on the run. Want to try them. With the kids, your mama want your bow. Turn the mash to a bando. Turn my piano to a gang song. I'm the nigga you can count on. AK Tech Mac, no laptop. They try ride that, crash that dash. I laugh. Use that it off with fast. Walk with mad, I should be man on the match. I'm in the man of a boy on the gun. Shooting a nigga like K-Flood. How many man have we sent over by God? Let's mind the business that pay us. I'll send kicks to your door like ASOS. Let me explain why they hate us. Never mind them full of shit like Anos. Else for London and Lagos. Peace for Beck and the best for famous. We take it to mama, want your
Fine girls for my bed. Escalate to fly like a bird. Cause oil in my head. When the ladies see me, they twerk. We know we fine like this. We know we fresh like this. We know those are the jump like king. Haters can suck my dick. Let's go.
I be King Rexy. What bestie? New Jersey, I'm not Chelsea. Don't ask how wow, no testing. Don't call me, don't vex me. Hello, diamond, no pressing. Make pressing, no chassis. Malinera, don't pressing.
With almost 14 million nano, micro, small and medium enterprises, Nigeria's entrepreneurial dynamism is not in question. Nigerian NMSMEs contribute almost 50% to Nigeria's GDP and employ over 80% of the labor force. Despite their enormous potential, Nigerian NMSMEs face persistent challenges within the ecosystem, including a poor business environment, infrastructural challenges, poor access to finance and markets, multiple taxation, etc., which limits their growth. Sadly, these challenges have been aggravated by post-COVID-19 pandemic headwinds and macroeconomic instability, emphasizing the urgent need for an enabling business environment to drive business growth and deliver economic impact in socio-economic terms, such as wealth and job creation. To contribute to the development of an enabling business environment in Nigeria, Fate Foundation, Nigeria's leading non-profit, providing enterprise knowledge and enterprise
so welcome back, everyone.
Its focus in 2015
we're still expecting some other people from outside. So, if there are seats in front of you that are not occupied, please kindly move forward. So let's occupy seats that are not occupied.
Really what was happening in the ecosystem regarding not just entrepreneurship, but with respect to micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria. Our initial start-off point was to be able to have data points that provided guidance into our enterprise training, mentoring, and business support programs. But it then significantly evolved into an opportunity for us not just to understand what was happening in the space to then influence our work, but to also share the information from the data we were getting, have a touch point for research and thought leadership, have opportunities to be able to dialogue with other people in our space who were supporting entrepreneurs.
If you can assist in helping those who are still outside back in, that would be great. Thank you. So we can start. We are behind schedule already. So many happy faces. I mean, we've gotten to the youth of the event, so I guess there should be a lot of energy and vibe. So I think we should begin now while we wait for others. I think. So like I said, if there are seats in front of you that are not occupied, please let's move forward. Let's occupy the front seats. So those that come after can sit down behind, if they're not occupied. We can't see movement, so we're waiting. Seats in front of you, if they're not occupied, let's occupy them. Thank you. As you move, thank you very much. those who are just coming in, welcome back. Thank you. Great, thank you. Okay, so I think we can start our event today. In the morning, we looked at how to enable female-led nano and micro businesses thrive in Africa. Followed by that, we had the session on sustaining the fiscal and tax environment for MSMEs in Nigeria. And finally, we are on the youth dialogue session. And this session is supported by the Anzisha Prize. And my name is Oyebola Agunloye. I lead research programs at the Faith Institute. The Faith Institute is Faith Foundation's, the Faith Institute spearheads Faith Foundation's research, policy, and advocacy efforts. And I'll be your host for this session. Very quickly, I will just be, okay, so next on our agenda, we are supposed to have a welcome remark from our ED. So while I will just find out if she's in the room so we can have our Okay, so I'll be inviting to the stage Ms. Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation, to give us the opening remark. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Oyebola. My apologies, I was walking out one of our special guests from the earlier session. How many of us have been here since morning? Fantastic. Please give yourself a round of applause. I really would want to say thank you, because sometimes it can be a lot, but you stayed with us, and I am assuming that you saw value in the sessions that we've had from today, from the morning till now. On behalf of the board of Faith Foundation and particularly the Faith Institute division that is hosting our 9th Policy Dialogue series, I'm delighted to welcome you to the session that we're having today, the last one of our Policy Dialogue series, focused on young people. I mentioned this in the earlier introduction I done at the first session, that young people are the ones that lead most small and growing businesses in Nigeria. I'm looking at some of our particularly young people that were aspiring and or are leading ventures of different sizes. Most of the people we support at Faith Foundation, particularly coming into Faith, are people between the ages of 18 to 35. I remember when I joined Faith Foundation and I was asking, in fact, when I was interviewing for the process and I was asking Mr. Adiola, the founder of Faith Foundation, you know, what was the idea behind founding the organization? And one of the things he said was that for him, having founded a bank at 33 years at the time, and then going to the Nigerian Institute for Policy Studies in Kuru Jos to think through how do you solve the issues of unemployment and underemployment in Nigeria. And he came back, and this is 24, 25 years ago, before entrepreneurship was a thing. And he came back to say that it was important to set up a platform that gave young people a path to creating jobs for themselves first, and then creating jobs for others. And that really is on the path that we've gone on over the last 23 years, supporting and working with young Nigerian entrepreneurs in over 31 states who are ideating and who have also built businesses across all the sectors of the economy. A lot of our young people are now also older people themselves. They are post 35 years. Imagine somebody being 35, 23 years ago, and they're now mentors, they're now facilitators, they're now volunteers, they support other young people in the pipeline. But the other thing that's always an exciting fact for me is that young people are the ones that are more likely to employ other young people. So 70% of the jobs that are created by young people, particularly in the MSME space. And so this was a conversation that we wanted to give special attention to and focus at this policy dialogue. So I want to just say thank you very much to all our special guests. I would like to acknowledge our special guest speaker who was walking in just as I started, in the person of the Honorable Commissioner for Youth and Social Development in Lagos State, Mr. Mobolaji Ogunlende. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much for honoring us with your presence, and we look forward to your keynote speech. I also would like to acknowledge our partners, the Anzisha Fellows, who have worked with us in curating the program. The Anzisha Fellowship is very intentional about supporting very young entrepreneurs. In fact, they start, I believe, at 15, because they recognize that entrepreneurs start earlier, and that whether because they are looking to support their families or they're also innovative and also find ideas in themselves to be able to set up their businesses to do that. And that's one of the things that, you know, we've seen. Up until probably about 6 years ago, a lot of the programs we did, 99% of our programs will start with people who had finished their tertiary education. And then we looked back and we were asking a lot of our entrepreneurs, particularly in our Aspiring Entrepreneurs program, when did you start your business? And they'll say, no, when I was in second year or when I was finishing secondary school. Why did you start your business? Because I know that I'm a first generation educated person, for instance, and my parents would not be able to afford, or I needed to just sustain myself, or I was in the university campus or in the college of education, and I saw that people needed to make stews, and I said I could do that. And we then said, oh, there was something wrong with what we were doing. We needed to start earlier, because businesses were starting earlier. And we're now saying that they're even starting much, much earlier than, you know, a lot of us at the time will be doing. There's such a passion for entrepreneurship across a lot of our young persons. And for us, we're intentional about the conversations that enable them to fulfill the best of themselves while they choose to continue to stay on the path of entrepreneurship. So thank you very much to Mr. Nkrumah Mwancho, who is from the Aspen Venture Partner at the African Leadership Academy. Yes, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you very much to all the special guests who are on the panel. One of them is a very good friend, Mr. Michael Ajayi of Enactus Nigeria. Enactus used to be SIFE, Students in Free Enterprise. Who remembers that or were part of that university? So again, just talking about accelerating entrepreneurship at a very, very young age. And some of the really exciting innovations I've seen have been even just watching some of the pitches from Enactus entrepreneurs. Thank you very much, Mr. Godwin Tom. Thank you so much. It's good to have you here. Mr. Kennedy Ekezie. Okay. And one of us, Miss Olajumoke Adiola, who will be moderating the panel, and Miss Esther Olalode. Yes, you're welcome. And you came from Jos. Yes, you're welcome all the way from Plateau State. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, and I hand over back to Oyebola. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adeneke. A round of applause as she goes up the stage. So as I mentioned earlier on, this youth dialogue session is supported by the Anzisha Prize. And to give his opening remark, I'll be inviting to the stage Mr. Nkrumah Maucho, Anzisha's venture partner, Africa Leadership Academy, South Africa. And he'll be giving opening remarks on the case for very young entrepreneurs. So please, let's welcome him to the stage. Let's keep clapping as he comes up the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I clear? So my name is Nkrumah Maucho. I am Kenyan by birth, but I have a West African name. My DNA is here as well. I am here to represent Anzisha Prize and the African Leadership Academy to talk to you a little bit about the very young entrepreneur. Is that okay? I know some of you have children probably that age, 15 to 22, or grandchildren. I myself am in that space. I do have 2 children who are in their 20s. And yes, it is true. It is not a lie. And one of them is actually in that space. She's an entrepreneur herself. So I'm just going to read a little bit of something that I wrote to express the importance of the very young entrepreneur and why they are a critical expression of ourselves, not just for today, but for the times to come. I'm lucky enough to have one of our fellows here with us, Esther, and she's going to share with you a story, her story of the journey into entrepreneurship. So, as I stand here before you, I want to talk to you about the potential to transform the African narrative, an idea that can unleash and untap potential of this continent, an idea that has been championed by the likes of Peter Bamakole, who's one of your own from the Pan-African University. The very young entrepreneur scenario is a concept, if well implemented, can be a vehicle to radically change the trajectory of our continent, and I'm here to share the vision. So at the Anzisha Prize, we deal with entrepreneurs, or we work with entrepreneurs between the ages of 15 to 22. In fact, my trip here was to see this entrepreneur. So I went and I visited Esther in Jos. And yesterday I had a group of them together, one of them who's 17 years old. And at 17, she has this passion. And when I sat down with her and her mom and her sister, they were able to share with me why she's the way she is. And what I discovered is that her parents, her grandparents, and her great-grandparents were entrepreneurs. So that DNA was passed down, and she was able to capture that essence of what it means to hustle, what it means to solve a problem for another individual. And by bridging that gap, she's solving a problem for someone. It may be as simple as a necklace, a bangle, something that may seem obscure, but to her, that is a creative expression. And those people that she markets to are the ones that purchase a product. She's got an online platform and all that. And I would encourage all of you to write this down, anzishaprize.org. And we've got a slew of all the entrepreneurs that we've dealt with, what they've been able to accomplish and how they're able to accomplish that. So the very young entrepreneur scenario proposes 3 possible futures. Scenario 1, we're saying that let the status quo remain. Let everything remain as is. That the current trajectory will gradually improve, but without significant impact towards youth unemployment. That's where we are right now. That's what we envision, and that's what we've seen, is that if we keep everything as is, do you think we'll have an impact on youth unemployment? Is that possible? We say no. Scenario 2, let's leverage on entrepreneurial experience, which focuses on older individuals with entrepreneurial experience. Maybe this scenario can be a positive impact, but I could tell you it's limited by the risk adverse of the older generation. Many of them will tell you every time they go to present, to pitch, they'll come back and say, first thing they say is, how old are you? That's what the client will say, whether it's a service they're providing or it's a product they're offering. First question is, how old are you? There's an undermining approach that we as adults have done and created the sense that they do not know what they're doing. And I can tell you that is a lie. From the 2,500 entrepreneurs that we're dealing with, I could say they are dedicated, they are devoted, they have a vision, and they're going to accomplish this task that is before them. So the third scenario is where we lie. The very young entrepreneur scenario, which focuses on nurturing young entrepreneurs. It may require a longer time horizon, but it ultimately will yield more substantial benefit. Young entrepreneurs, despite their lack of experience, have more opportunities to impact employment over time. So, where does that leave us? There are three key stakeholders that I want to talk about today. The young entrepreneur with the leadership potential, the parent and the educator, and the third one is the investor and the policymaker. What we have seen is that if these five people come together, then we can create an environment for this very young entrepreneur. You can imagine a parent who decides to encourage the child not to go to university and pursue their dream of entrepreneurship. How many of you will say yes? Yeah, I don't see hands here. Well, I broke that mold. I said yes. My daughter sat me down, showed me a business plan, and she said, this is how I'm going to execute it over a 3-year period. And if I do not make it, I'll go to university. I said, go ahead, my child. Let's see what you will do. And right now she's on her way. And very soon you'll all receive a link to purchase something. For the educator, this means that the curriculum, assessment changes, and that foster entrepreneurship skills will have to be implemented. Mentors must provide accountability, information, and support. The government, whom were here, and I see all of them have left. I was just about to yell at them, but that's okay. They probably will hear me. The government should be able to foster and create policies that allow the young entrepreneur not to be stifled in order for them to do their business, but to be encouraged by the policies that are there, right? For instance, I would say no taxes for anybody below the age of 22, but I'll be murdered. The urgency of implementing the very young entrepreneur cannot be overstated. We have a generation of young, talented, and innovative minds ready to take the challenge of our time. If we do not harness their potential and provide them with the support they need, we risk squandering a precious resource. Working with young entrepreneurs has affirmed the importance of creating an ecosystem where entrepreneurship is not a last resort, but a viable career choice. This is when Africa will witness a new dawn, where the very young entrepreneur becomes the driving force behind our continent's transformation. In conclusion, the very young entrepreneur scenario is not just an idea. It is a call to action. It is a vision for a brighter future, a future where young entrepreneurs are not just job seekers, but job creators, where innovation and entrepreneurship leads the way. The time to invest in our young entrepreneurs is now. And together, we can change the African narrative. Will you join me? I'm not hearing a resounding one. Will you join me in supporting young entrepreneurs shape the way the African continent will be? Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please. As we've all heard, it's actually very critical to empower the environment for that youth entrepreneurs play in, for job creation, for wealth creation, and like he mentioned, for a brighter future. And thank you very much, Mr. Nkrumah, for sharing all you do for what you and your business does for young businesses. Next on the agenda, would be to set the context for the conversations that we'll be having later on in this session, and I'll be sharing insights with you all from our State of Entrepreneurship reports, and I'll be focusing mainly on the youth session of the report. So I don't know if we can have that on the screen. Okay. So I'll just quickly do that because we are a bit, yeah. So earlier on, Amaka had already shared, giving more context to some of the insights from our report. She focused really on the key data that the report contains, and if you have not downloaded the reports now, I would employ you all to please download that report now. She shared insights around female-led businesses. She also touched around youth-led businesses and gave also some insights on what the entrepreneurial index is saying for this year. But today I'll be focusing on mainly the youth session, and I'll just quickly run through some of the data that we have in the report. The report has a lot of data, so I can't really do justice to all of it. So really, to get the full gist from the report, I would really implore you to download the report. Very quickly, so the data that we covered, like it was mentioned earlier on in the second session we had today, we covered 10,377 businesses across 36 states in Nigeria and the FCT. And we measured entrepreneurial development across 5 key indicators of entrepreneurship, which are business performance, innovation and technology adoption, skill acquisition, enabling business environment, and perception of opportunities. And we also shared insights on female-led businesses and their performance. And now I'll be talking around the performance of youth-led businesses. So in terms of business growth, when we measured entrepreneurship development, we realized that we saw that 64% of youth-led businesses in Nigeria recorded growth in their business. This was actually a decline when you compare it with last year's figure. For last year, we had, in terms of youth entrepreneurs that experience growth. And by youth entrepreneurs, we mean businesses, youth businesses that the entrepreneurs are within the age of 15 and 29. So in terms of growth, for this year, we saw that 64% of these businesses responded that they recorded growth in their businesses. Last year, what we had was 74.2%. And when we looked at the decline across all the data that we had in the report, female-led businesses, male-led businesses, and generally the youth-led businesses recorded the highest decline when it came to business growth. And when we asked around the growth areas or where they experienced growth in their businesses, the major growth area for these youth businesses was increase in profits, which was followed by improved cash flows and also improved operational performance and productivity. Also, we also tracked, when we tracked revenue growth, only 40% of youth-led businesses that recorded revenue growth that was above 10% in the last 1 year. Moving forward, we also measured business growth for youth-led businesses across all the states in Nigeria. And when we checked that, we realized, or we saw that Anambra, Kogi, Edo, and Bayelsa and Plateau had the highest share of youth-led businesses that experienced growth within the last 1 year. And the growth they experienced was over 90%. And for the states that didn't, well, I don't want to call them the bottom states, but the states that didn't really experience, that their youth-led businesses didn't experience any growth, Taraba, Enugu, and Zamfara had the least share that. Moving forward, when we also looked at the business growth drivers for youth-led businesses, we realized that their ability to access new markets and opportunity made a huge impact in the growth of their business. It was also followed by the increase in demand for their product and services, and also we saw that technology adoption was also a major growth driver for the youth-led businesses. Also, for businesses that didn't experience growth, the main issue that they cited was the lack of finance. And lack of finance has actually featured in the past 3 reports that we have released at the Faith Institute, and it's been a recurring issue or a recurring challenge that entrepreneurs, youth-led entrepreneurs, in fact, entrepreneurs generally, but since we're focusing on youth-led businesses have said impacts the growth of their business. And this access to finance challenge actually made us want to even delve further into the issues around accessing finance for businesses in Nigeria. And that's why last year we released a report that looked at bridging the access to finance gap for entrepreneurs in Nigeria. And so if you don't have that report also, please kindly download it from our website on www.faithfoundation.org/research. So focusing on focusing on business growth and businesses that didn't experience any growth, lack of finance constituted a major bane for youth-led businesses that didn't experience any growth, followed by poor access to markets and also poor financial management. So also moving forward, in terms of businesses that were able to access finance, since we are speaking on access to finance now, only 21.5% of youth-led businesses could access financing for their business in the last 1 year. And this is actually lower than other age groups because we are focusing on youth-led businesses, which, like I said, is between the ages of 15 and 29. And like I mentioned, so youth-led businesses lag behind when it came to accessing finances for their businesses. And I'm sure if I ask 1 or 2 entrepreneurs here what some of the challenges that they face when it comes to accessing finance, I'm sure we would have a lot of issues to talk about. No, we don't have time, so we'll move forward. So when we measured youth-led businesses' ability to access finance across all the 36 states, Kaduna, Kano, Borno, Kogi, and Benue came up top as the states that had the youth-led businesses that were able to access finance the most, whilst the bottom states were Sokoto, Bauchi, Taraba, Kebbi, and Zamfara. When we checked or when we asked entrepreneurs some of the challenges that was associated with them accessing or raising finance for their business, the main issue that they highlighted was high interest rates. And the high interest rate environment continues to deter young businesses from being able to access finance. Some of them don't even want to have the thought of accessing finance because by the time they go to some of these funding organizations or the interest rate is really, really high for them. Another challenge that they experienced was financial records and documentation for their businesses. So that impacted their ability to access finance also from financial institutions. Then another issue was the lack of adequate collateral. Now I want to focus on job creation by youth-led businesses. And when we looked at the jobs that youth-led businesses within the age of 15 and 29 were able to create, 23.7 of youth-led businesses employed new staff in the last 1 year. But when we measure this figure with what we had last year, it was a decline because last year we had 29.5%. And we can cite some of the issues, some of the economic issues that we're facing, in terms of, the harsh business environments. A lot of businesses have been forced to, let go of some of their staff. Some of them are not able to keep their business afloat. We've heard entrepreneurs talk about how, at the beginning of the year, they had maybe like 30 employees. Now they have maybe like 10. Some of them have to downsize. So it has some of the harsh conditions that's from operating business in Nigeria has affected businesses from actually employing new personnel. We also looked at technology adoption for youth-led businesses. I'm trying to go as fast as I can. So we looked at technology adoption for youth-led businesses, and 72.2% of youth-led businesses who adopted technology for their businesses noted that it played a major role in boosting the growth of their business, and it also helped them to enhance productivity for their business. And when we looked at some of the areas in which youth-led businesses adopt technology for their business, the one that came up top was in the area of social media and digital marketing. So we had a lot of businesses, adopt technology around this area, and you can see it a lot, from social media. We have a lot of businesses. Sorry, I didn't know you could be loud like that. Okay, so we have a lot of businesses on Instagram. We have a lot of businesses on Facebook advertising their products and services. We have a lot of, engagements that they have, and it helps to increase followers. It helps to increase customers for the businesses. So when we looked at that area, the areas of technology adopted, social media and digital marketing came up top, followed by human resource management and inventory management. And the impact of technology adoption for their businesses was very huge, because according to them, it increased the number of new customers for them. It helped them to better manage their inventory. It even helps for better human resource management for their businesses. So we can see that there was the technology adoption for youth-led businesses was very key in ensuring that their businesses experience different levels of growth within the last 1 year. Also, we looked at skill acquisition for youth-led businesses. How well have they equipped themselves in terms of capacity building and training for themselves and also their personnel within the last 1 year? And when we measured that, we realized that, or we saw that 40% of youth entrepreneurs reported that they acquired training to better manage their business within the last 1 year. We also asked, or we also wanted to, we all felt the effect of the Naira redesign policy, really. And we really wanted to understand, okay, how did it affect youth-led businesses? And if I, by show of hands, I say, how many of us were affected by the Naira redesign policy? I'm sure all of us would raise our hands, definitely. Or maybe some might not, I don't know. But I was affected, really. And so when we asked around how the Naira redesign policy affected their business, 88% of youth-led businesses noted that they were negatively affected by the Naira redesign policy. And that's all we'll be able to share for now, because we have to move on with the program. And to get more data, more insights, very, very great insights from the report. So to get more, read more about this, because, you will get more context to some of the data I've shared here. You can download the report. You can even download the report from our agenda. We have the barcode there, so it takes you straight to our research page where you can just download the report, and it's there for you to download and even get more insights. And so next on the agenda, I will be inviting Mr. Mobolaji Ogunlende, Honorable Commissioner, Youth and Social Development, Lagos State, to come and give his keynote speech. Please let us continue applauding him as he climbs the stage. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me start by introducing myself, helping my brother pronouncing my surname. My name is Mobolaji Abubakri Ogulende. I am your Commissioner for Youth and Social Development in Lagos State. I like it when I say your, it connects, right? But I think it's also very important because we've always heard, or we often hear, that there's a disconnect between the government and the people. So what I'm trying to do, what the administration is trying to do is to bridge that gap, and I'm deliberate about it, especially coming from where I'm coming from, being in the private sector for over 13 years with Zonwando before joining the government. Another story for another day, but I am here and I'm your commissioner, right? It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. When I got the email and I saw the topic, it resonated with me. Thank you. It resonated with me, and I said to myself that irrespective of my busy schedule, I will be here because this is a different segment. Yes, I am a politician, right? And normally when we start, in a gathering like this, we start by saying, build the youth. Okay, nobody, build the youth, build the nation. So definitely there are no politicians in here, right? So it's a different segment, and it was deliberate that I thought it was interesting for me to attend as well. So good afternoon, everyone. My brother Nkrumah Mancho, welcome to Lagos. Center of Excellence, State of Aquatic Splendor, and the financial hub of Africa. That is how my governor would normally say it. So I'm learning very quickly. So you're welcome. My brother that was speaking earlier on, when you were talking about your data and statistics, you said Kano, Zamfara. I didn't hear Lagos. So I was going to applaud you in my keynote, but I have to take it back because I didn't hear Lagos. But, I'm sure there's a mistake there somewhere. But you're welcome to Lagos, and I welcome everyone else that has come to Lagos. This is Lagos, and Lagos is everything, and we're glad to be here. You also said you saw government officials leaving LRRS. No, I'm here. The government is here. And in our themes, in the administration's themes plus agenda, it used to be themes, right? And this administration we've added, 2 pluses, and the plus is gender equality, social inclusion, and youth empowerment and engagement, right? So we are here, we're listening. We can't do it all, but we're trying our best, and we're trying to do it differently, for sure. I would like to express my sincere appreciation for extending this invitation to me and giving me the opportunity to give a keynote address. It's an honor to have been considered for this significant role, and I'm delighted that I accepted the invitation, and I am here. As we are all aware, entrepreneurship plays a pivotal role in driving economic growth, job creation, and innovation. It is particularly relevant in Lagos, in Nigeria, in the African context, where the youth population represents a significant demographic. Engaging and empowering young entrepreneurs is crucial for sustainable economic development and social progress. Whilst growing up, I've also been, been in the entrepreneurial space as well. I have done it. Who remembers when there was this device that you put on your mobile phones to stop you from getting cancer? Anybody remember that? I've done that. I've done, when you go to China, you pick up all sorts of gadgets, the entrepreneurial spirit. You need to have it to survive. And in Africa, to thrive, you need to have it. You just need to have it. They said the youths are lazy. No, we are not. It's just the terrain. It's just the limitations that we have. But, I was happy when my brother prior to me was also giving some statistics about the youth, the youth employing, the amount of employees is more significant than, some of the big companies, so I was thrilled. But you see, that is the spirit, it's a tough terrain, but we must continue to grab the bull by the horn and, and move forward irrespective of whatever it is that we face. And that is what I see here. That is what I've heard. And that is one of the reasons why I actually came, right? So this dialogue series provides an excellent platform to address the challenges and opportunities that the youth entrepreneurs encounter in Lagos, in Nigeria, in Africa. We must explore innovative approaches, identify key policy changes, and leverage the untapped potential of young, dynamic, and creative minds. The Faith Institute's, that is the Institute's 2021 report, I went through it very quickly, I won't lie, very quickly. It was very enlightening regarding the issues surrounding youth entrepreneurship. I make an important digression at this point to thank you for making the effort to document the statistics that represent the real issues, of the nation. Because gathering data is not an easy task, but organizations like yours provide people like me and everyone here real and relevant statistics that allow us to maximize, time in providing real and applicable solutions. Just like, again, I keep referring to my brother earlier on because he's the only one that I heard speaking. He mentioned that, 10,000 businesses, are youth-driven. That is remarkable, right? So let us, going through your report, I picked three, statistics that have deeply resonated with me that represent hope and challenges. Number one was 67% of entrepreneurs between the ages of 18 and 35. The sheer fact that 67% of Nigeria's entrepreneurs fall within the vibrant age of a group of 18 to 35, it fills me, and I hope yourselves, with hope as well. The dynamic and youthful foundation has the potential to ignite lasting prosperity in our nation, right? Secondly, 43% of these entrepreneurs are business owners. So in our Things Plus agenda, that's the gender equality. I believe also in women empowerment. So I think the women should give themselves a round of applause. Because if 43% of the entrepreneurs are, female business owners, that says a lot, right? A heartfelt kudos to, to all you lovely women that are here, shattering, the glass ceilings, reshaping the narrative by putting in tremendous efforts as entrepreneurs. It's just not statistics, but it is a beacon of hope. Lastly, 49.8% of Nigerian businesses are SMEs. This statistics carries both hope and a sobering truth. Every SME plays a more significant role than we might realize. The hope lies in the numbers, the sheer numbers, and the potential growth. However, the pain is evident. Our SMEs face a tough business environment, which is what I said earlier on. It's not easy. No one said it was going to be easy. Rome was not built in a day, but we just have to face it and deal with it in as much as we can. During my tenure, I am determined to initiate programs that challenge these biases and firmly establish that our young women and men are indeed creators of immense value. Greater support and empowerment initiatives are on the horizon, working towards making this entire vision a reality. So shifting gears, empowering youth entrepreneurship with practical solutions. I have some key points that I have highlighted as my actual keynotes that I would like to share. Number one, accessible financial support. We can establish a dedicated fund, specially tailored for young entrepreneurs. This fund should have flexible terms, lower interest rates, just like you had mentioned, and reduce collateral requirements. By doing so, we bridge the gap between the potential and the financial backing, allowing more young entrepreneurs to access the capital they need to turn ideas into reality. But we must ensure that biases do not color our methods of releasing these funds, whether tribal or sexual, which are some of our strongest biases in Africa at large. We must not allow our stringent requirements to become so impossible that our target audience, which are the youths, simply chooses to falsify figures and data to draw funding. It must be easy, it must be simple, it must be simplified. I do not currently handle the fund, but I can provide ideas. As every year through my personal foundation, I have a foundation which is called the RAC Development Foundation, RAC is Real Act of Kindness. It's a foundation that I've been running over the last couple of years, just in my own little space, in my own little world, doing the little that I can do to make an impact in my community. You don't have to have ₦1 million to have an impact in your community. You start small. And believe it or not, when I started it from there, and I'm here standing today as your commissioner for youths. So every little helps, and you'll be surprised at what your little seed that you're sowing, could help. So through that and through my contacts, of course, we can look into the financial support, mentorship and training programs. We can create mentorship programs where successful entrepreneurs, I'm sure some of these things are already being done, but of course, if I'm standing before you as the commissioner and I'm re-echoing what you already know, and we're all speaking the same language, on this page, I mean, it's a big ton of hope, and it shows that we're actually going somewhere. We're trying to do, things differently, where, the government is listening, the government is understanding, the government is on your page. Then there's hope, and it's something we should not take for granted. It's something we should latch on. I'm here, latch on it, right? So we create mentorship programs where successful entrepreneurs, both young and experienced, can guide and support the next generation. We can also develop practical training courses on entrepreneurship and business management. These programs should easily be accessible, possibly online, to accommodate those balancing entrepreneurship with other commitments. To live and thrive in Africa, you need to have quote unquote other commitments, because nobody really lives on their salary, right? So we need to have those other commitments. So we need to make it easy for people, to be able to access this as they're on the go. Igbo kwenu. No one in this country or in the world does it better. There's a reason foreign universities are studying their patterns to solidify their structures surrounding business incubator systems. If the world is studying the Igbos, we are simply going to ignore their patterns, or we should be the first partakers in applying those principles to other businesses around. It's a food for thought. I suggest we employ the same. Again, pardon? Someone said yes. So again, there will be some experiences of failure, pain, betrayal, setbacks. So let's not go into this thinking life will become a bed of roses, because of my speech. No, we need to be realistic. We need to, like I keep saying, we need to grab the bull by the horn. We need to be creative. We need to think about different ways of doing things. If we continue to do things the same way, you will get the same results. So we must think outside the box, right? I have faced my own betrayals, but until we see progress of our country, and of course our dear Lagos, as the ultimate greater good, this defeat will continue to bring us to our knees. Thirdly, gender equality initiatives. Again, in the administration of Governor Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the plus is gender equality. We cannot but emphasize this. To tackle gender biases against female entrepreneurs, we should launch, campaigns celebrating and promoting women in businesses. I like what the WIMB is. How many of us are part of WIMB here? Women in business. Okay, I like what they're doing. Promoting women in business. Additionally, we can establish female-focused entrepreneurship hubs that provide not only financial support, but also mentorship, network opportunities, and child care facilities. These initiatives would empower women to continue to break down the barriers and thrive as entrepreneurs. Number 4, strengthening the SME ecosystem. To fortify our SMEs, we should simply introduce policies that simplify business registration and reduce bureaucratic hurdles. This one is the problem of people like myself who are commissioners and all. Well, I promise to sit down with my fellow colleagues and iron out ways we can cooperate to make things work for yourself. If we as a government are ready to sit down and create that enabling environment for yourselves, then I believe we are moving forward. Number 5, digital transformation. Embracing digitalization is crucial. We cannot but overemphasize this. We can launch initiatives to provide young entrepreneurs with access to digital tools and platforms. Again, we can hammer this out, but once we have a working group of entrepreneurs who have the same drive, who have the same vision, who have the same mission, many of us would have garnered some clout with our networks, which should come together to provide subsidization opportunities for this business. And lastly, networking opportunities. Your network is your net worth. We cannot emphasize that. We can organize regular entrepreneurship forums, including, the private and the governmental and the government sector. There are a lot of younger members of cabinet in this administration. There's a possibility and an ability to pull us all together in a room. It's our Lagos. It's our Nigeria. It's our Africa. Together, we would need to do it. United we stand, divided we fall. Gone are those days where, we leave it all to the government. I have crossed over into the government world, and I've seen and I've realized how easy it is to make things work and how difficult it is to not make things work. But the government cannot do it alone. We must come together, because when we come together and we thrive together, then we can build our community together. When we build our community together, we build our state together, and then we build, Nigeria together, we build Africa together, and then we build our nation together. So it's all about collaboration, togetherness, having the same drive, having the same vision. Again, gone are those days where, the government, people in the government are not on your page. Let me put it that way, for lack of better words. But now we're trying to do it better, right? Which is one of the reasons why I am here, just so that we can interact. I don't have any security protocol. I came in by myself, which is how we should be. We should be accessible. You need to be able to meet us. We are your representatives, right? And that is what it's all about. And if we are able to do that together, then believe you me, we would create a monster that we can control. In conclusion, by shifting gears and implementing these practical solutions that I have highlighted, we can empower youth and entrepreneurship in Lagos, in Nigeria, in Africa. It's not just about addressing challenges, but also seizing opportunities. Together, we can create an ecosystem where our young entrepreneurs can thrive, can innovate, and contribute significantly to our nation's growth. As we convene at this dialogue series for the rest of the day, let us harness our collective efforts to drive this transformative change and build a brighter future for Lagos, for Nigeria, and for Africa. Together, we all can make a real impact. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause, please. Thank you. So, thank you very much, Mr. Mobolaji. Mobolaji. Sorry, my Yoruba is.
Teach you, you're in Lagos.
But, and I'm Yoruba also, funny enough. But thank you very much for reiterating your commitment and in general, Lagos State's commitment to empowering entrepreneurs, especially youth entrepreneurs in Lagos. From what you've said in your keynote address, you've made us understand that Lagos is pro-women business, Lagos is pro-youth-led business, and Lagos is pro-business. So Lagos is the center of excellence for all businesses to thrive. So thank you very much for reiterating this, and just giving us that push and encouragement to trust in government. So government is here, and government is ready to work. Thank you very much. Quickly, I'll just invite Adenike. I'll also invite our director, Aka Wonkolo, and I'll also invite Mr. Nkrumah to the stage to just take a group picture with our Honorable Commissioner. Thank you very much. A round of applause as they come up, please. While they take the group picture, I just want to mention again that our report can be downloaded via the agenda that you have in your hand. All you have to do is bring out your smartphones, scan the barcode, and it will take you directly to our report page. Also, at the Experience Center on my right, we have some cards that are there to take your feedback on how the event has been so far. Just basically your feedback on the 3 sessions that we have had today. So please, I encourage you to fill it out so you can get your feedback on the experience. Thank you very much. A round of applause again for them, please. Thank you. So, okay, contexts have been set, insights have been shared, and now it's time for us to have our panel session and interactive Q&A session. So, moderating this session will be Miss Olajumoke Adeola. I'm taking my time now. Founder, Unpolished Initiative. Please let us give her a round of applause as she comes to the stage. Please keep clapping. Thank you. Where are you? The energy, you know.
Thank you. For a moment there, I thought you would be introducing the panelists, but that gives me the extra honor. So introducing the amazing, distinguished individuals that we will be deconstructing this panel session with a round of applause, I invite Miss Esther Olalude. Please keep clapping till she comes off stage. Let's keep clapping. Thank you. Welcome with me on stage, Mr. Kennedy Ikezi. Let's keep the claps. Let's keep the applause. I know some of us have been here all day, but we are the youths, yes? Also, joining the panel session is Mr. Godwin Tom. A round of applause. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. There's an award for the person that gives the loudest clap. Do we have? And none but not least, Mr. Michael Ajayi. So it's very important that I properly introduce them. Miss Esther Olalude is the founder of Vinyl Pads, a sustainable sanitary towel for young women. Please, a round of applause. Mr. Kennedy Ikezi is the founder and CEO of Keeper Africa. Mr. Godwin Tom is the managing director of Sony Music Publishing. And Mr. Michael Ajayi is the country director of Enactors Nigeria. Fantastic panel. I'm very excited about this panel. I don't know if it was intentional, but we have 2 young entrepreneurs, individuals, and then we have 2 organizations that are engaging and supporting entrepreneurs. Please, a round of applause for Faith Foundation. So before we proceed into the panel session proper, on behalf of us young entrepreneurs, let's give ourselves a round of applause. We survived this year. We survived the Naira redesign. We survived the FX problems. We've survived the fuel scarcity. We've survived everything. Please give yourselves a round of applause. Sorry? 6. Okay, we are surviving this year. So we'll be engaging today's session in 3 phases. First, entrepreneurship in Nigeria as it is, entrepreneurship as it should be, and then bridging the gap between what we have and then where we need to be. Of course, we're going to take your closing remarks on particular policies, and I'm going to call that your final thoughts on the one change. So throughout the panel session, at the end of it rather, you're going to give us that one change that based on your experience will be most vital in reviving, sustaining, and growing the entrepreneurship landscape in Nigeria. So to start up, based on the Faith Foundation report I had read earlier, I read the last edition, and in this edition, we noticed that there are marginal growth in several sections, in several segments, and there are overall declines. First, we have the decline in the entrepreneurship index from last year, the steady decline in the number of MSMEs, decline in the number of new businesses being created. And of course, we have persistent problems like multiple taxation, inflation, subsidy removal. In fact, just the cost of living in Nigeria. So that question, the top of head question is entrepreneurship, or are we entrepreneurs an endangered species? Because there is several decline. So based on your experience, I'm going to take your initial thoughts. Based on your own experience doing business in Nigeria, of course, sharing your story, what is it like in Nigeria, and are we endangered? Pretty much. I'll take Miss Esther first. I'm very excited to learn more about your business, and I'm sure we all are too.
Is this working? Is this working? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank the Faith Institute. I'd like to thank the Faith Institute and Zisha, the Faith Foundation, for this opportunity to be here. You asked if Nigerian entrepreneurs, youth entrepreneurs, are an endangered species. One thing I know about Nigerian youth is that we are resilient. No matter what comes our way, no matter what circumstances we face, we might go down, but we'll always come back up. We are not an endangered species. Personally, I am a student, and as a student, I see many youth saying they're not going to use their degrees, they want to graduate and go into business. From the way they say it, you know that they've never been into business before. But even at that, I have a couple of friends who are also into small businesses and all that, and sometimes we come together, discuss about challenges we are facing, but one thing we know, the conversation always ends with, we will rise again. And that's one thing I believe about Nigerian youth, we will rise again. The very fact that we're having this conversation on policies and shifting gears, it shows that not just we as the youth entrepreneurs, but there are also people above who believe in us, who believe in our vision for a better Nigeria. And this gives me hope and assurance that it is going to come, and it's coming very soon. Thank you. Okay, so my entrepreneurial journey. So Venil is an innovative startup. We develop, manufacture, and sell biodegradable sanitary pads. They're 30% cheaper than the regular sanitary pads. So our target population would be girls and women who are living in underserved communities. those who find it increasingly difficult, especially with the economic situation, to afford basic sanitary products. Because of this, they can't go to school, they can't go to work. The overall productivity of the community is affected and impacted. So my business venue started as a mix of passion and the will to fill a gap in the society. Since I was little, I like the earth, I like the planet, all that. So through some volunteer work, I actually discovered that gap, that this issue, it's so big, so serious. Particularly, I come from Jos, Nigeria, so I have seen it firsthand. I've seen the effect it has had on girls and women and the communities, families at large. So because of this, I got together with a team of my friends, got into doing some research. I read a lot. I wear glasses. I got into doing a lot of research, and it came up as an idea, just an idea. And then we saw a competition we could apply for, and we did that. When I applied for it, I didn't even think it was anything. I just thought, okay, let's just try our luck and see how things go. And that was how we got our first funding. But apart from the funding, thank you. Apart from the funding, winning that competition made me understand that people believe in what I was doing, that people believe that my innovative startup, my idea, is worth investing in. And that was what pushed me even more than the actual funding. So from there, we began our research into developing our actual minimal viable products. And through that, we were able to develop our business into something more worthy of applying for more fellowships, more grants. And that's how we were able to join the Anzisha Prize that brought me here today. And I can say that the journey so far has had its ups and downs. I came for the last session and heard about entrepreneurs talking about different policies, and I can relate personally. But it has been very rewarding seeing something that started as a seed grow and also help people. Thank you.
We'll take your initial thoughts.
I don't know if this thing works. Oh, it does. Okay. I also have a very loud voice, so it's really nice to be here. Thanks everyone for taking time out of your day to come listen to us. The question is whether or not I think young entrepreneurs are an endangered species. I don't think young entrepreneurs are more endangered than any other group of people. I mean, my parents are teachers, they're professors, and I don't think I would say young entrepreneurs are more endangered than, say, Nigerian academics, right? We're all equally endangered, and very endangered, I must say. A lot of times when we gather publicly to talk about youth entrepreneurship, sometimes it's tokenistic. A lot of times it is like youth entrepreneurship, that thing. But we all know the data, right? So 70% of the Nigerian population is under the age of 30. So there's nothing like youth entrepreneurship. There's just entrepreneurship, because we're young people in a place where 70% of people are below 30. It's not a segment that is tokenistically added to an agenda or that is brought in conversation. It is a matter of critical importance for how our civilization, how our economy evolves over the next 30 years. Quite frankly, it's not evident to me that not we in this room, we here believe that, but as a culture, as a fundamental financial system that allocates value and allocates resources, it's not evident to me that we deeply believe in youth entrepreneurship, in the concept. And I think it is a spillover of our broader culture as a people, where we don't take young people seriously, right? And we teach young people to not take themselves seriously. And if we don't solve for that, right, the foundational economic principles upon which all of the conversations we're having today are supposed to be built will never be built. Bill Gates said something, that thing which you do between the ages of 14 and 18, obsessively, that's what you're most likely to be successful at. And honestly, look at anyone who is successful. It's true. The most successful entrepreneurs across the world, between the ages of 14 and 18, they were doing something. They were, selling fake CDs or, just doing something and upping their IQ. And across every endeavor where value accrues. But when you think about what most of us spend our time doing between 14 and 18, there's absolutely no correlation for future success. And you don't just randomly become a successful entrepreneur when you're older, when you're in your 40s or 50s, right? That part of you that's trained when you're young and primed, the principles, the fundamental principles of how to give value and extract resources as a result of the value of it. That's essentially what being an entrepreneur means. You don't learn that when you're 50. You really learn that when you're a young person. You learn that when you're a kid. You build upon that when you're in your 20s and 30s, and you start to make a lot of the money when you're in your 40s, 50s, and above. So I don't know if I'm answering the question for whether we're endangered or not, but I do think that there is a cultural shift that needs to happen. We need to take young people more seriously. We need to spend more time helping them, supporting them. As young people ourselves, we also need to take some more responsibility and get rid of the learned helplessness. A lot of people send me messages, reach out to me, stop me on the road to ask, oh, like, how can I do this? And you can tell, I'm like, with this attitude, you would never do this, right? Because you are, one, you're very entitled. Two, you think there's someone up there who holds the key, and because they do not like you because you're young or because of where you come from, they've chosen to not give you access to the room. The room doesn't even exist most of the time. The people who are in the room are as confused as you, right? They don't know more than you do, honestly. So everyone is still trying to figure it out. There's no savior. And I think that's where I'll leave it at, but yeah.
Discovering that Sony Music just started in Nigeria about a year. Last year, August, I believe. So yeah, relatively new in the entrepreneurial space here in Nigeria. Your initial thoughts on this?
I was announced a year ago, but it was, the office existed. The bigger challenge I have with it's in how we think about these problems. So the first issue I have is where we are as a community is as a result of necessity, right? So at a point in time, it made sense to go into government, to work as a civil servant, because as a civil servant, there was an enabling environment. There was either a loan or some sort of subsidized way you could get a house, you could get a car. So it made sense for young people to go into that system. When that was taken and there are no jobs, it makes sense for people to figure out how to eat. So where we are now is just the product of reality, right? When you have 70% of a country being young people, the creative endeavor is a product of young people. And when he said, you know, you can't learn some things when you're 40, I pray not. But the point I'm making is we are at a point where it's not a question of if we're endangered or not, because people are going to have to survive. It's a question of if we can provide the environment for people to survive before we start eating each other, right? So we have, for example, the notion and the idea that working in an office is a sin. That is so wrong. Because young people are getting to that point where they think the only way I can earn money is by working for myself, or, you know, I'm a product of Ajegunle. I know I don't sound like it. And one of the things that I find when I go back to greet the people there to try and help, because I pay quite a number of school fees, but when I go back to sit with people and talk to them about challenges, what I hear is a lack of hope. So generally, when they see, and I'm careful which car I drive there, but when they see that car, the first thought, and this is a conversation I've had with a young man, I asked, you know, what do you think it would take for you to own a car like this? And his response is, Baba, you go give me, or I go take them from you. right? And the reality is he can't fathom, based on what he's earning, the thought of buying a 7-10 million naira car when I'm earning 20,000, where I have to feed my family, I have to take care of my siblings. So there are realities people are dealing with, and that reality is what has forced most people to become entrepreneurs. And so the question here is, how are we creating the environment that is suitable for proper business? Because the reason why the failure rate is high, because it's not everybody that is suited for entrepreneurship. It's just a reality. We are here as a necessity. When we're able to solve basic economic and policy issues, we will find that most people just want to have a job, wake up in the morning, go have their job, spend time with their family, and have a life on the weekends. It's only a mad person that wants to work 100 hours a week. I'm being honest. Only a mad person. So most of us here are mad. But we expect the same thing from everyone else. We expect everybody else to work 100 hours. So a person who can't do that is lazy or is useless or doesn't want to build this as a career for themselves. This is the thing that needs to change. In my opinion, we are not endangered. We're not an endangered youth. And I think he spoke very well about the realities. I think we're an endangered people, because what we're dealing with will swallow all of us. When people cannot feed, they're going to look at the next person who feeds better. And they're going to go after that person to get the little they can find. And it continues to go until it consumes all of us. So, didn't mean to start with a with a doom-centered message. But my point, because eventually we'll get to solutions. Hopefully I can prefer some. But the idea is, no, we're not endangered as young people, because in the next 30 years, it's going to even get worse. I mean, if you continue at the birth rates that we have now, right, it's going to get worse. There's going to be more young people. And there's going to be less to eat. And that's what I'm most afraid of. So we are an endangered people. And that's my view.
So we'll take you, Mr. Michael.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Adenike, and the rest of the team in Faith Foundation. And I see some familiar faces here, Wilson and the rest. It's an interesting conversation. And I mean, just following through on what you have just said, and now I'm scared of living into the future. I wanted to live till I'm 100 and 120, but now with the picture you've painted, I'm not sure I want to live till next week. Okay, so that said, are the youth entrepreneurs endangered? I mean, he brilliantly said it. We are all endangered, and I agree with that. However, since the focus of this conversation is around the young people, let's look at that statement. Youth entrepreneurs, are they endangered? If you look at that from the context of what can be, what should be, then we say, indeed, they are endangered. If you look at it, and this is interesting because he also mentioned the statistics of 70% of the Nigerian population being people within the age of 18 and 30. And the economy today is in a very sorry state. And we also know that entrepreneurship is a key driver of any economy in the world, especially the MSMEs. That's a tongue twister for me, right? So if you look at that figure, 70% of 200 million people, and I'm sure we are over 200 million people now. If we have mathematicians in the room, please help me. 50% will be 100 million, is that correct? So 70% will be about 120 million people. That's the population of young people. In fact, that's the size of maybe 5 African countries together, apart from Nigeria, of course, right? Imagine if we intentionally support this demography to succeed as entrepreneurs. Now, it is an intentional thing, a roadmap that says in the next 10 years, we want to transform 50% of this population into successful businesses, business owners that can each create job opportunities that employs, say, 10 people. The economy will be transformed by the day as these entrepreneurs begin to evolve and succeed. I'm not sure if this thing is working anymore, right? So the economy will transform. And to that extent, I insist that as long as we're talking about youth entrepreneurship and we compare what can be versus what we have, or what should be versus what we have to say that they're endangered. The environment is tough. And I'm sure, I applaud pragmatism and optimism. But the truth is, having worked with young entrepreneurs across the country, I know, and I'm sure even the very successful ones here know that it is tough. Now, that does not mean that there aren't success stories as we have seen here. But what I know is that the ones that succeed do so in spite, not because of the government. They succeed in spite of and they will tell you if they share their stories, right? They succeed in spite of. So imagine again, if there are systems and structures in place to ensure that they succeed. But then it comes of the larger demography of youth entrepreneurs. So my take is a lot can happen to transform the space if we're indeed thinking about transforming the Nigerian economy, not only for today, but for tomorrow. And that can have a massive impact on the African continent as a whole. Already, look at the music industry, the entertainment industry as a whole. Again, that is an industry that has succeeded not because of government, but because of the individuals who see an opportunity and they took the opportunity to build something, right? Now that industry is being celebrated all over the world. There was a time if you went to a Nigerian party, you would listen to American music. Today, if you go to a Nigerian party and they play an American music, everybody will sit down, right? Again, because certain individuals in that space invested their time and resources and their passion to build it. And that is what is happening even in the larger entrepreneurship system. And we will talk more about this later on. But I believe that certain things have to be done to support entrepreneurs to begin to flourish and grow. And that can become the solution to the economic challenges that we face and even security challenges that we face in Nigeria today. Thank you.
Fantastic summation. I'm very excited that you ended on the note that certain things need to be done. I know Enactors is a global organization. You're in several countries, just like JCI. I'm a member of JCI Nigeria. And I know that these organizations are put together a lot, aside from their international reach, which I would like you to share on what are they doing right? What can we learn from? And what are they doing right? What can we learn from? And then I'll take the next question from there.
So generally speaking, what Enactors does is to identify young people. Again, I'm sorry, but I have to say young people, right? In tertiary institutions, And the whole idea is find them, help them find themselves, right? First, you find them, and then help them find themselves. And what that simply means is identify young people, challenge them to be part of the solutions to the problems in their communities. This problem can be environmental problems, social problems, or economic problems. The whole idea is find a problem, find an innovative solution that can address that problem while creating economic value, for the people in that community, for yourself as well. So this is essentially what we do around the world. And by doing this globally, what we have seen is the Enactor students who then become alumni build capacity beyond measure in terms of enterprise development, in personal leadership, and even in project management. They build that capacity. And some of the things they learn to build this capacity center around teamwork, resilience, being accountable, understanding the value of integrity, and the likes. And they are able to apply this whole thing, this knowledge and skills, whether in their personal businesses or at the places of work if they choose to seek for a job. And we have seen quite a number of them across the country, not just in Nigeria, but around the world, that have applied these skills to build enterprises that are succeeding and doing very well. I'm tempted to give an example. One of our alumni started a business here in Nigeria just after graduation. I think he was still in his NYC. He was still doing his service when the business, took a life of its own. And based on the knowledge and skills he had acquired, he became attractive to Y Combinator. He's here in Nigeria, but he was attracted to Y Combinator in the US, which is perhaps the biggest and most influential incubator around the world. And at the end of his time with them, they they provided a grant for him of about $2.8 million. This is a few years ago. And today, because of the grants received and the support he has received through that Y Combinator, he leads a business that is serving not only the Nigerian market, but a few other countries in Africa. And his goal is to take over the entire Africa in that space. All right. So this is the kind of impact the Enactors program is making as it enables young people to find themselves, whether as entrepreneurs, corporate citizens, or whatever they decide to do with themselves, but find themselves having the right skills and knowledge and all of that to be able to succeed and flourish as entrepreneurs.
Thank you very much. So to piggyback on your response, I know from a lot of organizations such as Enactors, JCI, because I've served as the chairperson of the Creative Young Entrepreneurs Program in JCI. There are a lot of structures we put in place for young people, for their development entrepreneurially. But there seems to be that gap that's kink in the line that we've not been able to get right. From your experience working with these young people, what do you perceive it might be? And then we'll piggyback to Kennedy. We'll talk about the challenges of entrepreneurship and how they can build the resilience, focusing on funding, because it's something that even the Faith Institute have highlighted as a major setback for entrepreneurs. I'm aware that the amount of funding that tech startups in Nigeria are receiving has been decreasing over the years. So how do they build resilience in that regard? So I'll take you and then.
Okay. So the question is centered around opportunities for capacity development, correct?
Yes, the question is about capacity building. Is capacity building a problem? Are we doing it right? Is Faith Foundation doing it right?
So I agree with you. There are quite a number of training opportunities, because for entrepreneurs to succeed, in my world, there are two things you need, right? You need access to financing, which is not the most important thing for me. What is more important than access to funding is business development skills. business development and business management skills. Now, one of the problems oftentimes is people throw money at the situation, and at the end of the day, if the person doesn't have capacity to handle that amount of resources, then very soon it will go to waste, right? So business development opportunities, which comes back to the question of capacity development and all of that, there are quite a number of opportunities for trainings, and like you rightly noted, Faith Foundation is already doing that. And Actos is doing that in tertiary institutions. The question now is, why are young people still say, especially those starting off entrepreneurship, saying that there aren't so many opportunities for capacity development? I think that now we can flog the government and the private sector for not doing what they have to do, the way they should do it, and when they must do it, right? But we have to hold the young people, especially the entrepreneurs, accountable as well. He said it. You have to be responsible. If there are opportunities for training, you need to seek them out. You need to literally find them. The young man I spoke about, his name is Larry. He lives in Nigeria, but he attracted funding from the United States. Okay, he doesn't live in Nigeria anymore now. Because now he lives in the United States, right? But that's what I'm talking about. He sought for that opportunity and found it. For me, people should become like a foam, right? Foam, and soak up every information available. Now, where you are unable to find those opportunities that are free or subsidized, if you want to succeed, you must invest in yourself. There are no two ways about it. Most people go to school and succeed, right? It's either you succeed as a career person or you succeed as an entrepreneur, but the chances of success in life is much higher if you went to school compared to if you did not go to school. And it's simple, there's an investment that has been made. So entrepreneurs, whether young or old, must take out time to invest in themselves. And I know that there's a question of, well, how do I fund that and all of that? That is why you must seek opportunities that exist, right? Because again, you must take ownership. You must build yourself, understand. In business, it is said that sometimes the knowledge and information that you have and the skills that you have that brought you from 0 to 50 is not what you need to take you from 60 or 50 to 100. You need a new set of knowledge, a new set of managerial skills, and a new set of information. So it is critical. I think that the answer to that question is that A, people are not seeking out these opportunities because they do exist, and B, when they are unable to find those opportunities, they are not willing to invest in themselves. We have done a program once. It was a masterclass. It was designed to be a masterclass to empower young people who are fresh graduates now to understand what the job market is seeking, right? So that they can be prepared in terms of job interviews, applications, and all of that. And there was a token just to make sure that people are serious about it and they are able to commit to it. A token, this was maybe like 7 years ago, and the token was, guess how much? 3,000 naira. And only 5 people registered for it in about a month. Why? Because there's that entitlement mentality that why should I pay for it? So opportunities exist. People must be willing to seek them out, and where they are not available, they must be willing to make that investment in themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Kennedy will take your response now. But whilst doing that, we'd also like to learn about your story, your entrepreneurial story in Nigeria.
Yeah, so I guess it's 2 different questions now. The first is on funding. So what I would say is, I'm picking back off that question, or what's missing today. I think that there's a lot of training programs out there for entrepreneurs, but to be honest with you, and the best entrepreneurs don't need training. Personally, I honestly find it to the extent that these entrepreneurial programs are successful, they are successful at identifying and incubating, but there is very little you can do to improve someone who is not going to be successful at being an entrepreneur. I think at best you can support those who already have, what it takes at its core, and help them fill in the gaps that they probably do not have. And I think that's what the best companies like Y Combinator, the best incubators like Y Combinator know very well, and that's why they're really successful. So on funding, there's the asset class, which is venture capital, that is very prevalent, that we all know, we all read on TechCrunch, we all envy people who raise funding for. My observation is, and if you trace its history and how it originated, it pursues people who tend to be more innovators than entrepreneurs. And it may be hypocritical for me to say this for very obvious reasons, but I think we probably need more brick and mortar type entrepreneurs to build infrastructure that we need, versus innovators who would now build on top of that to make them more efficient. And that's why personally I do think, again, very hypocritical, so you can say that to me, that there is a mismatch of our sources of capital, why that capital is coming in the door in the first place, and the problems that they set out to solve. And we need to marry that. And that's a dilemma that a lot of entrepreneurs face, because the story, the mandate for which you're given capital by people who lack context and understanding, and who mostly think about your country and continent as an opportunity for them to make money. They miss India, they miss China, they don't want to miss Africa. That's the thesis, right? And that is not the mindset we'll build things in this part of the world with. So we need better brick and mortar type businesses. And it's harder. It's much harder to build businesses like that today with the economic conditions that we have. And when you think about the successful businesses that the generation of our parents and those who came before them built in the 60s, 70s, 80s across the entire West African sub-region, they didn't necessarily have to go through training for that, right? For the best entrepreneurs, and anyone who knows entrepreneurs knows this, they work 6 days a week, 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. They take 2 weeks in a year of holiday. No one out here outworks them. There's no more education than you need than that, like putting in the hours, understanding your fundamentals. And most of them are semi-literate at best, but they run their businesses very efficiently, at least at the scale, where it's at. So that's what I think about funding. With accessing funding, look, like I said, so first thing is we need to figure out what sort of businesses we need to build to bootstrap our economy from where it's at now. Because for each and every one of us, right, we are poorer than we should be. Whether we like it or not, whether we sit in fancy places, we have fancy titles, we are poorer than we should be. All of us, right? With the skills, with the knowledge that each and every one of us has, if we're selling that on a global market, we'll be a lot wealthier. And when you think about it, we're talking about the music industry, and my good brother here knows about this way more than I do. It's not that Afrobeats just got better. It's just that we have more capital and more global attention now chasing that asset class. That's why people who are there are making more money. So how about we think about, we bootstrap our own belief systems. What do we believe in? What are we willing to allocate capital behind as a society? And then we start to do that. And the people who are there return this capital very quickly. And then we start to spread that across the board, across different industries, not just specific industries like technology. Last thing I would say on my entrepreneurial story, and it ties back to everything we've talked about, is the people who we need, the best entrepreneurs, need some sort of incentive. The same way, in the generation of our parents and grandparents, you go become a doctor because you're treated really nicely, you get a nice car, you get a nice pay, you get treated very well. For the sort of people who go on to be entrepreneurs, they need living, breathing models of who those people look like. For me, with deciding to be an entrepreneur, so when I moved back to Nigeria from Beijing, where I lived for 2 years at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020, the decision-making mechanism for me was, who are the smartest young people I know today, and what are they doing, right? The smartest people I respected, I knew, who were, plus or minus 5 years my age, they were trying to build companies. they were putting all of their reputation behind it, right? Some of my best friends studied in Ivy League colleges in the US, moved back to Nigeria, moved to a village to figure out how to build a startup. Those were the people I was looking at. And we need more people like this, and we need to tell more stories like this, because the smartest, the best people, the geniuses, we don't even know who our geniuses are. Who are our geniuses? If I ask us that question, we point to the wealthiest people we know and we start to pick from. But that's not how we assess who geniuses are. We need a way to figure them out. And the only way we can figure them out is by showing them examples of people who they like and respect, who are like them, and we help those other people grow. So for us to figure them out, they need those examples. We need to figure out a way to find them and to give them everything that they need so to produce what we all need. So we can all enjoy and work 8 hours a day while we leave the geniuses to work 150 hours every week, if that's up to that, because they are crazy people. So that's what I think. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. So in the next 3 minutes, we'll be taking questions from the audience. Please get your questions ready. So whilst we wait for the questions, I will take a question. I'd like to ask, you mentioned in your earlier submission, Esther, that you could make sanitary towels sustainable, but 30% cheaper. What is that like, doing that kind of business in Nigeria? And how do we build structures and system that is sustainable for organizations? Of course, from your experience, what I mean is incorporating sustainability measures.
So, Venil started with sustainability in mind. It did not start and then we decided that we had to incorporate sustainability. So that has been quite challenging, if I'm being honest, letting people understand the need for sustainability. A lot of Nigerians have a survival mindset. They don't care what they are doing to the environment. They don't care what they're doing to their own selves, as long as they get to put food on the table, as long as they get to have clothes on their back. And for businesses that are already running and want to incorporate sustainability, they have to educate themselves. They have to understand the need for sustainability, first of all. So I guess that's one of the gears that we need to shift in Nigeria. We need to understand the need for certain things. Like everyone else has said, Nigerians have an entitled mindset. They want people to always do things for them. Rather than not littering, they want the government to come and pack all the litter they've made. Rather than doing things sustainably, they want people to solve the problems that they have already caused. So the first thing, like I said, is to understand the need for sustainability. And then for businesses that are already working in entrepreneurship ventures that are already in the works, assess what you're doing, assess and reassess and keep on assessing. Even at Venil, we always check where can we be more efficient, where can we be more sustainable, and then implement it in those areas.
All right, thank you. A question that comes to mind immediately when I, of course, still on sustainability is your approach. Has that affected your bottom line? And I'm sure a lot of entrepreneurs are also wondering, if I want to do this, would I have to purchase things at more expensive rates? Or would that, so from your experience pretty much, has that affected your bottom line? Or it's still looking good?
Well, to start up something that is relatively novel in Nigeria, we had to do a lot of research, like I said at first, and that involved actually getting machinery that we could not find here. So, of course, the beginning of it was definitely more expensive. It was harder. We had to do a lot of budgeting, bootstrap ourselves by adding more funds from our own personal funds and finances and all that. But then in the long run, when we think about the impact that we're making, the sustainability that we're driving, I would say that it's much better this way.
Thank you very much, Esther. Do we have questions from the audience? Okay, we have a question here. Do we have a roving mic? While we wait for the mic, so I would ask Mr. Godwin just one more question before we move in. So that despite all the challenges that we've spoken about and those that we've not even spoken about, how do you recommend that we mitigate the risk associated with starting and running businesses in Nigeria, coming from the corporate perspective and then trickling down to the individual actions?
Sorry, could you take that again?
So despite all the challenges that we've discussed on the panel, and I'm sure that we've noticed in Nigeria, in the entrepreneurship ecosystem in Nigeria, what are the measures we can use to mitigate these risks that are associated with starting and running businesses as entrepreneurs in Nigeria, coming from the corporate perspective and then trickling down to the individual actions?
Ask quite worded.
Okay,
don't worry, I get you. The reason why I say worded is because my brain was processing the answer and more questions were coming. But my thoughts are, and I'm going to try my best not to be, a problem here. We need to allow people fail. We need to build a system that allows for iteration. Because when people are afraid of failing, we don't get the innovation that we need. So generally, when people are funding small businesses, one, investors want their returns in a year. That is how you have people doctoring documents, right? I had a conversation with, there's an organization that funds, invests in infrastructure, in businesses across Africa. And when I asked them what their biggest challenges were, I was told that many people that come with proposals for factories usually write a 5-year plan as opposed to a 30-year plan. Now, if you're setting up a factory, it means that you need to, first of all, recoup your money, and then you need to ensure that the factory is managed. You can't get that money back, especially with the level of investment needed in 10 years. You're going to need to be stabilized in 10 years and then begin to generate money. Many people are not thinking that far. And part of the reason is we've created a culture where return has to come back immediately. So that in itself trickles down to the problem that people are now afraid to fail, because if I don't get it right the first time, I will not get funding, right? I'll give you another example. The matrix that are used to determine who gets funding needs to change. I was with an organization recently. I'll tell you why I'm with all these organizations, because it sounds like I'm just meeting all these organizations and I'm not providing any solutions, right? One of the reasons why is I started an academy in 2017. Well, an idea of an academy that became an academy in 2020. And initially I was looking for staff to hire. And I realized that a lot of the people in the entertainment industry are not educated. So it's generally the artist's brother comes into the situation and now works with the artist. So everybody is stabbing in the dark. So I tried to hire people. When I hired people, and I faced another struggle. The struggle was many people were used to doing things a certain way. And I was coming to do it because I came from corporate. So I was having difficulties. Then I pushed on from that, and then I went into realizing that, okay, these people that I've now trained that work for me have to now deal with the industry, right? And they were struggling now. And so I decided I was going to set up an academy. So we have an academy. We've trained over 900 people in the music business. The first program we did, we trained people and we tried to place them. Feedback we got was they don't have experience. So we decided to introduce something called the Talent Project. So after we train you, we have to allow you work. So we find artists, and then we give you work. So I go and find funding sometimes from my pocket, and I fund albums, I fund events that the students would do. And I keep telling them, you are allowed to fail. Give yourself the best shot at success. And if you fail, it's not your money, right? So the idea behind this, and everybody will say, well, not everybody has your money. I don't have that much. But the reality is, these people feel more confident when they've seen a thing and done it before. And now when they go into the real world, someone says, this person knows what he's doing. Yes, because he failed. And so I think that's another issue. And I think the third thing I would like to say about that is, I was actually talking about the reason why I was mentioning these people. So the second people I met, and I told them we need funding, and they said they were going to give me a lot of money, like it was a lot of money. And I said, that's fine, but they said, oh, you have to train 1 million people. And I said, that's not feasible, right? That's absolutely not feasible. So I realized that a lot of the organizations coming in here, and this is very important, coming in here are not trying to solve our problem. They're trying to meet KPIs. And the moment that becomes the focus, we will continue to sell our people to wolves. Let me explain this. If I train 1 million people and I only have 20,000 jobs, what you're going to tell me at the end of the day is my project has failed. Because part of the matrix is I'm able to connect the people I train to jobs. So there are no jobs. Then I come back to you and I say, how about we fund out of let's say I give access to information to 1 million people, because that's best I can do. Radio, etc. I can give information to 1 million people. Out of 1 million people, 200,000 show interest in the thing that I'm giving them information about. Out of these 200,000 people, I now train 100,000. Out of the 100,000, we now have 50, let's say 10,000 who are business minded that we can develop. So we then provide incubator programs for those guys. And then out of those 10,000, maybe there are 200 successful businesses that we're able to now invest in. This thought process needs to be the way we solve problems. There has to be a combination of grants and investment. You cannot focus on just educating people, because what happens is by the time I finish going to 5 training programs and there's nothing coming out for me, I'm not going to attend anyone anymore. So in terms of how we're going about it now at Sony Music Publishing, when I became MD, part of the reason I took this job was because I was told that I could reinvest money in here. And I was also told that I will be able to keep money here. So I wouldn't have taken the job if they said, oh, you're coming here to put a suction pipe and suck back to the UK or the US. What I've agreed with the company, and which I'm glad for the kind of bosses I have, is we will develop revenue opportunities here and we'll support local businesses here. So I'll give you an example. I got a call from Sweden, and I'm telling you this story because I want you to understand how all of these things connect. A call from Sweden, and they said one of our artists is doing very well. Let's sign him. I listened to the music. I don't want to mention any of the names. I listened to the music and I said, we cannot sign this person. And they said, why? And I said, because the song he's singing belongs to Salawa Beni. Right? And if I sign him, I'm causing Salawa Beni and her family and her estate not to make money. That is the value of putting people within the system. People who understand how it works. What we need to do is educate more people so that they can stand at the door and say, oh, these international organizations coming in, here are the questions that we have for you. And this is how you should operate here to benefit our people.
So we'll take questions now. We have a question. Someone here. Is there a roving mic?
Thank you so much.
Please, let's
I've been here.
pardon me, let's keep our questions concise because of time. Thank you.
Okay. I've been here since morning, since 7, and I've enjoyed every bit of the sessions. And I'm glad I waited. I wanted to leave. I'll say, Mr. Inactox, you didn't find me earlier. I think I've passed that, stage now. I believe that entrepreneurship is a continuous learning process. Sorry, Mr. Akeze, yeah, right. It's a continuous learning process. There's been conversations around youths are entitled, and all that. But it's very important that we also know that there are a set of entrepreneurs, youth entrepreneurs, that fall within the nano group, right? And the way the business landscape is now, people tend to embrace complexity. Complexity in the sense that they have the capital to put up, for example, in the tech space. They can always, pay some developers to help them with their platforms, with the tech products. I was privileged to be a judge during a pitch session last Saturday. And these guys had fantastic ideas. Fantastic. Now, we had about 10 of them, and they all came to pitch for 3 million naira sum. What are they trying to do? Just to have a tech-enabled platform. What am I trying to say, and what am I trying to ask? Why is digitization very expensive? Who is solving the problem of digitization? Digitization is very expensive in Nigeria. And I know that you cannot agree with me. Before you pay your digital manager or before you do your SEO, before you have this, before the maintenance, and then when you think of the nano entrepreneurs, how much are they making? Right? So I think that there has to be a solution around that. I understand that access to funding can solve the problem. However, that can also be another solution. People like Actors, Sonny, Keeper, you were able to build, you were in Beijing, you came back. When you mentioned some of, your friends, Ivy League, and trust me, there are people who went to OU. There are people who went to Yabatech.
I went to Unical.
It doesn't matter. You came back with some capital, right? And then there's some people who went to, that cannot even afford to pay that developer or even the website guy who would help them put up. And I mentioned complexity because the world loves complexity now. Once they say the business, they have this really lovely, yes, they are doing, and they're not really doing anything. It's just the complexity. And then there are people who really want to solve a problem, but they do not have the capital to actually build a proper digital system. What can enactors, what can be done? Thank you. All of you.
I'm sorry.
Do we have any other questions in the room?
Are we able to respond to that?
So it would depend on how many questions we have, how many people. Okay, then yes, we can.
Okay, so here's the first thing I must say. Minimum viable product. A lot of the time, everybody wants funding for an idea. Your idea is great, but if it doesn't make money, you can't just ask people to give you money, right? Especially because some of the money people will give you are hard-earned cash that they've made. So the first thing I would say is, when you're building something, what you start with is what is within your reach, right? Build with that. And then as you grow, you will find new opportunities. There are people who build their platforms on Excel. And as they develop, they're able to now incorporate certain platforms that are automated. The reason why they're expensive is because it takes time and intellectual property to develop. And so people put a fee on that. So I think the question here is there a minimum viable product that's generating income that the investor can see cash flow and then say, based on how well this business is doing, considering the investment, the little investment, if I give you $100,000, you could do 10x, 20x, 100x. My point is minimum viable product first, and then you can go to an investor and you will get what you want.
Another thing I would say on this is the absence of digitalization is not a problem. The fact that there's no platform that can do something in and of itself is not a problem. At a point where you need technology to enable and make a process more efficient, you've proven that that process works. That process is profitable, and technology helps make it even more profitable. I met the founder of Chobani. I don't know if any of us know it, the yogurt brand, in LA in 2019. One of the things he told me was when the company was at $600 million in annual sales, they still ran on QuickBooks, Excel, manually. There was no fancy technology on the back end. Only him had access to their back end, their books. Like, I think that's a fantastic example of what it means for you don't need anything fancy. And the deification, we've made a deity out of technology. It's nonsense, right? For the most part, like I said, and my position is a lot of the infrastructure that we need to build come before we use technology to then make them faster, to then make them more efficient. And that's what we need to be paying attention to. But it's harder now because for a lot of people, our first interaction with technology is on TechCrunch. You see this person raise 10 million, right? You see Kennedy on TechCrunch, or you see, and that's why I say it's a little bit hypocritical, but we need a reorientation, and it's part of what I want to really push, that we reorientate people and we talk openly about, even for us as founders, what are some of the mistakes we've made that we would not make again. And I'll tell you this very openly. There are some people who you shouldn't even work with, who you shouldn't take money from, no matter how desperate you are. And you only learn this after you've done that. That's it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Michael.
You've addressed it very sufficiently. There's really no need to add to that. Really, let's leave it at that. But if I must, really, I'll just say that, because you look at me like, please say something. So I will just add that, you see what they said, creating that minimum viable product first. And then he shared about using basic tools to get started until the business gets to a certain level. And now what that does is you have demonstrated that this is a profitable business. If we now integrate technology into it, it can be even more profitable, enough to provide funds for you, the investor. Then they come in. But you don't get this by just bootstrapping. You also understand this better if you had some measure of training in business development, because these are basically some of the elementary things that will be discussed in the early stages of those classes to tell you about producing minimum viable product, keeping your records and all of that. Okay, so this comes back to the issue of training, so that they are able to be empowered with information and knowledge to know that they need to produce minimum viable. And you do not need to start big. You can start with the basic tools and get to the end goal at the end of the day.
Thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fantastic session. A very big thank you to our panelists.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for everyone again. Just kindly wait behind for a quick group photo.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much to all our panelists. We had Olajumoke, who moderated the panel, and she's a proud Faith Foundation alum and the founder of Unpolished Initiative. We had Kennedy Ekeze Joseph, who is the founder and CEO of Keeper Africa. We also had Esther Olalude, who is the founder of Vinyl. We have many, many thanks to Godwin Tom, who is the CEO of Sony Music Publishing Nigeria, and our very own Michael Ajayi, who is the CEO or who heads Enactors in Nigeria. A round of applause, please. And a round of applause for yourselves. It's been a long day, and many thanks to our lady who's been here since 7. It's been a long, long day. Thank you very much for being with us. So just to thank everybody, we thank our partners and Zisha for supporting this. In terms of quick wrap up, 3 things jump across, right? What needs to shift when we think about youth entrepreneurship? 1, we said the culture of thinking young people cannot do or cannot be, right? We also talked about creating decent jobs by enabling youth entrepreneurship. It was very interesting to hear Esther's story, right? She's young, she's found, saw a gap, she's bridging it, but she's doing that with her friends, other young people like herself. And we have many of such stories happening, right? So when we think about job creation, we think about the unemployment in Nigeria. One way to achieve that is to enable youth entrepreneurship. And then my final point here is enabling innovation and technology, right? I liked what Tom said about allowing people to fail. So we need to create that safe environment. And so hopefully we have taken this on board. At the Institute, we're also going to, synthesize all of these recommendations and insights and action it, right? So we're not end at just having a conversation. On that note, thank you very much, each and every one of you, for being here. And we'll call it an evening. We can have music cued in, and then we can just proceed to get some refreshments, so we can be re-energized to be on our way. Thank you very much, everyone. Many, many thanks to the Fate Foundation team, the Fate Institute team, to our Executive Director, Adenike Adeyemi, to all of our partners who are here. We have special guests from Kenya, from South Africa, who have been with us from morning till now. Thank you all so very much. Have a good rest of the day, and we will be in touch. Have a good evening, everybody.
If it not be God, tell me the way I forget. If it not be God, tell me the way I forget. Enemies, they won't bring me down. They can't bring me down, 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 down. Till I call they hold me down. Uluwa hold me down. Down, down, down. Hey, enemies go. Give me chance for my disco. I saw the thing go from 0 to hero. I've been dancing for so long, so long, so long. Now I'm on my knees, I'm singing. Higher, 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 higher. Oh, don't take me higher, higher, higher. Enemies, they won't bring me down. They can't bring me down. Down, down, down. Till I call they hold me down. Uluwa hold me down. Down, down, down. My life is looking so marvelous. Shabby then call me anonymous. This kind of blessing are only us. CCTV and the monitors. Person will carry God carry plus. Everything go to miraculous. Follow me sing, say higher, 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 higher. Gonna take me higher, higher, higher. Higher, 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 higher. If it not be God, tell me the way I forget. If it not be God, tell me the way I forget. Enemies, they won't
Charlie Poppy, say. Small body, big head, you say. Small boy with big money, say. Small boy with big money, say. Mr. Charlie, Charlie, say. Small body, big head, you say. Small boy with big money, say. Small boy with big money, say. Come on, borrow, now medic, come on, borrow, yeah, come on, borrow, now medic, come on, borrow, now medic, yeah, come on, borrow. I be one of them. They call me Mr. Shally, Shally, small body, big head, small boy with big money, small boy with big money, Mr. Shally, Shally, small body, big head, small boy with big money, small boy with big money, Lero Boba, Oba, Lero Boba, Oba, Lero Boba, Oba, I'll be on the phone, calling you tonight. I wanna make you show me, make we know the fight. I don't want to sleep alone, wanna hold you tight. But I fool my eye, but I'll be alright. Forever, on my laptop, on my keto, on my sheet on. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. Say them go feel it, them go run it down, them go hold it, them go. I be talking to myself, and I don't even notice. She got me feeling like a zombie, and she dey shoot like Chuck Norris. The way she put her body down.